Tinggi bener anjing. Lah kenapa, Cak? Gue udah dikasih approve. Haha. Gue dikasih approve sama EWC. Gua gas. Bit chat minimal ini dah, ketik minimal chat dah, nanti gue pin.
Mesdames et messieurs, bienvenue à l'eSport World Cup, bienvenue au play-off du Split 1 des ALGS.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have now arrived at the very beginning of the most epic journey in esports.
Pendant 5 jours de compétition, des joueurs venus du monde entier vont s'affronter sur cette scène. Dans leur région, ils sont les meilleurs, mais seront-ils capables de prouver qu'ils sont les meilleurs au monde?
Timnya apa aja sih anjing? Wikipedia mana?
Behind that very curtain, waiting to step out onto the arena, we have champions, MVPs, veterans and rookies.
Tim Liquid anjing.
Évidemment, ils veulent tous marquer l'histoire de l'EWC, tous marquer l'histoire d'Apex Legends et repartir avec ces 2 millions. Mais ce qu'ils veulent vraiment,
that stunning trophy.
Je suis Luthier et je serai votre host pour tout le WC avec l'incroyable Barney.
My name's Barney Banks and I'm your host
Zeta.
alongside the incredible Luti. And without any further delay, we are now ready to introduce your first two groups to the main stage, starting with TIE.
Deh, ini dua kali. Anjir, RRQ iya, RRQ main anjir.
Flat.
RRQ main, Cak. Ya ini cuma 4 lagi.
Dory.
Apalagi ya? Apalagi sih? Yang oke apa ya? PK cowok. Ada RRQ, emang ada RRQ. Lalu kenapa, Bit? Lu kenapa, Bit? Ini tapi RRQ mainnya nanti. RRQ mainnya masih nanti anjing. World eSport.
Team Heretics.
Trinity.
Intinya Kingdom juara terakhir itu di ML, cowok. Kita lihat di Apex dulu gak sih, Jir? Nggak ada yang tahu, Cok. Gue sih GD ya, GD Gaming tuh bagus. Soalnya ada Noci. Gue tadi ngedit anjing, niat gue bikin thumbnail. Siapa tuh? Gue niat banget bikin thumbnail anjing. Gue edit. Ini 2K kah? Ini 1080 jing. Nggak ada 2K.
Zeta Division.
Tengil ngentot Zeta di anjing dari tahun lalu. Nggak di Valo, nggak di Apex.
Zeddy Esports.
Zeddy dari mana Zeddy? Gue udah tahu. Oh, si Duplex mainnya di Zeddy anjing.
Shopify
Oh,
Rebellion.
NA. Dia NA guys. Duplex sama Hits.
JD Gaming.
Udin Petot anjing. Kenapa Udin Petot bangsat? Sponsornya Yanto. What the heck? Yanto. Nih. Nih, ini dia, Cok. Nih dia nih. Dia yang bisa kalau lu nggak ngikutin Apex ya, dia tuh OP. Nutupin tim terakhir dari tadi. Dia tuh OP banget anjing timnya. Falcon.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, coming to you live from the Gdynia City Grid in the Port de Versailles in the heart of Paris. Welcome to the
Gak sponsor
ALGS.
Judai. Anjing kagak ada sponsor Judai. Cok. Gila alay.
Bienvenue à l'EWC. Bienvenue au playoff des ALGS.
Lah ini English kan anjir. Gue nutupin gak sih? Nutupin gak sih nih anjing? Gak usah ada aja kali ya. Gak usah ada aja nih karakter anjing. Gue gak ada kamera, Cok. Kamera gue masih di temen gue. Fuck man. Gue apply buat ML ya. Yang di ACC Apex anjir. Buat restream.
Welcome everybody to the mid-season playoffs at EWC Year 6 here in Paris. I'm Vicky Kitty. I'm joined with my homegirl
Parah banget
Spartiv.
emang
And
EWC.
today we get to see day one kickstart the action in Paris.
Yeah, I'm kind of reeling with energy, right? We were wreaking havoc during media day yesterday, just kind of getting a feel for how everyone is situated. But watching those walkouts, seeing all the energy in the arena, let me just tell you, this is about to be a great week.
Oh yeah, man, it's crazy to see not only the crowd that was lined up outside, getting ready to see our
RRQ, Abit ini udah RRQ sejati, Kingdom sejati, Cok. Abit Kingdom sejati, anjir. Seorang Abit.
I dubbed it as weird, and I quote unquote, year 6 ALGS has just felt different. I don't know if it's because it's incredibly more open when it comes to a lot of our young up and coming talent that has just one name that is looking to put themselves into the history books of ALGS.
You gotta bring him over, right, Sim?
I'm not your fangirl or anything. Shh, no, Floating didn't hear that.
Oh man, it's crazy. I mean, not only Floating and the boys out here that have made their way over to Paris, but we have to also take a look at what is really important for these teams to get that kickstart in the group stages, which is the POI draft that we had not too long ago to situate our teams as we are starting our first
anak anjing.
on E-District.
Yeah, we truly are, and it's pretty wild, right? Zeta Division, they landed with some pretty solid choices, right? Because they were pretty high up on the prio. But I thought it was really interesting that the first 8 picks actually went to Stormpoint, in which you'll see later today. It was Deep Cross Gaming that broke that and actually picked E-District first. So look, we are coming out strong on E-District, and they did pick something that was a little typical for them. They did grab Heights, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll see how they do from there, considering they played regional finals from Shipyard Arcade, in which they did.
Kecil banget anjing karakter gue ternyata.
It's crazy too to see how a lot of these zone pools have been detrimental to the teams that may not be able to excel.
Gak ada yang ngevote, ada kocak. Ini 100 apa, Cok? RRQ 100 anjing.
And what we could expect to see that change from those teams that have been able to make that adaptation when it comes to some of the side
RRQ masih nanti malam banget dia.
is actually Team Falcons.
Okay, yeah. Look, I think they're a really solid team to start about. They were looking pretty hot in scrims, and a lot of people are like, "Hey, are they one of our
GD
tier
juga.
favorites coming in?" And I'm like,
Lah,
"Dude,
GD juga
whatever
nanti
it
malam,
is."
Cok,
How many
ternyata.
times have we talked about the
Waduh.
Falcons of them, like, not been a major title
Gua ngedukung
contender?
dua.
They are going to be some heavy hitters. So they've got stadium locked in. You can see
Di
it
sini
over there
Falcon
on the
sih.
east side of E-District.
Falcon dulu ah.
Now, the majority of zones that I've commented when
Ini
it
Falcon
comes to
dulu,
E-District,
guys.
Vicky, actually draw
Kalau
to that
itu
City Hall
nanti
side of things.
Yeah, I was just
bahaya,
about to say, Tiff,
anjing.
because it's been these northwestern pools on E-District.
Tim yang
where
finansialnya
a
apa
lot of
tadi?
teams having
Woi.
traversed through these really tight chokes on E-District. Seeing
Tim
how
yang
the
finansialnya
legendary
apa tadi?
positions kinda kickstart from scrims
Oi,
to now
Abid
having
lu kenapa
a
di retrack
big
anjing?
match on our hands to kick things off for some of the teams that like to build up into that momentum. Lots of Alter, lots of Crypto. It's E-District. You could expect some maybe kidnapping shenanigans with the Alter TP, but also briefing opportunities here when it comes to the free insurance policy of the
Gua
reset
ngebaca
that
lagi.
the Alter allows you to have.
Yeah, we'll just
Kita
have to
harus
see what
fokus,
people
guys.
are going to break out when it comes to that initial game one. There's a lot of nerves that are going to be floating around this arena. It's like you just got to get your good game out early in a series like this in the group stages, especially when we
Biar
have
makin
that
jago
stage
nonton
on
ginian
the
tuh
line
gua
of
mainnya.
round robin groups. You
Orang-orang
wanna
pada
find
pakai
yourself
controller,
against
monyet.
teams early on. It's just the
Itu
start,
satu.
right? You just kinda see what happens. And Team
Oh, satu
Falcons
doang
starting Stadium, great. If we do pull up towards that northwestern side, you're going to be rotating
Ini
through
satu
teams
doang
like
ya?
Gaming Gladiators, JD Gaming. We talked about them. This is
Ulah,
Naughty's
streamer kecil,
first
anjing
land
lu.
in which he's
Doain
IGLing.
Bit.
Oh my goodness.
It sounds
It's
crazy, right?
actually.
And you're throwing Shubi and floating into the mix, and the best part about it is, I was watching the
Shubi.
Apex squad because they do a
Shubi-nya
ton
nanti
of
malam
research
anjing
and talk
mainnya.
about all of the groups and their predictions. We won't talk about their predictions. Sorry, Wyatt, my guy. Sometimes they're bad, but floating in particular, he used to be that IGL on a former team, right? So joining Naughty's IGL, and he always a fragger with a brain, Vicky.
Kayaknya
That could
pojok
be why
banget.
they're excelling really
Ntar gua
well.
mojok
that's what happens
anjing
too when you're
demenannya.
bringing in experience, right? You have all these years of Pro League under your belt. Now you bring in the crazy left field hitter that is floating. We got to see so much of him in formerly Twerkaholics coming out of the ALGS Open, which is such a lovely story. I always like to highlight this because for those of you guys watching at home, that is a great
Nutupin
example of
sponsor,
following a
monyet.
player's journey into being able to make it pro, to make that climb and find that bridge between what you find yourself in your own grind into pro
Nama
to
gua
be
gede.
alongside these legends on the
Nama gua udah
stage.
gede
Yeah,
nih,
that's a
nama
good
gua
point.
nih
I mean,
gede
I was
nih.
born and raised in the
Oh,
Challenger
nama gua
circuit
gede.
era,
Oh, yeah.
commentating
Nama
double
gua
layer,
gede.
preseason qualifiers,
Nama gua
all
gede.
of the goods. But to get to these level of stages years later, I mean, most of our younger players have been dreaming of watching and playing
Nama
along
gua udah
legends
gede.
like Cal.
It's gonna be tough, especially when you look back at Team Falcons and how they've been able to put on a performance within scrims. And you know me, Tiff, I always take scrims with a little grain of salt here, but it's,
Have to.
you know, kind of like an
Nama gua udah gede
looking
banget
glass,
itu tadi.
right? When it comes to digging into the action, I get to hear the family of the players. at
Kurang
the
gede
end
kan,
of the
kurang
game,
gede.
giving them their energy,
Full screen, full
something
screen.
else as the days
Ini
progress
full
every
screen,
day.
full
The
screen.
French crowd is honestly so unmatched. I love the energy when it comes to competing in a French environment here, man. They bring the loudness like no other, I feel. But with all of our legends geared to go, getting a nice little look at the crowd here.
Oh my god,
But it's
that's
gonna be exciting,
MBG,
right?
Cok.
Now, being able to see a lot of these players that were able to fly in early. Some players that flew in just a few hours ago.
Hey, they were hyping up Gen G on the desk early on.
Ih,
You
DS4
mentioned a few hours
loh,
ago. I think
cu,
I
anjing nih
slept
orang.
for, like, literally
Enggak,
3
Battle
hours, but I'm
Beaver.
still in the car. I slept 2
Udah Battle
hours.
Beaver, Cok.
Let's do it. But here's the deal. A team like that is just going to come out swinging.
Gwen
and they
ya,
could
punya
really
Battle
shake up the
Beaver.
lobby. And as we look a brief moment there at Shopify Rebellion, I got to give them my flowers. Throughout the regular split of year 6, I said it in an interview with Koi, actually. I was like, I was a Shopify Rebellion doubter. And I'm sorry because you just
You said it straight up to him.
Yeah, I did. Is that
Okay,
bad?
okay.
My bad.
No, I mean,
Namanya gede banget,
he's
Bok.
really
Gede.
appreciative when it comes to the honesty.
I love when people prove me wrong.
Right.
And I did. I had my questions, my doubts about that roster because it seemed a little
Kegedean
hectic, right?
dia
But
bilang.
they kept showing up. They kept putting the work in and ironing out those moments. And now, look, get back on the top of the stage, lift that trophy, and prove me wrong yet again.
Hey, if when it comes to proving the doubters wrong, Tiff, it's about lighting a fire under a lot of these legends.
Gwen ya, bisa duduk di LAN begitu. Bentar ya, kok nggak Colosseum ya? Biasanya modelannya Colosseum, Cok. Ini nggak Colosseum, anjir.
Here in the mid-season playoffs, as our legends are geared and ready to go, guys. I'm hearing the music in the
Ada yang
background,
curang, siapa yang curang?
and everybody has been loaded in, but while we get to go in,
Ini
and we
suara-
get to
suara
highlight,
ininya
what
udah
the group
gede
stage
belum sih?
provides
Udah
before
maksudnya
getting
udah-
started with that first game, top 14 teams out of the 40 will be able to advance.
Apa
to the
kegedean,
finals,
guys?
right? So then when you take a look at the 15th to 34th placing spot, they then have to play through that gauntlet of a day of 10 games within the survivor stage. And we have to reemphasize this, right? Because this is already what kickstarts how a lot of these teams
Nanti suara gua nggak kedengeran, anjing.
with our first two groups.
You know, I asked if we had torches that we could snuff if we're going for a survivor stage. I can put on my best Jeff Probst if we I can make it happen.
Bring in the torch yourself. Hold on.
I might.
Pyromaniac.
Is there room for a torch in the caster booth? No, I'm just kidding. I digress. We're just having a little bit of fun here on day one as we get ready to drop into Group A versus B. Now, we talked a lot about the Falcons. We briefly mentioned Shopify Rebellion, but there's just so many other teams that we really love to highlight. And when we spoke about Gaming Gladiators, that's when the crowd started lighting up. They have a ton of family out here. And you think back to, do you remember the team Ascend that took second TSM back in the day? You know, Lufka was on that roster, right? And now Lufka here on Gaming Gladiators, ready to lock it
Let's
in.
go.
They've been kind of up
Falcon,
there in the
Falcon.
upper echelon, but haven't necessarily closed it out, right? But this could be a title contending team this week.
It's great to be able to hear the amazing support in the crowd. here.
Ay, si MBG difokusin aja, anjir. MBG difokusin,
Also,
cok.
is going to be Falcons versus Zeta Division.
Gelo.
It's definitely something when it comes to how some of these rotates, or will we have those city hall zones like you were mentioning, right? And it comes to how some of these teams have been able to make that rotation, whether it be Falcons coming out of stadium side, and then looking ahead to see how their Zeta Division specifically will be coming out of street market, which won't be as resistant considering that there are
Backsex
already
dari
on
mana,
the
anjir?
west side of E District. But that is considering, Tiff, that it
Wooting.
wouldn't be
Hari-hari
maybe
wooting.
an lab zone that we've also seen plenty of times.
Itu
So a
wooting
lot
apa
on the
apa?
line here too, but I like how you are able to highlight not only these different teams coming out of these different regions. Son, he looks so locked and loaded.
They're ready.
Girl, it's crazy. Because
I'm ready.
I'm ready when it comes to talking about stories. We talk about all these high-echelon teams, but then specifically Thai, who was able to make their way into this land. They were originally placed 20th. And being able to come out of the LCQ to actually qualify into something like this in the regional finals is just so beautiful.
Siapa
to see, as
perindapan?
A lot of our teams are just getting ready and waiting to load into our first game of the day.
Yeah, you mentioned TIE, right? And we kind of got a brief moment of their walkout. They were feeling really good about themselves. And
Gua
it's interesting
emang
because we're
jelek, anjing.
talking about, you know, Hinota, F-Chan, Umi. So, like, these are players, especially F-Chan, that have been a staple in the ALGS scene since Raleigh, right? We're going all the way back then. ALGS champs, that year, like 2022? That's 4 years ago, Vicky. I don't know where the time is going, but all the players, especially hailing from APAC North, have just spent year 6 kind of trying to level up, right? They undergo a massive roster swap at the head of the year. You talked about Zeta, right? I mean, dude, Yuka F without Fnatic is so wild, and we've already talked about that, you know, months
Oh,
ago, but seeing the
kalau-
fruition of all that they've done to lock it in. Think about the regular split, right? Yuka hit 100 kills during the regular season. Mike on that roster, 99. And even though Sasuke there on the anchor still locked in so many kills, that is a firepower team. So if you're talking
Ih, Shubi, cok.
locking down
Ini
streak,
kok jadi main?
dude, if I'm flat in Viaduct, I'm like, let me
Lah jadi main, anjir.
And it depends on you know how that zone pool is going to influence a
Right.
lot of the way that these teams want to take these early game fights, right? The teams that want to be able to display confidence, kind of set the stage for us, especially since we only have our first 3 games on E District. And as you guys know, we're just waiting for our
Lah
legends
jadi
to
kalau jadi
log
main
in
kita
here,
JD
guys. But while
dulu,
we get set
ya
up,
kan?
I'm hearing that we got some content here on the horizon before we get started for our very first game.
Wolzy, Falcon, Hal sama siapa satu lagi?
It's here! VK Gaming!
Taste tier 6, this is a game. It's not.
All that matters is being the last one alive.
Kekecilan ke sih? Gua maintain sendiri anjing, bentar.
Can you feel that? The heat of the flame calls for us all.
What can I say? I'm a bit competitive. It runs in my blood.
Kegedean, cok.
Have this game in their hands, and it's now their chance. LG are down, and the Lions will do it!
Hope you're not afraid to get your hands dirty.
Gini.
Yes, we are
Gede banget anjing.
See your imperfections in your enemies and crush them.
Now twisted minds push in with game 13 on their back with a sliver of high ground. We'll try and make this
Lagi lihat skin apa? Gua mau gambar, Bit. Ntar gua udah ini kan Photoshop tergambar dah. Gua mau gambar karakter. Mumpung ada Photoshop, terus belum install Blender anjir. Belum download sih. Ntar gambar kita gambar.
Let's take this win.
Gambar cara karakter.
What is it with those Apex Legends hype videos that just
Tapi
really
pas
get
kelar
the
ini
blood
paling
flowing?
kelar ini baru gambar karakter. Soalnya ini nggak ada kamera cu, kita harus gambar karakter. Kalau nggak ada kamera nih gambar karakter paling kagak dah.
You heard it. You heard the quotes here. They're getting ready, guys. Thank you so much for your patience.
Biar-
We want to make sure
biar apa ya?
that everybody is ready to go to dive into our first game. And once again, for those of you guys just tuning in right now, our first 3 games will be played on E District before we transition into the
World
last
Endurance.
3 games of this first Group A versus B. Into
Kok ngapa jadi WEC anjing? Itu World Endurance. World Endurance Championship anjing, Bit, bukan Predator banget.
that we're looking at. What are our favored bands that we're tossing those legends, right? We're getting them out, but we are just moments away. They're in that character select. They're looking at their legends. We're looking at who's going to be, getting some crazy things. If something would be changing, I don't see any changes too much, right? I'm still seeing the cryptos. I'm still seeing the seers, Vicky.
I know Seer's been a pain on the side for some of you that's been climbing through the ladder. Despite some of the changes that we've been seeing, man, that's stunning. Let me tell you.
He still lives.
It's a little obnoxious. Sometimes it gives me a little bit of PTSD when I think back at season 10, but then I remember, at least there's no damage coming out there, no silence.
Shubi bisa menang nggak ya, anjing?
Still having that awareness
UKF.
as we get to see
Oh, UKF
you
di
fans in the crowd
Zeta ya? Gue kira
That
di
is
VK,
always a
cowok.
great sight to see. If UKF has one
Kemarin
fan, I am
ketemu
one of
anjing
the
matching
millions out
bangsat.
there, which he does have a
Capek.
million. He's a staple to the ALG.
Pas
To kick
split
things off here in
1.
game number 1 of groups A versus B.
Oke, District.
Let's
Oke,
get
oke,
into it.
oke.
Let's get started,
District.
everybody.
Let's go,
I'm
let's go.
seeing our legends are coming out
Let's
of
go,
the
let's go.
dropship. It's gonna be
GD for the win.
as we get set up
GD.
here at the ALGS
Ini GD dulu, Cok.
World
GD
Cup.
for the
It's
win
our
dulu, Cok.
playoffs, and a lot of our legends I'm already seeing here.
GD for the win dulu, oke?
Pick rate on crypto.
I mean, it might be.
I'm not surprised, actually.
We're not surprised.
GD
These are
gaming
things that we
for
have
win.
been
Not
witnessing, but we'll
this,
likely
not
get those
this.
legend bands
Not-
right out of
not
the
the
way. So
Falcon.
teams that are going to excel on E-District,
Falcon anjing
let's make it
terlalu
happen.
OP anjing.
Already taking a look at Falcons. We highlighted their POI coming
Isinya
out of
hal
stadium,
sama
having the
Wolsey,
split
Cok.
gold here too. You have the Evo Harvester over to their north side, as well as a survey beacon and that light arsenal. Saw a sniper arsenal too. And remember, what is this? It may not have been that northwestern zone, but it was the other half that we have seen plenty of times in the
Falcon
pro league.
dapet di
We are taking a
stadium.
trip down Humber
GD di mana? GD, where are you, GD? Wah, GD perang, Cok. Perang anjing, anak
But
nget.
there's something to be said.
Ya elah,
It
Cok, baru
is Southeastern
astaga.
zone. I'm a bit of a curse, but JDG, we talked about him, we hyped up Naughty's first time IGLing on land, shooting
No.
those gunners to join alongside him. But they immediately faced that resistance. Too many teams wanting access to the resources here.
And it's scary when Naughty is the first one down, right? You don't want to have your crypto being the first one out of the fight. And while this fight is going on, there was a possible third party on the horizon.
No
with
chino,
Fortnite,
no
but they
chi.
the ring console before maybe showing their face. But the back-to-back now over onto the other side as Gen G coming fresh out of their flight have lost out on Ziki, and Dexter being on that Seer is going to be able to slide through the window to try to get the follow-up.
Whoop.
Oh, Gen G hailing
Whoop.
from Shipyard Arcade. There's that reset from Alta we're talking about. A little close moment.
Wah, menang, Cok, J. Tinggal satu. 1v1.
Oh, over by Arcade.
1v1, come on.
It's going to be huge to see which team comes out on top here. They just
Ya, JNT guys.
to take control, get the res, and get the
Aduh, gue nggak terlalu ini nggak ngeliatin itu Bit. Nggak terlalu ngeliatin Pildun anjir, kurang. Lagi kurang banget. Kurang banget gue nonton Pildun lagi nggak struck sama FIFA.
Really uncontested after that. We don't love third parties and moments like that, but that's okay. For now, we focus on getting information and getting into that next zone. Team Heretics going to be one of the longer rotating teams alongside Dory and Unlimit, but this squad coming from the west side of things, making sure we level up the weapons, get the Volt in check, and then start the row.
Play that side quest, right? You're gonna be able to get that information with
Jadi
Survey
udah hilang satu.
Then you look at the later half, right? And you know how I feel about Caustic in general.
Genji juga udah rata.
All the teams in this lobby rocking crypto. It'd be a shame here as VP now having to scoot away as a solo while Falcons getting their information, moving around the southeastern side of the zone to rotate into Humbert, more so on the back end, right? The path less traveled by to clear their
Tyler.
paths. So the really only team that they really have to worry about
Tyler
will
FPS
probably
ternyata.
be more fun
Dia
as
pro
well
player.
now making that rotate as a solo, by the way, as well as
Gue kemarin
TCP.
IGN pakai nama dia berarti cok.
Starting to immediately make those call-outs of where they're going to find pressure points on their journey deeper into that circle. They land, they lose out on the shields, and immediately start looking for a setup on how are we going to maneuver from this? Where is our playable position deeper into this circle? Because hey, if we're already going south, it's great. Get your drone up, find that, and start putting that pressure on.
I mean, when you have literally the entire lobby except for what, like 4 or 5 teams not in that next zone.
Lo Zen main juga cok.
Lack of real estate you have to work with, even though you have a lot of these buildings to coexist in, but it's going to be Humbert nonetheless, and it can be scary depending on where that zone ends up pulling. Will it be on the outskirts of Old Town, you know, where Flat is actually trying to rotate through to clear their backs on the southern side, and Dory already getting that scan, already getting that information to see where a lot of these teams are maybe blocking their position into this rotation. They've got JD Gaming, they got the scan of the survey beacon, moving forward is going to be PX, and there's 2 teams in the vicinity.
Pikri
They
tuh.
do find that knock on
Pik,
one of them
lu ngapain
already.
situ Pik?
This is down. I know the Zedis was hyping up Prestis, but Virtus,
Pikri tuh.
they are eliminated at the hands of not only PXX, but
Ini orang-orang
from
pada
the
aus
Falcons
banget
is
kayak
also
Pi ya.
putting pressure towards that. So now that we kind of focus on the rotation, you mentioned Dory, but I'll talk about them later. They're playing with their coach as a sub muscle, right? And Shopify Rebellion,
Shopify cok.
I said make me eat my words. We don't
Kan
need a game one like this.
bisa reset gak?
No, remember the free reset here. Do you get the setup? I like this. Putting down the drone in advance actually is really smart. You may not have the EMP, but you get the recall
Bisa reset.
off of
Wih,
having
reset, Cok.
that Alter TP ready to go. Over onto the other side though, Yanya does get knocked here, and now on the
Ente,
bottom,
Yanya.
it's going to be 2 players up between Bulls. There's roll high, but now to be able to get the reset is even more important, which is allows them to now fully get up to a full 30.
Lihat di map deh, di mapnya drone semua anjing. What the fuck? Abis ini kena, abis ini di ban cok.
It's just a matter of time. Can they break down the drone? No, they cannot. The EMP actually sinks as Yuka, who's already purple with crazy flatline shots, by the way, is looking to reset. He doesn't like the situation that he's in, and he would rather get everybody up.
All right, we're gonna pull that drone back. Yuka
Ya, kena
drops
deh.
as well. We can't even get Mike up. Now it is Satuki last alive for that roster, and you know what's happening? Trinity says we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna start pulling up our players and stack those zones, and
Trinity.
a pull from Yuka F comes through, and well, we'll have to wait and see the fate of Zeta after this.
Listen, I want to know how much these players are playing for the insurance policy of the Alter TP, because I'm seeing too much aggression when it comes to being able to get these free resets.
Hey,
Siapa
and
yang
that's
ke-ban?
exactly what happens, right? Immediately
Kira-kira ya.
start stacking the heals together. Sure, that fight didn't go our way, but these guys are not afraid. We saw just how much action they had in the regular season split in APAC North. Sure, scrims may not have been the best for them, but that's okay because it's LAN, you're on the stage, and this is the time to show out.
And Flat has also at least been able to secure so many of this KP already early, while Trinity have been able to get these knocks. It's about the resets of this Ultra TP now. He's going to be able to now take some shots off of the longbow. Just a 2 times is all he needs
Duplex.
at the hands of Jelly. Also being able to have the information with Duke just kind of floating around with the skies looking congested with these crypto drones.
That's
Zonanya begitu, najong. Jadi main anjir on the edge banget gak sih?
Keep your eyes on the fights ahead of you and hope that your cryptos doing the work here. You see the care package and everything coming on down, and the replicators and such. So Roy over there, Deep Cross Gaming, mind you, they won the regional final.
Dia bisa ketemu cok di belakangnya Falcon anjir jadi.
And they locked it in. And honestly, I was hearing about some work that they had.
DC bang, DC, what the heck?
Right? He said their comms, when translated, are some of the funniest in ALGS because they'll just look at a fight and they'll be like, "Hey, you guys want to just go full send this?"
DC kah?
Dangerous that is as a player in a lobby when you've got people that are like, "Nah, let's just full send the fight, bro. We're going."
Hey, those vibes are going to be important when it comes to being able to handle match point finals, especially with the pressure. I mean,
Gue DC sini anjir sendiri gue. Tuh, lon. DC gue ini.
Different name here, but it's going to be Team Heretics with the pings up ahead. They see this next zone pull. They see that they're getting gate hit from the team that's up.
Kabar, lagi war A.
And that's going to be unlimited, trying to block off their rotate. But even if Team Heretics ends up rotating on the north
Lagi war A.
side, that's where PXX is going to be.
I told you.
Mana? Lu mau ke DC? Mana? Sini. Ayo.
And now they were running into resistance. Unlimited actually beats Team Heretics, gates them, keep that from the side.
Sini DC, gue di DC.
Carve up north. Well, you go up north, you might meet some giants, you might meet the Falcons, and if you got Waltzy on your screen,
Sombong amat streamer gue jing.
I don't know if it's a giant or a titan.
Anjing apa sih?
It's a little different when you guys do.
Would he be?
Apa?
He'd be. I feel like he'd be like
Screen.
probably the armor titan. That's
Yeah.
Share screen, share screen.
honestly.
Oh, lu mau share
You're dealing with
screen.
that. And the rest of Team Falcons who are looking to rotate outside of Energy Bank, they don't like how congested it's looking coming up from this rotate. They do have the op-out of Energy Bank and maybe see if there's a third party they can reset with an alter TP immediately afterwards, because it's going to be Team Heretics basically doing the same thing while PXX are holding a split hold over that choke.
Ooh, see, it's all about those decisions
Sombong
and getting
amat
as
sih
much
orang.
information as possible.
Ay,
And
lu.
honestly, playing for things like
Kok lu
that
tahu
Red
sih?
console for late game and having the drone grabbing that
Mana ada
great
sombong
console
gua,
players
anjing.
outside the north, it's
Padahal double
really
tuh.
stuck between PXX and Dory, so they're gonna have
Oh
some
iya,
will
ntar
be
gua
difficult to
buat
get if
ke
you do
ini
choose to
dulu.
rotate through that area. But for now, it's almost like as if
Eh,
you're not in
gua buat ke
so
Google.
deep in there,
Ada
you're
nggak?
gonna have a really difficult journey to get in there.
Ada suara kan?
I think Falcons
Tapi suara
did
gua
this
nggak
on
double
purpose
kan?
because if you look at
Enggak,
the composition, they're one of the few that I don't believe are running the caustic, right?
di
So they
OBS
are
ya?
able to play objective. They
Apa?
took a roundabout rotate instead
Di
on the
OBS ya?
outskirts of stadium
Kenapa?
instead of immediately
Tahu di
holding
apanya tuh?
down that southern right side choke where for fun are actually situated.
Di mana yang
Depending on how they
YouTube
get to
gua
clear this
double
north side,
suaranya? Kagak
I
kan?
do like this idea.
Tadi.
Remember, it's just game number 1 while Falcons get to plan ahead, and of course with Alter being in these kind of positions.
Aduh, ini
imagine
ini mana-mana
the
sih yang
angles
main?
you could take through the walls to be able to get
Apa?
a different rotate to.
Timnya mana-mana.
Very true. And I
Ini
also
tim
kind of like
luar
the
semua nih,
here
A.
where
Grup
they're playing
A
slow.
sama B.
They're talking about which way they like to go in. Make sure
Ada
that
sih yang
you
Asia
grab
kayak
those
Genji,
gold you got those power-ups.
terus
Apa aja ya?
Trinity,
Gaming
apa?
early on, Roy, is gonna be
Apex
first
apa aja ya
team
timnya ya?
down of
Banyak
December.
Falcon,
Move
banyak
made
dia.
from
Timnya banyak.
Dory. These are the squads that are kind of consistently butting heads up on that northern
40.
side of the next.
And with
40
Dory
tim.
trying to at least look ahead here while DCG
Ya anjing kenapa? Cok XL nggak pernah bersahabat anjing kalau gua watch party.
Emang.
But man, if you take a look at this mini map, there's so many drones flying around. You would think that
Yang lagi yang dijagoin tuh kayak Falcon tuh yang banyak ininya.
So that fight that we just saw currently as Dory are going to be able to heal up safely.
Yang mainstream tuh
Fanatic ada gak
Falcon.
sih? Gak ada ya?
Fnatic tuh ya. Fnatic ada gak? Kayak nggak lolos dah dia dah.
Nggak ada.
Dia kayaknya nggak lolos.
Yeah, and with 18 seconds
Buat
before
auto-clear
everything
terus.
starts to collapse and draw the
Nanti
main
C sama D si asik ada RRQ.
Oke, gua kalau ada Fnatic, game-game apapun ya,
Fnatic semua.
Kalau nggak Fnatic, dulu apa ya? Navi tuh yang pas masih ini.
Oh, Navi.
Udah, itu aja anjir.
Navi oke sih dari Dota juga. Oke. UKF. UKF. Ente UKF. Wah, UKF di Cok.
Crossfire flat looking ahead to try to
And
capitalize on this Team Heretics. But remember that pile up that we were talking about with Dory up on the north
Oh,
side?
dia perang anjing.
Falcons took the
Hal
jump,
kenok.
landed right on top of them, and
Nih,
now
yang
it's
jago nih ya,
Falcons now
Falcon.
facing up against each other, but it's only up to Guild to clutch out
Dua
here.
knock ya?
Has he gonna be able to get that follow-up?
Iya,
Bisa
gua
kah?
kenok anjing.
Bisa kah?
Bisa. Jago dia soalnya.
The alter TP that is allowing them to get
Si
recalled.
guildnya lumayan.
Kata dia ngeras dia siapa?
Siapa tadi? Nih, yang gue jagoin tuh GDG.
Oh, GDG.
Iya, GD Gaming. GD Gaming mantep banget anjing. Soalnya nih GDG floating Subi sama Naughty. Dia nge-app orang mulu soalnya.
Siapa dia?
Iya, maju-maju mulu.
Keras.
Parah. Gue berani maju karena dia, Cok. Si Noci ini anjing Naughty.
Oh, ini sih apek jadinya. Nontonin yang streaming gitu doang, Cok.
Apa?
Iya, Apex yang kayak e-sport gini yang gak ngikutin.
Oh, ikutin aja, seru soalnya. Biar lebih jago. Salahnya pas perang di mana?
Hanya pas perang.
Iya, pas perang. Jangan pas ngendok. Satunya sih, salah satu alasannya nih ya. Pakai controller.
Ini controller semua.
Enggak lah, enggak semua. Ini dia triple. Guild gue lupa dah guild.
Triple maksudnya?
Triple controller. Semuanya controller. Roster.
Tadi.
Ini kayaknya dah. Kayak ini guild pakai controller, gue lupa dah. Yang triple MNK tuh Alliance. Harusnya ya. Gue lupa juga. Soalnya kapan hari triple MNK dia. Ya, dia kena net. Ente cok Falcon anjing. Mati sama Zen. Enggak ding. Mati sama siapa itu?
Langsung buyar gitu aja.
Iya, cok. Udah nggak bisa ngapa-ngapain itu dia. Rata sudah. Bisa nggak ya di race itu? Wah. Duplex balik lobby.
Paling bad kalau udah nge-stuck di luar zona gitu loh kan. Bingung mau ngapain nih?
Gak lah bingung, ini 11 nih, zona 5 anjing. 11 orang loh. 11 orang, 11 squad anjing.
Si 33 orang ya.
Enggak kan, itu dari ada yang soal.
For our teams left in this lobby, that next zone is going to be a bloodbath for the teams that have yet to pile up inside of those 3 individual buildings. That's right directly in the middle when you go over to the east side of Humbert Labs. Taking a look at the teams that are just trying to reset here, and specifically, he's putting that down to get information. By the way,
digas lah, digas gak sih? Sama Zen cu. Sama Zen itu juga jago anjir pas kapan 2024 kayak ada. 1 versus 6 apa?
Dia nggak clutch. Ratain dia.
Iya anjing. Season bangsat di Kings Canyon. Gila dah. Orang-orang jago-jago banget ya.
Lu juga gitu kan?
Iya kali, amin gua mah.
mah 1/9 kan.
Amin.
Gua paling benci anjir kalau perang deket gitu, cok, sumpah. Sakit kepala gua anjir.
Biasain sih ya. Lu makanya main jangan deket-deket.
Apanya?
Mata ke monitor main HP. Kagak enak anjing deket.
Jauh ini. Jauh lah itu kan.
Kayak itu lu GDG. Udah berapa KP tuh anjing?
Teams now with 6 squads remaining. These are the 3 buildings that we had mentioned
berapa
earlier.
3 squad?
And some of the teams that are not
Apa?
in the vicinity of these
Bisa
3
3.
buildings. JD Gaming, PXX, who are
Oh,
looking
enggak
at Gaming
deh.
Gladiators.
Enggak, masih berapa ini?
It's going to be difficult for Gaming Gladiators to make this
4,
rotate in the next
6.
seconds. And AGG, understanding and having the awareness, they do have the TP, but with this final zone closing in the next 30 seconds, it's going to be nearly impossible.
Yeah, with 6 teams left, I love that you've outlined all the stakes,
Zeta udah
especially
AFK.
JD Gaming. And here's why.
Masih ada nggak sih anjing? Oh iya udah AFK, Cok. Udah di lobby dia. Zeta. Zeta Division.
And on the other side, right, the south, Wolves, AG Global, and
Apaan?
TIE, they want those
AFK.
fights to happen there.
Iya,
JD
lobby.
Gaming can just shoot from afar and clean that up, netting
Udah
themselves
turun
a
dia,
win.
Zeta.
That's why they've been holding this position for a really
Udah
long
rata.
time, right? And we saw that they were able to pepper in a lot of the teams.
Nih si
before.
Zen
They
ini,
weren't
Cok.
directly involved themselves, but if you're looking
Lihat
at
perang
PXX
pas
and what
sampai
they
zona
presented
habis.
in this first game, that's how you set up momentum. 7 KP.
Mampus ketemunya GDG lagi. Ya, jadi berdua doang lah. Shinochi kemana, Cok?
They do, right? They immediately start getting closer, but look who
Oh
they
my
choose
god.
to make a play.
Salah
Wolves
Shubi,
at the
Cok.
hands of
Iya nggak
Lusa.
sih?
That is going to actually make so much difficulty there for JD Gaming, who do have the altar, who are going to look for a reset. So Gaming Gladiators must keep applying.
Oh,
the
masih hidup
pressure.
semua.
And here they go.
Oh, si ini
Bamboozled. Here they come back, though.
Notch-nya ini ya,
Making the last
kripto ya.
stand.
I mean, the way that we're seeing these players just go back and forth between the portal, EMP for days, all the information with the skies.
Oh my god. Floating. Floating. Gelo.
He gets called out though, staying on, he's the last
Uh.
alive, and JD Gaming get eliminated. Our last 3
Gelo.
as it's AGG.
Gelo anjing floating, Cok.
Who are looking to take this KP into that first place spot.
Sometimes you've just got to play it for that end game. You've got to relax and crazy.
Devo sih emang Devo. Wah. GG Wolf. GG.
Wolves with the pop off the crowd, giving them their energy.
Anjir.
10 KP by the end of it all, they were able to play very safely, have the high ground advantage before watching the teams below their feet collapse on one.
GG, Cok.
Look, if you lock in Humber,
Tapi lu tahu Wolves kan, Bang?
POI, and that circle immediately starts
Dah, kayak
outlining
hilang.
that area. This is where you can show what you've got. You have that, and not only that, but usually if teams
GG,
are already
Wolf.
in a zone that's pulling towards them, they don't get a lot of kills, right? But you said it, Vicky. They did this win with double-digit 10 kills to kick things off. So a 22-point game one.
Sheesh. I mean, that's how you start things off.
I take
you
it.
land over by Humber, that's your designated POY. You play
Zayn.
safe, you get to hold the high advantage. You were able to get some of the resets that we saw some of these teams capitalize on. But to be able to do so in a final zone like this, when you're forcing some of these fights, a little Bob-off comes in here. They're letting everybody know what the game is.
Oh, MBG.
Look, I just learned the sign for Wolves, Vicky, as he was walking. He
MBG,
took the
MBG.
W. He took the W, threw up the W, and I want to see more of Wolves.
W for days here for Wolves. Locked and loaded. I love the energy of our pros here on this stage, but already making a statement after our first game alone on
GDG.
Remember, we got
Tapi
2
KPI
more
dapat
games
berapa
to
dia?
go here on this map.
And it's one of my favorites, right? It is obviously one of the newer in the map pool as we kind of peruse through some of
Oh
these
my
highlights here,
God.
starting off with Wolves on that high ground, making sure that these nades are doing
Oh
the
my
work. You see
God,
how
big
many
net.
connect right there on a TIE. You use the altar, you portal on
Big
in,
net,
you
Cok.
hold alt in hand, and you just let it work, right? But I do love this moment here for JD Gaming.
Ayo.
The TIE
Majuin.
Gladiators
Floating
did
dimajuin,
take
Cok.
throw themselves down in there. Now I noticed that
Floating
Gaming Gladiators fall
dimajuin.
before JD does. there were more players in that mix.
Oh, floating was in the Matrix too. Like he could
I don't
not
know
move.
what
Like
he's doing.
Siapa
I mean,
champion
they're
tuh?
getting double sear
Ini Wolf.
scanned, Like
And we're
Ah,
dodging.
iya.
We are literally floating.
Wolf, lu tahu Wolf kan?
Sorry, that's
Oh,
a bad joke.
I've been floating back to the lobby. No, that's it. Because honestly, that's how it kind of feels like, right? When you're stuck on the other side of that sear attack, it's like everything is slow-mo for you, but the fact
iya.
that floating was still able to clutch out
Anjir.
with those Devo pick-offs
Apa?
here with the hip
Kenapa
fire
nggak
shots is
dibikin
also
ngelinker ya?
nice, but it's even better
Apanya?
when Wolves gets to come in from
Ini,
the high ground.
side-nya.
Oh iya makanya tadi gue bilang kenapa nggak Colosseum anjir? Kenapa kayak gini dah stage-nya? Gue kira bakal Colosseum, Cok.
I know, and I'm like, for all the teams that just had like a really powerful performance,
Stats-nya
PXX there,
ternyata
grabbing second
enggak.
place, right? They had 8 kills. I believe it was like 17 total points.
Gitu
That's
ya?
a squad that actually
MBG.
had one of the drop spots on the east
Apaan
side
itu,
of
Tus?
things, or even the
MBG.
south. They were over in Black.
Mai bini gue.
They had the Shopify Rebellion, Zeta, one of those, some of the powerhouses over there on that western side of things.
Mai bini
When you
gue,
think about
Bang.
the initial rotates and how quickly everyone was focusing on getting information and getting
Siapa
in
yang
that circle.
main?
So
RRQ.
many of those fights happened
Apaan?
on the western side of
RRQ.
things, and if you found yourself in there, it was a
Pricey.
really brutal map one.
Ah,
It's tough too, and it's even
Ipos
more
masuk Ipos.
impressive to see how No Name
Kagak.
down with 6 KP just by himself on the altar. And clutch when you are able to
Emang ada ya
take
Ipos?
the TP
Upback
back,
ya?
get
Kagak
your
tahu.
teammates back up to full health. We saw it time and time again already, starting off our first game. And mind you, it's not even gonna be altar that gets banned. It's the 100% pick rate on crypto, but no surprise there too. Because then you have the double sears on top of like the stuns that you also have the
Buset,
slowdown from the
dah.
EMPs. We get to see that highlight
Iya,
once again
strip.
floating before he just gets double attack scan.
Temenin
We
biar
see
tuh
the
sih.
drone flying above his head before they eventually
langsung
were
masuk
taken out.
lobbynya
But it's the
dia.
high position that we were talking about from Wolves being one of the teams to take this building very
Lah,
early.
oh emang gue main kagak main gua.
They had that
Jedanya
advantage
berapa menit?
with No Name cleaning up
Lima-
even more
5 apa
kills.
10?
Talked about the
Kayaknya
fact
5
that
dah.
he was able to take not only
Apa 15
matches,
kali?
but team with 10 total KP, but him alone with 6.
Yeah, he did it
Kenapa
really
Indo?
efficiently too. 2,000 damage, well, 2,078 if you want to get crazy. But
Grup
minimum
apaan
damage
sih yang ada RRQ
only
tuh?
took about 700, even Crazy Kong 100
Kan
damage
malam.
total taken
Grup
throughout
C.
the duration. And you're starting
Zaman
at
dek.
Humbert and
Ini
everyone's
aja 6
coming to
game
you, and
kan.
you only had 100 damage shot at you.
Recoil.
We're
Gua mah.
efficient.
Sampai malam
Making
ini.
sure that you are
Gua nge-stream.
outside of the fight and being
Temenin
able to
Bertus,
capitalize on
Pi.
a lot of the teams that were forced to rotate from the edge.
Lah, lu mah main-main aja, Bang.
Open if they didn't find their own free building.
Bermain.
Going right through that rotating
Main,
wall
main.
on the outskirts of Humbert.
Nontonin
Lab.
agak
While we
seru.
get set up, everybody, game number 2 is on the horizon. Going back over to E District, which is important when we take a look at the different POIs.
Terus sambil
Right,
di
Tiff? We
live-in ya.
highlighted some of the common zones
Apa?
that we've been seeing throughout
Ini
the
lu cuma
course of
nge-live-in
Pro
doang?
League and
I said
Terus-
Northwest. You
Streaming
like
dia.
until you get the rogue
Bertus.
Humbert lab. Okay, sure, Vicky. What else do you know?
Man, I mean,
Where we
listen,
go
main.
I've talked
Main
a
di
little bit to
tim
the
sini,
scriptwriters in the
apa
back.
gimana?
We always have to talk.
Kagak, Pikri, lu tahu konsep pre-stream gak sih, Pik?
We always have Nicewig's energy
Tahu.
to contributing.
Iya kayak gitu udah kayak orang nonton MPL gimana sih?
Shout out Nicewig back at home, hitting the watch parties
Oh,
alongside
absolutely.
Group.
Emang harus
We're
sampai
sending our
kelar
best
ini?
wishes, homie.
We miss you, man. But you know, we also
Ya
miss being able to
enggak.
see how the scriptwriters are
Eh
writing.
capek mah udahan anjing.
And already
Ya
with
udahan aja
Wolves
kan udah
taking
capek.
control of not only their designated POI.
Nih itu bang, salah satunya itu bang. Nih ya, gue Discord nih. Begitu tuh omongannya. Kagak ada supportifnya. Temen, heran gua.
That southern right
Hah?
side of
Ini
Humbert Labs
sportif,
too.
Cok. Ajakin main
Yes,
apa
it
kan?
really was, right? We talked about floating
Iya
opportunity,
duluan
kind of
silahkan
coming
gue
into the
mah.
open, making a name for himself there, finding himself on a really
Halo?
nice roster alongside Shubi and Naughty, and what
Ternyata
this initial land was going
satu
to
tempat
look like
gitu
for
kan
them
bisa
as a
nongol-
team, because you think of
nongol
their
pala
split
ya. Oh,
zone
dari situ tuh,
performance.
Cok.
Yeah, they had their ups and downs, they had their powerhouse moments, but when we got to interview them on
Bisa
the
ini,
broadcast,
stream snap.
how like
Iya, langsung
mentally
palanya nongol
clear
dari
did
atas.
Naughty sound at that point? It's almost like it was really refreshing, and I was like, this is a
Dis lah anjing, orang berdiri di dis
gentot. But it was just like a
Masih
very
game.
new Naughty, I'll go ahead and say. Like
It's like a resurgence of like, okay, how
Habis
long
ini
have I been in
Asia.
this? Like, what is the different results
LGS.
that I'm trying to aim for, right?
Enggak,
I can
semua
see
region,
talented players
EWC.
on my team. What can I
Oh.
utilize taking my knowledge, my experience in the scene, and what can I bring here to elevate
Kira mah.
these crazy fraggers? I mean, we see kind of an iteration of this team in different regions, right, Tiff? I mean, one that comes to mind, and at least
Ya
you know,
kan
is
bener
Urban
kripto
Alliance.
di
And
ban.
really, like, leading the team when it
Gua
comes to
di map
setting
ngeliat
out the
drone
units,
kripto
right?
banyak
And that's
bener.
kind of what we've been seeing with Naughty, as we also have
Ada
to
pilihan.
highlight the 100% pick rate over onto the crypto.
Oh,
yeah,
langsung
I mean,
mampus.
you buy crypto, not gonna
Kayak
miss
apa
you,
dong
but all
sekarang?
the crypto EMPs, all the
Sir.
Dragons in the sky for the
Di mana
information.
tapi
We're not
mainnya?
gonna have that. Alter, however, was 17 picks in game 1. So if things kind of go
Ini
in
semua-
that same
semua
route, there's a
map,
good
terus.
chance we could see Alter be the next, because the closest aside from that was
Terus
Constant.
You know
Apa?
what I'm also thinking about here too, Tiff, because
Semua
now
map
that
ini.
goes out of the table, right? And we're seeing
Tergantung
some of these
sih.
teams prio
Satu grup.
info.
Yeah.
I don't think we
6, pokoknya 6 match. Bisa lebih sih.
over by stadium, so now you're forced to
Bisa
take
map
a
yang
lot of
sama,
position towards
tergantung
energy
map
by the choke to try to
band
get that read
ada
instead,
band map.
yeah, which is where we saw
Nggak ada dong.
originally before we saw that crazy pile up.
Olympus
Yeah,
ya sih?
a lot of teams coming out.
Dory, PX,
Nggak tahu dah,
Edge.
nanti ada.
So I think
Biasanya tuh
Falcons were- obviously they
yang
were
gede
better
sih.
than
Ya
that.
semuanya ada lah harusnya. Map Apex berapa sih?
Having
BG BG BG.
attack you over here, and it was all fun and games until they got shut down. But that goes to show you how they're viewing the group stages, right? We're prioritizing fighting on Edge, racking up our kill points, and then saying, sure, if we get a win out of this, great. That's
Map
12
Apex
points
saya
over.
dikit
But as long
anjir.
as we're getting
Terakhir
top
pacaran
5
kapan, Des?
consistently with kills, that is a
Udah
great
lama
way to
banget,
get through the group stages.
Until they had to be met with that.
Makanya jadi gila anjing.
Yeah, that would hurt. That's one of those things where you start seeing the
Diketawain
negative
gua,
things, and you're
monyet.
like, I'm done.
Or
I'm
sometimes
sorry.
you don't actually.
Jilat
So
tuh,
you have to
jilat. Tuh
show
kan tadi
it.
jilat, jilat.
How did that happen?
Oh man, and then you get yeeted out into
Sabar
the
gua
zone, even fall off from
ngaturin
the high
ini
ground,
dulu.
which is a really
Display
scary
capture.
situation to be in. But yeah, I definitely agree when it comes to trying to
Capture
play
map.
incredibly aggressive.
Aduh,
But then there's
window
also,
harusnya.
I mean, even teams like what we saw from JD Gaming, we keep highlighting, holding and choking out the teams that are forced to come from that southern east side of the zone of Humber, and then trying to actually contest a lot of these teams. Whereas even teams like AGG playing a lot more patiently, playing into those compositions when it comes to playing safe, but kind of being forced to look through the windows, getting these resets with the altar portal, and to
Papasan
allow
tadi
these teams to
Asbro,
get a little
kok berubah?
aggressive, but maybe not as aggressive as some of
Kan
these
udah
other teams. And
ada.
it did work out for Wolves, honestly, at the very
Ya
end,
elah.
right? They saw them clean up the
Main nice,
KD that they
suka bang.
needed by the
Cuekin
very
orang
end
aja.
without giving away their building for free.
Yeah, and that's where I get really excited. I'm always
Tara pengen
curious
main
what's
jauh
that
aja.
going to look like for Wolves in particular.
Lagi
I
agak
talked about it earlier.
ring gede.
No name, right? Just coming
Aman
in with a large majority of those kills, but it is that moment where you have your team working as a unit. If you have to look and say, yeah, I've got the most kills, that's
Yeah,
probably because
biar
someone else
langsung
threw down a brunt force of damage, and you're just saying, hey, I'm just picking it off. So can we do that again? I hope so, because if you drop, 2 20-point games, you're pretty looking good in this series. You're going to be at the top, and that is how you avoid that.
Trio
Hang on a
bapuk
second.
aja.
Let's focus in on that. Who we got
Trio
there?
bapuk.
We got fans, is what we got. I was like, my
Very
man.
saturated. I tried.
Justru ya liat Piala Dunia anjing komen-komen orang.
I'm like the worst person when it comes to that too. I cannot even see like my hands in
Oh
front
iya,
of me.
Pildun ya?
When it comes to this.
I choose not to wear my glasses and contacts, so I can't
Nabrak
see
ini,
past
Pi.
6 feet.
Nabrak ke
There's a
suara
reason why I'm a little psychotic when it comes to standing up and playing and standing up and getting hyped here, guys, for take game number 1 within our first look of groups A and B. And now we move right back over onto E District. We talked about the POIs earlier, Tiff. Now we get to see where this zone is going to be
Dalam
this time
apa?
around. Will it be a
Luar.
little bit more so towards
Luar.
the western side of zone? Maybe a different look around, because we've been seeing City Hall throughout Pro League. We see the
Turun
100
aja.
zone
Dalam
this
ya?
time around and changing things up as we get started. We first take a look
Okay,
at Wolves
let's
and
go.
what legend
Okay,
is going to
let's
be
go.
banned next
Mulai.
here as they roll out with the Alter, Walton, as well as the Mad Maggie.
Ooh, okay, Wolves here. You can already see the changes coming through, but I still
Oh,
think that they're going to run at some things. Where the initial circle goes for them, Wolves landing at Humbert.
Lah hilang anjir.
Pull towards the south because it shows them already in the next circle, which begs my question. Where
Tolong.
are we headed? I hear the
Ah.
console kind of queuing on up, and there's a look at the circle, and it is south again. Times are
Dalam deh.
changing, Vicky. And Genji Esports, you may have been first out of the lobby in map number 1, but this is your time to shine.
I mean, they had a survey beacon, but it's not like that would provide
Betul,
maybe the
betul.
information that they
Yeah.
want, considering that a lot of these teams are now just starting to rotate too.
Habis
So
pula situ.
I see a draft point zone, and I know Grace was very happy when it comes to seeing these zones too. Just all of the experience of playing with Grace
Oke, Bang.
myself. But it's great too when it comes to having information, right? When it comes to having that survey beacon. I'm
Dua
wondering
spots,
here, just looking at a lot of these teams collapse on one another over by draft point.
Good
Yeah, that's
shot.
what I was looking for. The
Rapping,
ring
rapping,
console
yeah.
and survey are going to be there, so you could expect some teams to prevent other squads who are rotating a little late to get information, while the other teams that have to go in from later POIs, further POIs rather, will be able to side quest to get that information themselves.
Yeah, you've got Dory all the way up at Lotus, right? And they're a squad that doesn't have Wanted. They're still electing to run Seer, which has an 18 pick.
Merah.
in
Lah
the
Bang
lobby.
Jan,
So
buset.
that will likely be your next ban here. We're going to get him out early before we move on to Storm Point later on. But for Team
Map 2, oke, let's go.
bringing out
Iya,
the
cowok udah
win.
map 2. Jadi Wolf yang menang.
Chan, you are my favorite player
Wolf.
right now.
Nge-lag ketot.
Muter terus, muter.
Feeling a
World Cup
little risky,
2026.
aren't we? No, but I do like this though when it comes to trying to go in for these different rotates, but then you won't have the same type of reset that we saw in game number 1 with the amount of ultras that we had, which is important, right? You mentioned the Seer, that's going to be our next Legends band. Won't be able to see the double tax coming out here, and maybe even more when it comes to a lot of these teams coexisting in these buildings, but it's about getting the information, looking at our fans in the audience, live from Paris, everybody. Game number 2, as you call in the evac already to make your next move, because Tiff, a lot of teams have already found themselves over on this draft point side, but I mean, it's great to be a Gen G fan, especially after a lackluster game number 1, because, you know, as you already mentioned, being the first team out, but being able to come out with the survey beacon and ring console from Shipyard Arcade will allow them to sit pretty on the southern side of zone where no other teams will be able to get that set of information and traverse through the bridge where they could clear their backs.
Yeah, exactly. And as we look at Flat and where they've set up, you have to think about Qzier there, like on Seer, right? We have to grab the survey beacon. They hail from Viaduct. They only have the survey beacon, and you're going to see a ton of people moving into that vicinity, just kind of around draft point and a little bit south. So you're saying that's where we need to play from. We make that call. We say this is exactly our play style. We have the Watson. We can fence this area up. JD Gaming also choosing to play around the vicinity.
Mau ribut lagi ini dia. Jadi sama Flat.
That you have to be able to hold it. But for AG Global on that eastern side of things, making their push.
Ini mau ribut lagi. Jadi sama inian.
Is 2 knocks away from 1,000 knocks. Okay, like that's insane.
Ooh, hold on.
We need it here in this game, right?
Right down the stats. Tiff has spoken, especially when it comes to tracking some of these players that have been reoccurrent in our lands. AGG now moving outside of Humbert. Falcons are prowling right behind them, by the way, who want to pride. We're getting the Evo Harvester on the northeastern side of Humbert, very similar to where that last zone pool was, before they make their rotate, perhaps through the choke of Shipyard Arcade, because again, it's that big set of information that Gen G already prioed very early on with the ring console and survey beacon. But Gen G did give up that space for right now. As you can see them right now, they're going to be able to try to look over by Viaduct, but guess who was there by the survey?
On the edge again, Gen G.
They don't want to try to contest for playing on the edge of zone in that direction that leads into draft point, so they actually get right back over to Shipyard Arcade before AGG or even Falcons. They want to try to
habis ini alter kayak ini Ben.
Falcons now
Alter lagi ini.
but do they have the information that Gen G is waiting for
Match
them
6 jam. Bisa.
Yeah, it was a really interesting game
Enggak
for
sih.
Falcons, right? Because how often do we find them so far outside of zone in the north, right? So knowing that they start from stadium, that was a journey for them.
Tapi
That was
bisa
full of
jadi
resets
sih
and
6 jam
stabilization
juga.
and looking for kills. But what do we do this time?
RRQ
We
masih
actually
nanti
go
malaman
south.
kok.
We comb together a couple of evacs. We take to the sky, and now Guild switches off Seer. Waltzy's on Seer. Guild's on Watson, and we're saying, where do we want to set up? Well, you set up by the ring console. You play for information.
Ooh, and they were able to get there for free. All right, we take that. Let me tell you, especially when Gen G's like looking above them, seeing Falcons fly from above. He heard the evac tower and does end up crashing down before they end up rotating probably through Old Town, taking their time, while AGG, we saw them earlier taking shots at Falcons. They're not going to try to prio and contest Falcons there by Shipyard Arcade, because with a lot of these teams being able to have a reset of the
GNG,
ultra teams in general, there could be a lot of griefing that could be done, especially with the influence of Axel that we were seeing in this lobby.
It's so interesting looking at Gen G, you know, the 8th seed coming in from APAC South. This is one of those squads that didn't have the best scrim average when it comes down to it. Sure, 33rd average, but you said, Vicky, we take it with a grain of salt. We just compile on that performance. Some of that's done due to ping, right? But when you get to land, you kind of lock in. You're running on 2 hours of sleep. We're just happy to have you here for day 1. We just want to see, get you kind of those initial flows moving. What's the pace of the lobby look like? And really
tadi Valorant tukang lawat. Tukang lawak.
Honestly, all props to them.
Emang iya ya?
Nothing but nice.
Iya.
A shell of my former existence, but that's why they're here, locked and loaded.
Getting
that adrenaline going here with a lot of our teams already making their way, VP being one of them, by the way, where they were able to send out that altar player to be already put down that TP, so that way they can help out with their rotates, while also getting the survey beacon, as well as the ring console that's on the other side of the wall. And DCG also are keeping their eye on VP.
Oh
because
iya,
so many teams
gue
now
nggak terlalu
are looking at
nonton
Heretics,
Palo
Unlimited,
sih.
even Shopify, who have to come from a very far away over to the
Ring
north
2-nya
side,
kemana tuh?
will be able to side quest over
City
to
Hall.
that survey beacon. And then on the opposite end, Tiff, same thing could be said about Falcons with the way that they want to take a roundabout position, but Gen G
Mos gue hilang.
find themselves in a fight.
Oh ada.
Trade and Yanya is one
Oh
that
my
goes
god.
down first for
Ente
AG Global.
Yenji.
Sure, you turn it around at the
Baru
hands
dapet
of
biru.
Paris, but Yanya does not get the
Baru
knocks
dapet
that he needs
biru,
to
cowok.
exceed 1,000. You know, it's going to be a little bane of your existence to breach that 1,000.
Genji baru
but the
biru,
moment you do,
anjir.
then you're going to find all the knocks. But that's a nice way to make sure that we clear out our backs in the south down here near Old Town. Sure, we're fighting. We're going to rotate back in. You're going to look at, you're right, Deep Cross Gaming.
Tyler FPS di sini ya guys ya.
For Falcons, who, right, they took the path up through the south and they just kind of like slammed themselves in the middle of everyone.
Hey, they found themselves in the middle of a lot of these teams and waiting to see where the zone's going to pull, but I really do like the aggression that we saw from AGG, who were holding out on the outskirts of
Alter
Humber
sih
before they
kayaknya dah.
went outside of the zone to where
Abis
they're
ini,
over
Jing.
at Old Town, a survey beacon to see
Di
where
Ben.
everybody is situated in. While DCG are ahead of them, while AGG are now resetting.
Nggak bisa
We
dia.
talked about Falcons before, and they're playing to their strengths when it comes to these current
Dia nggak bisa
compositions
nyatuin,
that are
anjing.
on them, right? You still have the Alter, you have the Seer getting the info, as well as the Watson, just to sit down pretty. But with all their teams now getting some poking shots from afar, some teams still rocking the full blue here, unlike Falcons who are full purple.
Well, I'm keeping my eyes on Flat up there in the bus, locked down thanks to the Watson. You've got Havoc down as well, but as our free cam keeps navigating through, Virtus Pro on the horizon. This is a squad that went out 19th in map number 1. So trying to bounce back from that performance here. It's a great way to make it happen. You throw a Hemlock in, you kind of keep that pressure from a distance, you're behind your fences, and you're inside that next circle for this one
Wah,
and
parah,
the
parah,
next
parah, parah.
one. So we're feeling safe
Yeah.
out of the cluster of teams out towards your west.
Where it's going to be scary.
Yeah.
Because especially when, like, if you don't have control over some of these bridges where you have a lot of these open angles, you're going to see teams like Dory saying, Hasta la vista, we're taking a different rotate through the vent side.
Berisik
The
banget sih, Rep.
south side of Energy Bank, leading into draft point through that tunnel. That's incredibly risky, right, Tiff? Because you still have Shopify, who are holding that north side of draft point, a limit, who will be able to look at the opposition from the other bridge side when it comes to getting out of the western side of the zone where Team Heretics are making their rotate. And Falcons are looking to gatekeep PXX as they also come in to get the
Wah, ini
next zone.
nggak ketemu nggak sih
You
anjing?
mentioned Heretics, and
nggak
as we kind
ketemu.
of looked at them on their
Heretic
path, they
ngambil
did rotate into the
tempatnya gimana
western
anjing, ngambil
side of
kompornya?
things, and they try to find some coverage and immediately get sought out by Unlimited Post.
Di
Alonzi
kiri
and
situ
Jan's here.
bisa, tapi bukan
What
ada
are you
orang
gonna
tadi.
do to make this happen? You've got information, you do have the exhibit in your back pocket, but you don't quite want to burn this. You will if you have to. You do have the two
Nekat anjir
ultra
kalau
cells
main di
in the
mobil, Mak.
inventory. This is going to force you to go this way. You're going to have to commit. You got Falcons straight ahead, Unlimited out to the left, Dory still looking for a home, and you know that they are ready to fight
Bapaknya
for
siapa
it
itu?
with that altar, with the Mad Maggie at their hands.
Gonna pull up there too. Oh, we get to see Jet's parents from afar. I love how we get to see their beautiful faces out in the crowd. Great energy from this family here.
It's not a LAN if we don't get to see Papa Jen. And of course, Jen's not going to be competing here today.
Right.
He did actually, was going to sub in for Gen G, but those
Gila,
boys, they
Gen G
got everything
persplot,
approved.
anjing.
They're on the stage here now, but it's still really nice to see them here supporting. And as we look at those next circles and where things are moving, AG Global, who were last down by Old Town, have carved their way all the way up towards the north. You can see they're still
Gila,
looking
minggir
for
banget ya mainnya.
things like resources, survey beacons, like all of that. But as that circle pops to the eastern side of things, this is so good for their end game.
And it's really true. That's why you're seeing them take the evac because, while they were able to take their time, you see the light arsenal that was right to their south.
Yep.
For trying to get info on where a lot of these other teams are. And in Valkyrie, but it's about just finding out what the rest
Masih
of the lobby
nungguin
is
ya.
looking like from afar because they have the TP set up in case they need to kind of go back towards the outskirts of Humber, but growing together as a unit, flying over the heads of
Ini mau
VP.
mana coba itu orang?
They find the safety of some of these buildings over by
Masih
Dragon, which,
kosong.
by the way, this building is free. They actually get there
The hell?
in front of VP.
Bisa
and because
kosong,
they have
anjing.
the ring information, they're able to get here very late into the zone, which is why they were able to scan the survey beacon on the outskirts of the light arsenal, see that this was free, and get here without even needing that info. info.
The best part about all of this is because this building is free, is so many teams had placed their bets on the west side. They're going to have to
Oh
make
my god.
mass
Dia
exits.
kenapa bisa di situ
You
coba?
have to, if you are on this side, stand tall and own it.
Oh
Bonus
my
throw,
god.
Taskmaster fully eliminated. Osis down, and Trinity finishes it out. A team that was already in that next circle has now been evicted, and Trinity claims their spot.
Okay.
Open up like the Kool-Aid man. He completely cleared the building versus VP, which is important because Genji, by the way, also go out first this second game around.
I missed that Genji.
It was on the other side here, and then VP meet them back in the lobby, being the second team to fall. It's just a fact.
That's okay.
I mean, it's round 3, and you still have all these teams safe.
You give those boys some 5 hours of sleep, they're going to be playing completely different. They're going to feel just like themselves. So the Falcons, though, yeah, we're testing fate with some more nades.
Go
They
CEO.
were a little bit- They fell victim to nades in
Let's
map
go
number 1,
CEO.
and we're looking to throw some more.
Hey, you know what happens when you're at the circus juggling through these nades yourself? Putting in some pressure when you get to hear some of these reses also go off, Tiff.
Oh boy, we got Zeta Division on the other side of this, and when you think of Falcons rotating in from the west side, you're like, why are the Falcons so far over here, right? Don't they land in Stadium? You saw that southern rotation. You saw them grabbing that information, and they chose this side of things.
And you know, while Falcons are sitting here just trying to make their next move, let's jump into a listening with Falcons to see how they plan this next rotate.
You go underneath the water if we evac, like low ground water, if that's possibly open.
Mukanya Hal ketutupan gua anjing.
Just drop it, second floor, I'm coming to you. Dropping it. We have to do it in between the buildings somehow, and not get shot. Okay. Tell me when you want me to start grouping with you, because I'm just starting.
Panggil itu dia. Apa biru itu?
All right, well, we get to see Hal's face, you know, moving around and letting the
Dia
rest
bukan
of the boys
nembaknya
know
pas
where to go next. We
ngokangnya
get to
itu
see
loh,
where that zone pool is
PK.
looking too, because
PK kan
round 4
trok-trok.
is closing right behind their backs, and by the way, we still have 8
Stoknya lebih oke.
still left
Ya stok sama
in
bolt.
this game, but it's
Kalau mau
about to
nembak
be
kayak
a
keluar
bloodbath
cepet
of
bolt.
Falcons. Take to the skies, and they get to fly over the
Nggak tahu deh.
insane battleground underneath
Lu
their feet.
mencetnya lama
The
kali.
Venn diagram of Seer exhibits, they say, you know what,
Mereka
we're
cepet
playing
aja.
the long game, we're going deeper into it, we're challenging and landing nearby Dory and Trinity. Dory on the low side, they immediately
Oh
feel
my
that
god,
pressure
dia
as
langsung
they go
di
under
F
fire.
dong.
But it's Dory that starts to deal the brunt
Dory
of it as
kenapa langsung
Muncul, their
nge-F?
coach, stepping in
Dory
to
apa?
show is one of the ones
Falcon
to follow.
yang
And
nge-F,
Dory are
Cok.
Can you hold now against Trinity, who portal down to the low ground?
Not today, though. Nice pressure as Hal is looking to reset. They take one out, and now
Masih
they're
zona
looking
emang.
at Trinity, who wanted to try to contest, and they had the information from the Seer scan originally, but with the zone closing in,
anjing.
safe with a
Bah,
slow
satu
into
cok
that
zonanya.
zone, and that's what happens, as it's really only an isolated 1v1 fight between Trinity and Falcons.
They didn't have anyone fall.
Wah,
too
zona
much
yang
damage
ngaco,
there. They
anjing.
reset nicely. They get the gen down, but the chaos is still going. Floating makes
Zonanya
it up here, and
ngaco.
immediately lets the R9 shred to the pieces. You do have some poke damage from behind, so you immediately start playing the doorway. Havoc ahead of you for fun as well. They've already used their exhibits in the earlier fight, so let's fence them in. Hijack enabled.
Yeah, and then you see like the painting of Watson fences on the ground. Shubi just trying to hijack that himself, JDG. Looking to sit down here and try to look ahead because we did see that the reset was trying to come in, and they
Wih,
hear
di
it.
F,
Heard the
anjir.
bullets coming in right through the
Lawan
wall
ngeres.
box, and they try to show face while they're at it, because while they try to take this fight, they don't want to give up this building because Flat are looking overhead at For Fun and JD, but they're also splitting their attention to the Zedai,
Oh, belum ada
who are currently
Cappy,
on the
anjir.
bridge.
And I love that they have floating on that movement axle, one of 3 in our lobby. It really frees them open to make some of these players. You had Nitro Gate across, and you just keep that pressure on.
What the?
For Falcons, things are looking a
Falcon.
little different than when we left them, right? They immediately shut down that push from Trinity, who decide, hey, we'll go back up to high ground, we'll try to challenge yet again.
Yeah, they definitely found Dory in that too. The fact that they were able to get away with that is insane. But now
wiped the memory.
Yeah, literally, like, and they were able to still hold down while AGG trying to contest Trinity, trying to greet them, allowing Falcons to now move
Falcon
on.
ke atas,
That
Cok.
one member of Trinity said, "Hasta la vista, I'm out of here."
Gila
I
ya.
don't want any business of this action while AGG are looking. They got Yenny up originally. finally, but not for very long. Falcons
Wah, gelo Falcon anjing.
Falcons are cleaning up heads for this game number 2.
Falcons are making light work of their rotation.
Gelo,
They're
cu.
finding the resistance. They're shutting it down. JD Gaming for fun also going to fall on the western side of things. And now as teams really set their sights onto landing into this hectic endgame, where do you play from? We saw Flat, who had the bridge. They called it, right? And they get that high ground. They can shoot down. Wolves, your map 1 winners, are finding themselves in a precarious situation.
I mean, the fact that Flat is just looking down on everybody, right?
Oh my
and the fact that you're
God.
just frying
Oh my
for
God.
it,
Oh
and you
my
got
God.
that
Oh my God.
full extended light mag,
Oh my God.
He's going to be able to just keep farming with this rampage.
Wolf
No extended heavy
and
mag
TS Tech 5.
necessary here. While Wolves, by the way, do get eliminated. Your game 1 winners out of this lobby in fifth.
Nyayur anjing
But the
Falcon.
altar is just so crazy for these resets. Flat is looking in 2 different directions. Shopify is clinging on for dear life,
Nyayur,
seeing if they can
yo.
perhaps get a reset,
Falcon open.
as they did lose out on their altar originally playing underneath the bridge.
I don't think we were able to pick up Koifel just yet. It's the Falcons opening fire or preventing the reset. It's
Ayo.
only a matter of time
Nyayur
before Shopify
anjing.
does fall, because also Flat is looking at them too.
Look at Falcons. Look at their position right now. They are farming 7 total KP in this second game alone. As
Gelo.
we'll see, it's a strike to find
Lapan anjing.
going for a little
Main
bit of
sih.
revenge. While Flat do pepper in some damage onto them, but this entire north side of zone has been clear for Falcons.
2 members of Shopify Rebellion were able to stave off that push, right? You can see Zainu still on the
Champion
ground.
20 berapa ya?
Zap is going to work towards that
26
pickup. They're out of
Kayak
sight from
26.
Flat. They're out of sight from Falcons. And Game and Gladiators, who have roamed in from the southeastern side, have maybe gone under the radar the entire map, but they still have 4 kills. They have a power
Floating.
position.
Eh,
And so long as Team
floating.
Falcons is
JDG.
preoccupied with Flat and the remnants of Shopify, Game can take a smart fight.
Walk
Belum.
up,
Masih ada.
tiptoeing a little bit to
Lah,
see
gua
if they
nggak
can try
lihat
to
nih, tapi.
harass Flat. While they
Iya, iya
lose
turu
out
cowok
on
anjing,
User now,
entek.
just trying to see if they can
Gua nggak
get
lihat
the
skill
res.
fit tadi.
They put down the TP.
Tinggal
Falcons out. They
Shopify,
fully send it onto Shopify, who are still
Gladiator,
clinging on for dear life.
Falcon.
They TP outside of this situation. The exhibit for exhibit, though, giving everybody the info while
Flat nih
Gil
apa flat
is
ya?
farming Shopify. Get cleaned up at the
Dah,
hands of
ini,
Gil
Cok,
with some help
Falcon
from
anjing.
Zane. Some extra KP for Game and
Itu
Gladiators.
ya.
And now we have our
10
last 3
anjing.
spots for game number 2.
Flat starting in Viaduct here towards the end. Game and Gladiators, who decided, hey, we're going from uptown,
si
we're
Zen-
making our
Zen
way
juga.
in. And Falcons, who have had one heck of a game
Oh,
too. The
dia tinggal
trade
TP
going back
doang.
and forth. 12
Tinggal TP doang, Falcon.
and down
Champion
to the final
sudah.
2. It is only Game and Gladiators
Ayo.
standing in their way for a map 1 guild. Reeling back,
Ayo.
setting up some of their own fences as Zane looks to
Wah,
play,
iya.
but Gil
GG
brings it
Falcon,
out,
anjir.
answers back. The trades come through,
GG
and Gil
Falcon.
and Hal stand firm. They swing around
Whoop.
Blast, and a 1v1, and
Wah.
they take it. Team Falcons are your
GG
winners.
Falcon, GG cok.
Opening the door real quick and waiting to put down the exhibit. They go hard and they go home with the amount of KP that they were able to take for game number 2.
What
GG,
a match
Falcon.
for the Falcons, who, despite having a strong start in map number 1, walk away with a 13th place and 4 kills, but then say, you know what, we've got this. We were your Scrim Reapers as we set practice coming into this LAN. We've hoisted trophies. We know how to do it. We just have to lock it in. And to drop 15 kills, a 3,200 damage differential on this lobby just goes to show you that it didn't matter where they started. They traversed the entirety of the south side of E District and took the craziest rotation in from the west.
And I'm like facepalm. Like the fact that they were able to get into that zone, destroy Dory. Like no one's gonna be finding Dory, at least for that game number 2. But the fact that they stayed alive, Trinity couldn't greet them because they tried to show face, but then Falcons was able to pepper them out, get a little bit of revenge, and then thanks to AGG, they were able to actually come out on top on that rotate.
Yeah, to be fair, I think because that was the defining moment of match number 2 was that evac as we kind of go through the very end of the game from Hal's POV on the side. He's the altar, he's got the portals, he's making the play. Zane does try to go behind, gets dropped, and Lufka here. Now it's going to be Blast last standing for Gen G, but just look at how they stick together on the Falcon side of things and then just kind of put the finishing touches as they swarm in. However, I will say for Game and Gladiators, getting a 2nd place in match number 2 is great. They were top 5 in map number 1. And what do we ask for of our teams when it comes to LAN performances? Consistency.
Yep. And it's really hard too when it comes to dealing with this international talent. When you bring everybody on the same stage, I get to hear the crowd going wild here when it comes to Gaming Gladiators as well. I know family members have flown out from all around
we got
the
Blast
world.
Sister right there. Hi, girl.
I love it. Charlotte, I love the way that they are always coming through to support the family of Gaming Gladiators, but giving them the energy tip. You talk about consistency and still being able to find yourself in a top 5 finish goes the distance in our 6 series when it comes to groups A and B for this first half.
And they were one of the teams, right, in match number 1 that had decided, we're going to play Watson, right? We're going to play something a little different. And you kind of just keep going through the lobby in that regard. You just make groups. It's time to learn almost. This is the moment in which you are setting yourselves up for deeper into the week, where a lot of those games convert. There's $600,000 for first place on Sunday. Of course, you get a glorious trophy. But $600K? Oof.
You know how I feel about that one.
I mean, I do.
Anybody though, but it's also...
In this economy?
I'm sure.
Yes.
And then it's a way that they are able to also not only take away from that, but like even if you look back at last year, Weekend Gaming came out on top, winning last year's Split 1 playoffs at EWC, and being able to kind of come out of left field, right? We take a look at these highlights and what that means to not only take that first place spot, but start yourself strong, right? Falcons coming in swinging game number 2. You were talking about the way that they were trying to hold these split angles with Falcons, man. They were able to also see that Zane, who had taken the portal down, isolated 2 of his teammates, leaving only Blast alive before the end of it, and then Guild getting the finishing blow with the RE45. Can we also talk about, I mean, since scrims, right, but the RE45, man. It's like being put into a microwave, making your eyes water, but it's a great start here for Falcons as well.
Truly a 27-point game in match number 2. Based off the fact that they had, what, 4 or 5 points in match number 1. We're north of 30. We're feeling good. But let's go ahead. We'll jump to a quick commercial break, and we'll get more action on the other side.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
And welcome back to the ALGS Split 1 playoffs at EWC 2026. Oh, 2 games down and a long way to go until you're in that match point finals. But groups A and B, you know, they've really been showing out. We talked about consistency. We talked about Gaming Gladiators. I'm actually really impressed with Flat, who set up early there with their Watson fences inside the bus. On the high ground, you got Nano, Big Louie, Q. They've always kind of been one of the most, dare I say, underrated teams of the Americas. They have these like pop-off performances and you're like, okay, let's see it again. And to drop 6 kills, get a 13-point game, positive damage differential, those are the starts. Shopify Rebellion, who grab a top 4 there as well. Just a couple of kills, but the fact that they were just trying to stay alive on the low ground is something to be said to make it to 4th. Our winners of match number 1 do end up in the top 5 scenario as well, so the points line is going to look great for them. And Vicky, we're saying goodbye to Seer.
Hasta la vista to Seer. No more of that double tech shenanigans here. But you know what that also means, Tiff, because we're still going on to E District for our final game, match number 3 here, guys, before we transition onto Storm Point. The altars have been a problem. Got to talk about, you know, getting those resets for free. You may not get the double stun here, but it's being able to get through these difficult rotations that the altar does provide. If you do not have an evac tower at the ready here, or even a jump tower in general, to be able to make some of these rotates themselves, especially for the teams like we saw from AGG who take their time to play objective, get information if they know they're going to slow rotate, and prioritize these survey beacons.
You say AG Global, and I'm like, did Yanya get us 2 knocked? Did he get us 2 knocks? Did I send a curse out into the universe because all I saw was Yanya getting knocked first, and that's very uncharacteristic of that roster. And I was like, I shouldn't have said anything until it was achieved. Now, here's the cool part, right? You talked about Dory a lot when Falcons rotated in. On the screen, you've got Muscle subbing in for Show, and Muscle is actually the coach of this roster. Match number 1, locks in the crypto. And if you're going to have your coach that can play to the level of pro play on LAN for you and to be in there, you're getting like all this information and all the strats in real time. I hear you, crowd. I see you going crazy for Lushka, Zane, and Blast. Those cheers they're there, and they're earned, right? These are the teams, we said it earlier, they show up when it comes to it at LAN all the time.
It's about being consistent, right? Before we make that transition to a map that maybe some of these teams find themselves kind of snowballing a little bit. There's a little bit of that stall, right, when it comes to momentum. But if anything, with Falcons and the way that they've been performing, dude, I mean, 18 total KP in just 2 games alone is what you like to see. You highlight Wolves who, you know, coming out of winning game number 1, who still find themselves in a top 5 finish for game number 2, trailing right behind them. I believe it's like 28 total points, but it's Falcons that not only took that dub previously, but with a good amount of KP to their name. Guild really stepping up. I mean, Hal is right behind him with like a 1 kill difference, right? So he's got 6 KP, as well as Waltzy, who's also been able to get these beautiful follow-ups. But it's about this 3rd game to set us up before we make that change up to Stormpoint.
Yeah, and especially if you're not good at Stormpoint, which, let's be real, Stormpoint's been in competitive for quite some time now, and I think Axel's going to make a large move when we move on over to Stormpoint. Then you need to focus on E-District. That's your better map. Get the majority of your points here. You mentioned Wolves, top 5 in map number 2. They were the first seed coming in from APAC South, and they had a really stellar match day performance record when you think about it. Sure, it kind of fell off in 7th place performance on the regional finals, but before that, they won, I believe, 3 match days in the regular split one. That's consistent.
That is actually crazy here. And it's about being able to put that energy right when you're here at land. And that's what matters in trying to find your footing as we get set up for game number 3, everybody. We highlighted the POI draft. We've seen already, what is it, like 2 southern maps already, that was rather zones that we've seen so far, Tiff. One of them being the first game pulling over to Humbert, while the other one pulling onto the outskirts, closer to the bridge side of Draft Point.
Yeah, and it's like, do we go south again? Do we? And honestly, I will say, teams played a lot quicker in match number 1 in terms of like, we saw more teams fall out of the lobby faster. They were fighting, they were kind of just getting all this chaos and the nerves out of the way and just chowing everything. Match number 2, going back down south, was a bit more reserved, but now it's time for game number 3 on E-District. Will the tides turn? Will we go to the north? Will we have another victor?
Or who will stand tall as the Eiffel Tower that you saw right there in the back, everybody. I mean, yeah, we got to see it yesterday, right? And it gives a lot of motivation for these teams with the way that Falcons have now set themselves up, primed and ready to go into this final game on E-District before we transcend over onto Stormpoint. And by the way, one of the zones that we talked about, it may not be the southern zone as we've seen the back-to-back for game 1 and 2, but Tiff, you mentioned it before, and it looks like a zone that we've seen plenty of times in Pro League as we get to highlight Shopify Rebellion over by their POI over on City Hall.
And this is the best part. Falcons Guild on the Watson, grabs the ring console over at Stadium. We see the pop, and this is where that immediately goes, hey, we gotta run. We're going towards the north. It pulls right onto City Hall. Like you said, Shopify Rebellion fighting for their lives in that top 5 in match number 2, now have to contend with everyone running at you. Flat, ZI Esports already on the run. Havoc is going to have a nice moment here because we can look for information, but they're going to catch wind of everyone just full sending to the north. So a lot of teams are going to seek to join them. Wolves Esports over from the eastern side of things will do so as well for fun on the north, and JD Gaming dropping evacs of their own.
The amount of the Warden that I see her presence in this lobby too, Tiff. When you take a look at the teams that are starting to rotate, Mad Maggie is the most picked legend in this lobby, followed by Watson, which is like a 2-pick difference that has now put Mad Maggie in jail. So we will not be seeing Mad Maggie going onto game number 4, which is important because it opens up a lot of these different legend compositions as we see Shopify already taking an early fight with teams already rotating into City Hall very early.
We talked about it, and now Zedai on the outside, Virtus Pro at their back, zaps across the way. This is where you have to play to perfection because third parties will show up. Indeed, from behind, drops the knock onto him, drops the fence, and Shopify cannot defend the homeland.
They may have had the POI advantage, but with them out of the lobby, Zedai are looking to get the res over onto the Deathbox. Floating, by the way, is farming with the Sentinel in hand. Dory cannot catch a break, but Zedai now moving up. It's going to be Trinity on the other side of the roof side. And with so many ultras still in the lobby, this fight could be isolated for now, but not for very long here because Flat are also within the vicinity as well as for fun.
All right, Falcons getting into a bit of action off screen as well as everyone still fights their way up towards where we're currently situated. Wolves from Humbert start to make their appearance. And I think that's great for Trinity. Lock down the building across the way. You can see where Zedai are. They've got the fences outlining the zips. Things are getting crazy. And for Deep Cross Gaming, Xiaoxin already down and Falcons are on the prowl.
They're hungry. They're carrying this momentum into game number 3 now, with them being able to get that knock and the finishing blow into the knock player. They don't want any resets.
Lo Alter masih belum di-ban anjir.
And it's an isolated fight at that. I really like this rotate that we're going to expect from Falcons, because they have surgery week in 4 days, and they're on the hunt. Blood in the water, as they're not going to let this player just get away for free.
Do you know why I love that portal so much? Instead of like, you can kind of like snake your way up there out of sight just barely, and they go up there, they find no real issues, and they just take down Louis-san there. Great work from the Falcons on their strategic fighting. You really can't expect anything less from the Falcons. That's what they're going to do.
Scary when the Falcons are out. But AG Global, who also want to capitalize off the ring console and some more info as they hear the fighting in the distance, are going to show faith, but they will be a little late. These EG do manage to get away. That one player coming out of Heights, and Falcons looking to reset, but we're taking a look at the other fight happening with round 1 closing up, and the crazy pileup that we have over onto the northwestern side. Gen G versus Zeta over on the outskirts of Street Market. With that one member of Zeta, by the way, who already put down the portal. That's important, because Zeta will be able to get a free reset over by Neon Square on the edge of that next zone. But then we get to see this beautiful replay too. And it's going to be Shopify over by their POI, which at the moment, they really needed to come out on top, considering after 2 games alone, they're sitting in 9th place overall with only 12 total points, 5 KP over the course of 2 games.
Well, to be fair, Gen G's not the first team out of the lobby for match number 3. They drop the Mad Maggie ball. We see the initial knocks coming in. They take Mike down. They go for the full. And if I'm Zeta, I have to focus on, do we see a reset? Can we be evasive when it's your Watson player last standing and just trying to make a reset? We try to make it happen.
Well, the fans are giving them the energy, though. Zeta Division are on the run, and Gen G are hungry.
We got kills.
This southwestern side of the zone, and Tiff, you know, you were highlighting them before. May not be the first team out of the lobby this time, but that's how it starts before we change maps.
It's okay. Maybe they just had a nice little regain between match 2 and match 3. They're like, yeah, okay, we got that out of the way. Now we're like on another, what do they call that? When you're just like so tired that you're just like, whatever.
Jet lagged, exhausted, and everything. A shell of your existence.
Get a little crazy, yeah.
Get a little loose here because they get to get the KP and start things up while we take a look at
Second wind, that's it, production gauge. I was like, what am I looking for? Thank you, production. Like, you're my brain.
Meanwhile, me, I'm not thinking deflated,
like
because I would feel that way. I mean, you're built different to do what Gen G is doing right now, and this is how it really starts as we take a look. Oh my, close that door right now. Shubi couldn't even put one toe out of line before getting punished for his positioning right there with the door opened. Other teams now taking control over the high ground bridge. And with a lot of these other squads now making their way to City Hall, see Flat, who are playing on the outskirts, Dory on that northeastern side, looking down at For Fun, as well as JD Gaming. And AG now also making their slow rotate on the outskirts of zone.
Will they get the 2 knocks for Yanya? He's on Wraith. He can be a little sneaky. Is it going to happen? Do you find Deep Cross Gaming, or are we kind of looking to get out of there, maybe find that information, and as that circle even more collapses? I just want to harken back to the fact that Shopify Rebellion couldn't withstand the people throwing themselves at City Hall, but back to match number 1 when we went Humber, Wolves converted from their POI. And that says something to me.
And how much they could actually try to get advantage when it comes to some of these POI pools. Some of these teams actually would rather side quest to get the information depending on the different legend compositions. I mean, with the amount of Watsons that we have in this lobby too, you have to imagine how great that's going to be when having the gen up to deal with the amount of wrecking balls that you're going to be seeing. So many strikes. Gen G having control over the bridge side of City Hall, but to their back too is going to be unlimited over the other side. Zeta Division are going to be able to get the respawn to 2 of their members. That's going to be big too, with JDG also looking to get this res onto floating, being one of the teams that are rocking out with the Wraith. We're seeing a little bit more of Wraith this time around compared to our last game, Tiff.
I am enjoying it, and I think keeping floating on like characters like Wraith, like Axel, is where he can really shine. We did see, actually, when we tuned in to Naughty on the Mad Maggie, a voice line came through. I was like, whoa, that sounds like Lace. Is she in my comms? No, it was just the Mad Maggie. I'm sorry, Lace. I was just thinking about you.
It's a joke. It keeps going when it comes to Lays here, and we get to take a look at how a lot of these teams are split up. With AGG still having priority into getting that Sony Beacon as well as ring console.
They did just grab that ring console. They waited out all the way on that northeastern side of things out into the ring, and then decided to rotate in. Falcons grabbed that information to the north of Energy Bank, and they're kind of going in on the south side. So those are good shots.
They're able to also get that reset over by Oton too. It goes hard while Team Falcons now are going to start rotating outside of Energy Bank. Closer to where the squads, though, are going to be collapsing on one another, with Gaming Gladiators being one of the raid teams, are going to be the Prio getting the Evil Harvester, get back safely into the building that exits out of the choke. Where eventually, with Falcons showing their presence, they're calling in the evac tower. AGG looking ahead, taking their time full purples, while Yanya is going to be able to start painting the path for the rest of his team to get a little aggressive here, and it's going to be dealing with Flat on the other side of this portal. Isolated fight at that, unless JG want to look at this, but they're too
masih putih anjir.
So AGG want to be able to clean up some of this KP.
Oh, okay, Yanya, so close, but there it goes. You got a portal on out of there, immediately looking for those knocks and the pressure, and they find the resistance from Flat. A ton of teams still trying to find their positioning around City Hall. But having to contend with Flat is something that needs to be done earlier than not. Because if we go into this endgame with, 16 squads, we're currently at 19. I'd imagine on rotation here for the next circle, we'll lose a couple. But this has to be dealt with, because this will be a thorn in your side in that late game.
That's why they're trying to
Dia masih putih, Cok. Gila ya.
It begs the question, when you see the difference between
Nggak dapat scanan kah?
and what we've been seeing with these altars. You see them trying to look about to see if they could get the 3P here. Fuser got to back away as well, literally leaving him one shot. Nanotrip's trying to be able to give him suppressed fire. Longbow in hand, but taking their time Flat. They're trying to
TWS kenapa TWS dia?
AGG still at full
TWS lu kenapa?
Haven't been able to fully capitalize, but they know that Flat have now been able to take a roundabout position to the POI right behind them, where there is a ring console as well as a survey beacon, just so that way they can try to go back and contest AGG in case another team shows face.
I mean, look, if you're on like 2 blues and a white and you're contending with a team that's on 3 purples, it's like going up against an S-tier dungeon boss. So of course you're looking for the smart way. How can we turn those numbers? And if we can grab a nice knock onto that, maybe skew the numbers, that's how you approach that. But for now, you just say we're not going to take this fight. For AG Global, though, they keep on moving forward. We're trying to get through that choke point in which Havoc actually occupies. And Zeta, on the other hand, I'm looking for some big moves out of Zeta.
This is interesting, though. The fact that we're seeing this ring pool tip. It's closer to the slopes by the stair that overlooks that Moby, and it's better for teams like Zedai, who have the high ground, alongside Wolves, who are looking to find themselves in another top 5 position to be able to boost those points. Trinity on the outskirts of that zone too, but are just trying to pepper away the damage onto Wolves and Trinity, who are going to be able to now hold that southern side, but it's going to be Falcons and Genji who will be able to look at each other here, see how Falcons want to try to gatekeep Zeta, who eventually have to go through that southern choke.
That's going to hurt, right? Because we talked about where did Flat go when they were fighting AG Global, and they don't have many options. They could have went up towards the north, they could have went towards JD Gaming, but they've been on this path towards the same choke. So if Zeta take this fight against Falcons, we have such minimal time before Zeta just throwing it down, the third party. This is not a good fight. And even if Zeta turns around and fights Flat, right? They make their presence known early on. Falcons, they're just going to say, all right, well, we'll extend out and clear you out.
So just 3 people.
Oh my God.
And we'll take that any day of the week if you get the free reset here for Falcons, since they got the Alter TP. Zeta now in some trouble. And guess what? You TP on the other side of Falcons, it's going to be a buffet. Since they're down 1, it's up to a duo.
Diperangin lah, mau nggak mau lah di F anjir.
And Falcons are going to chase them right afterwards. It's just a matter of time as Falcons soar in on their next victims. Zeta Division are out of this lobby. 18 squads left, and now Flat gets a show face after Falcons barely took a lick of damage.
That's true. They are so healthy, and Guild picking up the first knock on Denono. You see the Mad Moggy balls coming through. Walsey gets booped, but Guild, he is just full sending into it. One of my aggressive Watson picks of our series, and he's just kind of zigzagging, diving out Flat, disengage, go back towards the north, and Falcons are making a run for it.
Kalau Watson nggak ke-ban, Valkyrie nggak bakal muncul.
But there's still other teams on the horizon looking to find them. Wait, Flat? They don't commit to the north.
No, they don't. Now Flat are kind of just stuck seeing if they're going to be able to get away, but that's going to be difficult.
Ngapa jadi TWS ini, Bit? Ada masalah sama TWS lu, Bit?
And playing on the low ground of the bridge. I mean, can you imagine if a zone like this by City Hall ended up pulling more so to the northwest? That would have been brutal, but the fact that it pulls right here next to Falcons, where they were holding this choke for so long to clear their backs, even though they're forced to play off this low ground, it was Trinity who were holding up on this high ground side. for quite some time, right? We saw them try to trade with Wolves as well as Zedeye. And the next ring is going to benefit them even more if they clear the
Zona
safe
gedung
zone.
streamer
Looking
anjing.
at Virtus Pro, that's got a nice building, a nice space out there in towards that next area. But for the teams that are on the west, that are in the north, we're seeing a lot of that collapse. Very similar to
Dari
how our
City
prior
Hall
maps have gone for
ke
Deep
atas.
Cross Gaming.
Iya gak sih itu ke
This is
atas?
gonna be one of
Iya
those
anjing.
rosters that
Naiknya
finds
gimana ya?
themselves in an interesting situation.
All right, DCG too, that have been holding onto this building for quite some time. It's going to be for fun on the outskirts, and JD Gaming holding a very
Mau nggak mau ini,
split
Cok.
angle.
Mau nggak mau. Mau nggak mau nggak sih? Wah, mau nggak mau itu langsung.
Frying out with the
Mau nggak mau.
R9 shots.
Mau nggak mau.
Blue let
Ayo,
Max here, gonna
ayo.
get that information
Aduh,
with the
1
TP. There
HP
was the
anjir.
ulti too, but for dropping down, destroying these Watson fences, but it's about showing
Mau nggak mau.
face, because in the next 15 seconds, the zone will be closing right behind them.
And I told you, this is one of those squads that had to
Bumi-chan.
lock in their ticket to here
Oh my
at
God.
EWC because of those regional finals. They won back-to-back matches.
Dia
locked
berdua
their
loh.
ticket in, and things are getting crazy. They're not afraid to fight, and for fun is on
Last one,
the
last one low,
opposing
last one low.
end of that Synetic has
Last one
to
low,
stand
let's go,
tall.
let's
The
go.
last
Push, push,
ultra
push, push,
alive
push.
for the team. Unlimit falls off screen.
Itu kalau gua
Last
sih.
falls off screen. This is where the entire lobby starts to shake up if you can't get into that next circle.
I can't believe he's still alive, by the way. Well, Falcons climb
TWS,
from the low
TWS siapa,
ground
Bit?
here, set up their TP,
TWS siapa,
check
anjir?
out. Getting the passive shield regen too before they're looking at AGG on the
Falcon
other
mainnya
side of the
controller.
ravine.
Iya,
Trinity's
kan
still on
itu
the
namanya
outskirts as well,
advantage
but we were
Bit.
looking, where was Flat gonna go? I mean, absolutely nowhere. They were forced to back
Advantage,
away. They're gonna look
aim
for that.
assistnya dong.
Trinity now still holding that southern side while Gaming Gladiators are also taking a look at TIE
Siapa yang nggak
as well
mau
as
ada
EXX.
advantage itu,
But a
anjir?
majority of these teams were banking on playing by the grassy area on top of the stairs. So it's going to be a huge collapse and even more beneficial for the likes of Gen G, who found themselves in that building to the north side.
And it's going. You're just looking for Nox. You're running into the circle. TIE falls. TIXX
Apaan?
could join them as Virtus Pro is sending out a member of their team to clean it out.
Ya
For
beda,
Gaming
anjing.
Gladiators,
Prosin
they're
bangsat.
looking at all of this happen, and they want to put pressure onto that. If they step too far out of their coverage, GG is going to eviscerate them. For JD Gaming, look, they're making their approach. It's not going to be pretty. It's up towards the north, and AG Global is on the other side
Iyalah.
trying to prevent floating, but this is why Wraith is so fun. You go into the void, you find a shred of cover.
Noti!
Something a
Ya,
little
Not-
with AGG
Noti
holding on to the
ketulik,
high
Cok.
ground though, being another one of those teams rocking that Wraith. Yanya now going to be able to get right back to the
Nyuci,
safety of his
nyuci.
team. Playing off the staircase, while they do look at JGG though, it's going to take a lot of time away, similar to what we've seen with Trinity and Falcons, where they're kind of forced to play off that low ground before this next zone starts moving in the next 30
enteng,
seconds. Peppering in though, while Yanya is going to be able to heal up with that syringe.
Ente,
He's gonna be able to
ente,
carry
but
coverage. They're
ente.
trying to harass this team, which is DCG, from coming into that next zone and get that free KP.
It's true. I mean, look, when you drop your portal already, JD Gaming didn't have a way to go, and they had so many resources on the high ground that allows them to just take these mid-range fights that are smart, and you have resources. Virtus Pro, who was inside that circle, they fall, and you know who took them? It was Game and Gladiators. Taskmaster, Ozus, and Prestis are out of the lobby. Good pickup here to get Zane back into the fight. Reset because we don't get
Oh,
third party.
Falcon lagi
but
kah
I
ini?
imagine that someone is going to
Falcon
look to go
lagi
for
kah?
this. PXX to the north
Falcon
is
memanas
solo.
ini mah.
Deep Cross Gaming is too busy looking at AG Global. So will someone from the south side try to chow for that or no? Do we see a top 5 performance out of Gaming Gladiators just by being in the better position?
I mean, if they're going to be able to get some KP,
Oh
this time
my
around, and they've
God.
found themselves consistently in that top 5. Absolutely, don't change things
Falcon.
up here. But it depends on how this fight over from Team Falcons goes, because it's the control for the north. As Falcons are looking at DCG taking a book
Ente sih ini.
out of the AGG.
Ya gak sih? Falcon gak sih? Bener dah.
They have a very wide angle to play off of over by the grassy side, while Dory are holding on to the fence line for dear life.
Tuh ada tuh
The
Falcon.
collective 4 teams are still there. So much damage now moves up, are harassing AGG. To hide
Gelo.
from worth it. Will they get pinged from afar? I hear 30-30s ringing in the
Ente
ears, and it
di
is Dory
third
getting
party.
a little bit of revenge.
I love the way they threw that down.
Di
Deep Cross
tertangkap.
Gaming go for the reset after taking down the Falcons, but it's still Gen G, the match 3 comeback on the southern side. Sure, you've got Dory, sure, you've got Trinity and ZI Esports, but we have coverage here. We can
Lah,
choose
gelap,
where we wanna
goblok.
play from, and you look around. The only teams locking into the Axle right now. You've got an ult available for the end game, and ZI clears out Trinity. So to the south, we still have 3 teams, 2 in the north.
And with 5 squads left right now, it's Gaming Gladiators that really have to worry about how they're going to get onto the high ground, right? Considering the fact that they have the altar to come out in clutch.
Kok gelap gini ya?
DCG sword, depending on how long this Gen G versus ZI esports fight does play
Iya,
out.
layar
Gen
OBS
G waking up a little bit now.
Goblok.
And this is what you
Pemula
want to see
banget
from a team
Najong.
who just flew in today.
Bisa-bisa gelap anjing.
Coming down, Roy is going to actually start opening that engagement on to Gen G. Zedai getting into the mix as well. Dory on the other angle. Gen G does fall, and into the final 4 squads we go. Duke does need to get rezzed, but we cannot let Dory
Genji
stabilize
kayak kagak
on the other
ngapa-ngapain,
end.
Cok.
Behind the Newcastle wall, Katsu King hits the med kit, and we are stabilizing, but it's not pretty.
I mean, with the final ring closing behind their backs, look at the plethora.
Wah, terbakar dia.
Clear out Dory. ZI Esports get to see another day as they move up. They capitalize with Gaming Gladiators now also trying to find their place, yeeting the nades up into the air. Thanks to the gens though. They get deleted unless you're Rory, who is left one
Yang di
shot
bawah
from one of
susah
the
anjir,
losers,
Cok.
hugging the gen for dear life.
Gladiator ini.
Make their appearance, they'll have to evac over and onto the high ground, but the timing
Lemparnya
has to be
ada utia Watson.
Jelly, the fences. This is one of the most interesting fights. Like, we take an inch, you give a mile. Another to meet you there. The Mad Maggie ball in the back pocket from Duke. And we are just swinging around.
Oh my god.
Jelly trying to stabilize, can't do it.
Wih, nge-thread, Cok. Gigi naik gak sih? Ah, Ella XL.
And it's Deep Cross Gaming who's able to take out Zedai. And here comes Gaming.
GG anjir Zen.
Number 3. The timing of that
GG,
final play
Cok.
for them was impeccable.
Big difference
GG
in
Zen.
Get
Match
up to the
3.
high ground, get a little cheeky kidnap as the crowd goes wild. We talk about the consistency before tip. We talk about finding yourself in the top 5 for a lot of these end zones. And the patient play for Gaming that let the whole lobby collapse on one another up on the high ground before cleaning up the rest of the opposition for game number 3.
A brilliant showing as well for Gaming Gladiators in our first 3 matches. A 5th in match number 1. You've got a 2nd in match number 2. And then to button off E-District with a dominating win. Because it just goes to show you, we've got our timing down. We have our positioning. And if they would have entered maybe just a bit too soon, you kind of know, hey, that's not going to go our way. We're running right into those Watson gens, the nades, the Maggie ball that's potentially in Duke's back pocket. It's not what you want to walk into, but they wait for that final fight and they go immediately to clean up.
And it's tough too when you may have all these nades to hurdle in the opposite direction. You have the wrecking ball ready, but then you're also staring down at a gen, right? So it's all for naught at that point too.
Exactly.
When it comes to trying, exactly,
break it.
You're trying to take a different off angle, and then the teams that did have Axel at the rather not Axel, Ultra at the very end there, came out on being able to put down those TPs right through the walls, be able to try to get a kidnap while you're at it, especially with the amount of Watson fences that are met on the other side.
Scary. That's what teams scrim for, though, right? When you TDM other squads, that's what that looks like. It's like navigating the fences.
Look at that,
like,
Kira-kira.
And that's where GG comes in at the perfect time. You got Blast in the north, is on the bottom. I mean, look, that was brilliant.
TP placement beautifully done to allow GG to get up onto the high ground, avoid a lot of that chaos. But it goes hand in hand with the different legend compositions when it comes to, you know, noting the teams that wanted to go against the grain, seeing Gaming Gladiators eventually get their dub. We saw them face off against Falcons for game number 2, falling in 2nd place, but then getting the win before we transition onto Storm Point.
Great way to kick things off in this series. The first 3 games, phenomenal enough like that. You just got to maintain some more top 5s, even top 10s on the back half in Storm Point, and next thing you know, that's a great showing for Groups A and B.
It's nice to see when we get to see everybody set up on the stage, getting situated in the audience. And before we transition into Storm Point, I want to hear a little bit from Rain Day while he's talking to Gaming Gladiators.
So much, Vic. You know, GG is appropriate, however, not for Gaming Gladiators, for the team that won against Gaming Gladiators in a 3v3 in Game 2. That's Falcons. What's up, Mr. Gildersons? How you doing, man?
I'm doing great.
Yeah.
We just had 2 really hard games that we made a lot of points out of, so we're pretty happy right now.
43, 46, something like that after 3 games. I mean, this is kind of what you guys felt like you needed to do coming into this, right? Start strong and keep that momentum up.
Yeah, I mean, the boys are playing the way that we need to be playing. I mean, we're making everything that we can out of these games, so, I mean, we're just doing good.
Listen, there's early lobbies. We're figuring out maps. We're figuring out circles.
Si
We're figuring out legend
nyantai.
bands. But most importantly, I want to talk about you because you're a guy who's been here through so many different orgs, from the NRGs to the Moist to the Liquids. And now you're here with Falcons. You're one of those players that just is perennial. You've been around. You keep doing what you've done. What's your journey coming here, and what do you feel is at stake for you
Bintangnya dua,
at this EWC?
I don't know. I mean, I feel like I got like a really good second chance in a way, because I mean, I went 2 out of 3 lands in a row without making finals and then joined Falcons, and it's just been nice to prove that this is where I belong.
Does that proving sometimes come with the disappointment that happened after those lands, the hard looks that you said, you know I can be better? How does the proof actually show up for you? Would it be winning, or is it just giving a performance that hey, I showed out?
I mean, it's less about winning and just playing to like my full potential as a player, and just making sure that I'm always showing up regardless of how everyone else is doing.
I asked how you were enjoying Paris. You got some, maybe not family coming, your girlfriend's coming to visit you?
Yeah. My girlfriend's coming.
The support in the stands, it means a lot. How does it feel just being live, the comparison of being in a city like this versus playing online?
It's amazing. I mean, it's nice because everybody else plays super scared, so that's pretty nice. But
you guys have been here, that's for sure. You have the maturity buff. Well, Gildersons, we're going to let you go get ready. 3 more games to go. You guys are in a great position. Good luck, and hopefully you finish it out.
Thank you.
All right, Gildersons from Falcons. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, more action from the studio, and of course, games 4 through 6 here at EWC.
Tim Heretic.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Nggak aman ini sini.
We are halfway done between Group A and Group B. Welcome back to LGA.
Iklan.
The first 2 matches with Wolves and Falcons being able to secure that one, and then GG being able to get a win as well. But I want to, we're talking about APAC earlier. Guess what? Wolves coming in hot in that first game.
I mean, I thought I was going to cast a curse, you know what I mean? Like, I was like, oh, yeah, talking about Wolves. I was like, yeah, no name, our MVP kind of underdog stuff. And then, is there a reverse cast a curse? Did I just do that? Maybe they're like, I'm trying to prove her wrong. I'm so sick of that, that lady just, ruining our games. And look, they did. In the final matches, when it was, I think it was JDG and GG, looking like one of those was sort of going to win at that moment in time. They sort of held that height in a sense. They were battling it out, but who was there lurking in the throws? It was, of course, Wolves Esports. And, a great thing about them too is, you've got Crazy Kong as well, and Gugu is like a newer addition to the team. But yeah, man, they cemented it very, very well, Seven.
I would just say, you definitely cast a curse in one of the teams that you said. You were talking about Genji hyping them up. They did come back a little bit, but it was definitely a rough 2 first game with those, a little bit of a donuts essentially. But yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Teams have also been popping off, and that's always a great thing to see. But I would also like to say, though, we saw a little bit in the interview, some teams are playing scared. You can definitely see that.
Well, all gamers, actually, I just got told this. All gamers, Janja just got his 1,000 knocks in ALGS. So that's really impressive.
That's what kills in you, right?
I don't know. I don't even know how much I have, actually. Not 1,000. Actually, I think I might have. I don't know. We'll have to double check on that. We'll have to double check on that.
Stats.
Not in live events. I've been playing for not in live events. I'm saying through he said ALGS. I've been playing in circuits, bro.
I wonder how many people we have on that list at this point.
I think I'm pretty far out. I don't think I'm at 1,000, but I'm definitely far out.
I'm still kind of high up there after all these years. I've been taking
that's
some
what I'm
time
saying.
I have 2.
The washed people are still
here.
Here
we go. What is Adam?
You got more than I do, by the way.
Yeah,
but if anybody does have those stats, please let us know on social media. Make sure you tag us as well. And earlier we were talking about caster cursing. I'm sorry I'm going to have to do this to you tonight, but you were talking about Seda earlier. After 2 matches, that squad ended up with 0 points. Maybe a little bit of a caster curse. You were concerned concerned, though. You were really concerned about that team.
I was. We definitely casted curse 2 of the 3 teams we talked about. So, you know, we'll go with that.
Team.
But Zeta, honestly, I mean, this was the biggest concern I had with that team is they dominated so much in their region in APAC North that I don't think they were ready for the firepower around the edge because they're such a fast-paced, aggressive team, and their region itself is not
Lama banget
that
reload,
style, and when
anjir.
you're the only one playing that, it's a lot easier to play around the edge. And you noticed it on this time around the edge, they're running into Falcons, they're running into AG, they're running into so many teams that are powerhouses on the edge. They're hitting beacons that's telling these more talented teams, oh, there's a team behind us, we need to watch our back, and they're ready for these things that a lot of these other minor teams in the APAC North region are not available for. So it's been a slow start for them. And it really just, you know, we've seen the biggest difference in how, you know, Wolves was coming out and they played zone. And you have, you know, Falcons win and they were playing the edge point of view, while Zeta really only knows how to play one style of game. And I think that they need to figure out how to mix in the zone style of gameplay, because as of right now, you know, it's not working. You know, like you said, maybe they're playing scared, maybe they're doing it and it's causing their slow rotations, but it's a struggle for a team that ended so strong in their region.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely, as you say, some teams start hot, some teams start cold, but you also have to keep in mind the meta, the way the meta is right now. It's incredibly fast-paced. All these teams that you're saying, if you just say it as it is, North American teams are very aggressive. It benefits them to such a huge degree that you're just capable of pulling that switch immediately, just fighting everybody. But will we see a difference as we lead into the series, as some of these legends start getting banned out? Will this be more favorable for them potentially? That's what we have to hope for.
Yeah,
Bangkunya kosong anjing di belakang.
best map was E-District as well, so that is another concern. Their second best was Olympus, so we'll see how it goes into these final 3. Maybe it's just, you know, that's something they felt they had and they were confident on, and they come into this next Storm Point map. Maybe we'll see something different.
Well, let's see if there's maybe any other teams that need to be able to adjust on the fly too with this last 3 games between Group A and B. As we got the overall here. To a lot of people, no surprise there. Team Falcons, 43 points, sitting pretty at the top. If we were in finals, this team would have been so close, Lace, to already hitting match point.
I mean, look, Team Falcons in group stages, steamroll. I remember, I think it was last year, and I was chatting to Waltzy, and I was like, how are these group stages going for you? He's like, oh, it's like rank. And I was like, okay. So, like, they always perform in these group stages, but look, I'm not going to say they're going to choke a little later. It's the Falcons, let's be real, but this is not unexpected.
Yeah, I mean, most definitely. Falcons, this is why I keep saying being a veteran in the game, having that team consistency. When you're talking about just the pure game knowledge and all the experience from HAL alone, I'm gonna say it. He could pick up 2 any players and probably still qual for land. Like, that's how top tier Alpha iGelly is. Definitely you and me. What do you mean? Definitely you and me. Yeah, no, but that's the thing, and it really goes to show the experience from it, and we can't discount Waltzy and Guild. Like, just the raw firepower. The fact that he can trust and believe in them, and they pull off fights and duels that not many people in this world can do. Of course, you're gonna steamroll. However, this is group stages. We'll see. I expect them to be in the first batch to move on past the survival, but finals is a completely different thing.
Yeah, finals is. I mean, we've seen it in the past, especially here at EWC, where we end up with just so many teams on that match point. And some teams, even though they've been able to clutch it before, we don't know if the pressure gets to them. Actually, we have 2 ex-pro players here, so let me ask you guys, when you get into those situations, right, with match point, and then you start getting even other teams get into the match point, does the pressure go higher? Do you start getting those nervous? Grace, I'm going to go with you first.
I mean, in the beginning, so let's be honest, there's a huge prize pool. Everybody's always hyped to play for it. If you're at the top end of it, top 5, top 10, I would say top 5 for sure, you're feeling not as pressured as you start in the, like, if you're in the bottom 10, you're incredibly pressured, because it's literally from, you know, life-changing money from top 5 to, you know, bottom 20. And when you have that as well, you just have to break through, and which is why I keep saying you have to be resilient. You have to learn to handle the pressure and work your way through it.
Yeah, I think one of the more interesting things about the whole match point format, and we talked to a lot of these top teams, is none of them like being the first team to hit match point.
Yes.
I don't think any team has won being the first team to hit match point. So it's interesting how that dynamic works, more than like gaining momentum as you go versus coming out strong and then feeling like you might need to change your gameplay because you're getting targeted, or switch your legend comp up to more defensive, like, you know, the Watts into the caustics or whatever it might be. Whereas the teams that gain momentum and gain consistency can start getting on a roll. And so it'll be curious. And one thing that you pointed out with we were talking about Falcons a little bit, it's HAL's teams in the past were not good group stage teams. I remember the first couple of years, they struggled to get out of groups. And then when they got into the lobbies with all the good teams where you could predict how teams are going to play, is when they would dominate. Now it seems like, you know, it's not of that case. So you can see what happens when teams get comfortable and can get to that point. And now we're we're seeing top teams consistently get to the finals, match point, and end up in the top 5 or top 10 over and over and over.
Honestly, I love that insight, and I love what you were talking about too, Graceful, in regards to that prize pool, because first place 600K, second place 300K.
Still a ton.
That's still a ton. And this is the matches that we got coming up. Storm Point, is there something that you guys are going to be looking at here? I mean, we talked about some of these teams already starting off hot, right? We talk about some of the other stuff. Anything you want to see, Grace, in these 3 matches coming up?
So E-District is one of the maps that you're actually allowed to play the easiest because there's so many chokes that you can go through. Storm Point is also one of the maps you're able to play more comfortably than, let's just say, World's Edge as an example, or even Olympus, where you can get gate kept in chokes quite a lot. But now looking at Storm Point, there's a reason why so many teams immediately pick that map, because they're more scared of the results fluctuating on that map. So hopefully we get to see some people play a little bit more comfortably now that some of the legends are banned out, but we definitely need to see some teams wake up.
Yeah, I mean, if we have a look at the Snake draft and then the, picking E-District over Storm Point, it actually looked like quite a few people prioritize Storm Point. And, it is a long-standing map.
Storm Point.
I was watching, I think it was it Falcons actually prioritized E-District? And then we also had Gen G prioritized E-District, but you got to hit with them. But look, a lot of teams have chosen Storm Point to be their priority for their dropping spots and their POIs.
Yeah, we'll see what the POI actually ends up looking like. Earlier during lunch, we got a chance to talk to Hackies too. He's going to be coming up next after those 3 matches. He was saying he was feeling really good with the way that their draft went. So we'll see how that's going to end up working out for them. But overall, quick little setup. Which team do you want to see them step up here coming up in the next 3 matches? Just a quick team.
I mean, I want Gen G. I mean, they struggled. They came in late. We were talking them up, and I want to reverse the curse. 2 negatives make a positive, so let's just go with that.
Grace?
Definitely Gen G as well. Being Contai myself as a Thai person, we gotta share for that. We gotta be biased a little bit.
Lace, if you go with anybody else besides Gen G, I swear.
Yeah, the same.
Okay, all right, there you go. Let's send it over to Dan and Onsen and see if maybe they also want to see Gen G step it up.
Well, let's see if Gen G can fulfill some wishes here for our lovely analysts up in the rafters. Dan, great to be back on LAN, I will say. Onset and Gaskin here to bring you the next 3 games in Group A versus B, and we are heading over now to Storm Point. We leave E-District in our past for a few moments, Dan, and now we've got 3 more games in front of us on this beautiful, beautiful map.
Yeah, and I like what the analysts were talking about as well, just some of these teams that are focusing Storm Point instead, a little bit more comfortable for them. Zeta Division, for example, a squad who picked it first, wanted to make sure they use that advantage coming out from APAC North as the #1 seed, the best APAC North team on Storm Point as well. So I'm expecting them to do some big things here on the map. That being said, in international competition, everything suddenly changes. A lot of the playstyle they may have been used to over in APAC North, it gets blown out of the window here. So I'm excited to see how that changes going into this one.
Yeah, interesting you mentioned international competition as well. It's one of the fantastic and fascinating things about the Apex Legends Global Series is that we do get to see so many regions coming together. And in the first 3 games, we have winners from 3 different regions. You have, of course, GG, who won a game. You have Wolves, who won that first game. And, of course, you have Falcons as well in the middle, who won that second game. So everybody seems to be performing at a level across regions at the moment. Of course, only 3 games gone, but it's a good sign early on, I think, for fans of all different regions around the globe.
Very good sign indeed. And I think there's going to be a lot of fans here cheering for various different teams. It's about, are your teams going to be the loudest? Are your fans going to be the loudest? Certainly Falcons fans are very happy with their performance so far. But GG, I mean, the consistency we've seen from Gaming Gladiators at the moment, we have to be talking about from 5th to 2nd to 1st. If they can carry on with that kind of performance, they should dominate.
Yeah, they certainly should indeed, and they are a team to keep an eye on
Jadi
as
satu
we
tim juga
get our way through the
nggak
matches,
ini,
and hopefully the
nggak semuanya
consistency will
controller.
keep going for them. Another team who I think will
Tapi
certainly
soalnya
show
sering
signs of consistency.
menang
I'm
tuh
very impressed with
MNK.
Wolves. I think that their playstyle is going to mesh
MNK.
very well with the LAN environment. A lot of good performances historically from them as well, and
Menang.
certainly a dark horse, in my personal opinion, for
top 5%.
when we get to match point. Should they make it to match point finals, of course, on the final day here, then they could be a team who we're talking about potentially moving forward to lift that trophy.
And the players taking a look at the POI draft as well, just checking who's dropping where they're going to be competing, where are these players going to be approaching from. And speaking of Wolves, they had 2nd pick and they went with Sito Station. So again, some of these teams that maybe haven't got as many points at the moment might be able to put some big ones on the board here as we can actually take a closer look at this POI draft. And you can see the numbers next to them. So many of these teams wanted to pick Storm Point first, whether it's about being comfortable, whether it's about looking at those stats and seeing how many points you can pick up on a map like Storm Point. It doesn't matter as long as you get the job done. It wasn't until we went into the 9th pick that we saw something a little bit different.
And of course, this has been an interesting kind of revolution when it comes to the POI draft and who is picking what POIs ever since the Tridents were removed. So all of a sudden, central POIs became a little bit more popular than they had been previously. Some of those POIs that had those Tridents now not quite as popular as they once were. And then you factor in, of course, maybe some ring consistencies that you're seeing in scrims. All of this starts to go into how you're going to decide where you want to play from come that POI draft and where you're going to be playing from here on Stormpoint. Historically, though, those northern POIs have been very, very popular simply because of the geometry of Stormpoint moving from that high ground down to that low.
Yeah, that's why people still like to pick them, and you're comfortable as well, but it looks like Stormpoint is beginning to get locked in here in Paris, and as we've said, some of these teams are going to be far more comfortable here. They may have struggled on E-District, but that does not matter now. We've had 3 legends that have been banned going into this one, and we will see Crypto gone, Sia gone, and Maggie disappearing.
Yeah, Maggie gone as well. When you've got Sia and Maggie gone already, that's 2 of the most aggressive legends that we have in the Apex Legends Global Series banned. They won't be playable in these next 3 games as we hop in with a team who won't care what legends get banned at the moment because their form has been fantastic in the first 3. GG on your screens as we take a look at where that zone is going to be going.
Yeah, heading to the southeast by the looks of things then, and it certainly means there's going to be a lot of opportunity for people to utilize Valkyrie here. You can see a lot of Valk in the lobby, and I think Dory will be extremely happy because down towards Dev Coast, a lot of these teams will be able to find space to work with, but Dory will be able to set up first. But just look at how the lay of the land changes with those legend bans that have come in here on set. The amount of Valks that are now there, Newcastle, Gibraltar, the baby comp is very much alive and kicking.
There is just a sprinkling of my boy Pathfinder. Of course, huge buzz recently to Pathfinder, finally well welcomed by the entire community. He is in there as well, but one thing to notice here for Dory, we mentioned that their post is probably going to be where our endgame is taking place. No ring console for them, Dan, so they're not going to have that second ring information. Team Falcons, though, over Launchpad, they are going to have that info.
Yeah, Dory are going to suddenly be looking to the skies, and it will be like situation of can they react quick enough. Thankfully, they've looted pretty close. Sometimes when you get into these situations, you can get a sporadic looting scenario, and then you will be caught off guard. But now they'll see For Fun and Virtus Pro both approaching from Pylon for Fun. Virtus Pro being able to move on that eastern side, and I'm sure Falcons might be there a little bit later too.
Yeah, we take a look at VP now on their rotate down to this southern side. You can see For Fun set up on that high ground, the kind of hanging buildings that we do have down at the bottom of Devastated Coast, and VP are going to now play one of these buildings, the broken buildings down on the low ground that are slightly submerged. There's going to be some soggy socks down here, Dan.
You know what?
Fusing!
But Falcon a little bit more
langsung perang kah?
But it's not necessarily a comfortable landing as well, just because they are going to take the lower ground. But For Fun, they will be in a priority position now for quite some time. And having a bow check on your back
ngelag anjing.
Is not the worst.
Interesting to see how this zone plays into some of the legend compositions we're seeing as well. You quite rightly highlighted we're seeing a little bit of baby comp start to come to the fore. Gibraltar, Newcastle, Watson, the more defensive legends that we do have available. And when you've got some of these broken buildings, if this is an earlier game, this is a much more difficult spot and building kind of environment to try and hold down as a team. When you've got Newcastle, when you've got Gibraltar, all of a sudden it becomes a much more comfortable place, as Falcons will show you now.
So we've got about 10 teams already moved to the southeast, but there's still going to be a lot of late movers, not worth moving as fast. Instead, they'll just play the game of trying to build up their economy, essentially. There's a little bit of a skirmish happening for the teams that did move early, but there's not usually going to result in actually any full-on engagement. Instead, it's a poke battle, start to build up your own shields. If you do get a knock, sometimes you might be a little bit tempted, but I don't think it's going to happen.
One composition that certainly interested me and raised my eyebrow, Daniel Gass.
Just the one?
Just the one.
Wah.
It's going to be JDG.
Senti. Apakah Senti akan memasuk?
Axel, Catalyst, and Gibraltar, which is very much against the grain when it comes to everyone else in the lobby. We'll have to see if that aggressive composition is going to help them out. Dory do manage to survive up on that high ground. The one difficulty for them, of course, with the zone pulling their way. No access to any nearby Evo to get up to blue shields, so they're going to have to do it all with the guns here. to get a little bit more comfortable. And if they get sniffed out a little bit later in the game with those white armors, then you wouldn't be surprised to see a team Valcolt in wanting to take that fight.
I like the teams that are being brave to go against the grain, though. Go for a different composition. It's going to last through a few more games. You can get comfortable on it, and you're not going to have any awkward experiences changing over. Now, speaking of awkward experiences, an engagement that's going to be happening up towards the north, kind of between Cascade and Command Center at the moment.
Zipline building. And it's unlimited. Yolari, man, if you don't know it,
Oh
you will
my
know soon. The Apex Legends Global Series from watching it.
Yeah,
know the
dia
damage this man
keculik.
can do. But he's not going to be able to output too much here on Axel. It's going to be AG who managed to take him down. Elsewhere in the feed, Waltzy just got knocked from Falcons. Should be able to be dragged back to his feet, though. But AG holding strong here on the zipline building.
Zeta Division kind of hovering above them, quite literally flying past them at the moment, actually. Considering whether they should get involved here, but it looks like they're just going to be watching over this one for now. It's a very difficult team to actually take a fight against, is AG, so you've got to be careful with this approach, as now Zeta are just going to try and clean up the remaining pieces here.
Somehow.
And just play a nuisance.
Somehow Yolari, man, is still alive. He's downed, of course, but he's on his knees. Finally, it's going to be Yuku who gets the finish onto him, so he's not going to be able to be rezzed, but an opportunity at least for the rest of Zeta. So Zeta now going to move towards this Evo Harvester, trying to grab that, get those shields up, as now it presents the opportunity for AG to hunt down the remaining members of Unlimit. But Massive is looking a little bit shaky.
Oh!
Alvarez needs to recalibrate his gun.
Thankfully, in a 3 versus 2, you can afford to miss a few of those shots. They saw Zeta
miss,
go off on their merry way.
Massive shot down.
Clean up the rest. There is going to be one player still escaping from Unlimit, so they're not going to be eliminated from the lobby. Still 20 teams alive and kicking here. You just got to be careful where you're going if you're Unlimit, because they're going to head west to try and get back up to a full 3. You've got the likes of Shopify Rebellion that are still there. Zeddy as well are going to be approaching from that side.
Fantastic example of warning shots coming in there. Exactly what you can do with the Massive when you've got a teammate alongside you who is hitting the shots. As we jump over to Shopify Rebellion now, a little bit of a different rotate through the center of the map for them. They're currently in Jurassic. They do have Ring Console and a Survey Beacon here to hit, so they're going to be able to get up pretty close to Purple Armors as well as getting that information. Looks like from
Admin
there,
alt-tab mulu anjing.
moving probably towards Pylon, where Flat and Genji Esports find
Iya
themselves at the
cok,
moment for even
tiba-tiba
more
turun.
info, and then maybe looking to approach the zone a little bit later on.
Surprisingly, by the way, Valkyrie is the most picked legend as well in this lobby. When you look at bans, you look at what's been happening in terms of where that's been going throughout scrims. It's been fairly normal leading up to this point, but definitely changes can occur now as we go into Storm Point. It does change the situation slightly, and Valkyrie's such an important legend to have, especially with zones like this, where a lot of the early real estate is going to have been taken, so you have to try and force your way in a little bit later.
Yeah, this is a difficult one for this kind of zone. I mean, Graceful was talking about it on the desk, saying, you know, E-District is great because there's so many playable spots. You can get into zone pretty comfortably if you were running some of the compositions that we can see here. But now with this composition and this zone and the change of map over to Storm Point, the fact we're going over to Dev Coast, some of these buildings are very, very shaky. Some of these buildings don't have roofs, for example, as you can see here. So arriving late, it's very, very difficult to do. You're going to be relying on that Gibraltar bubble when you land to get that one down and give yourself a little bit of safety.
Cetar, anjing!
I was talking about the poke battle as well. Sometimes you do get those knocks. Don't usually result in actually getting the full kill. Now, just going back to the importance of building up shields before you land as well. If
Tadi kayaknya nggak ada shield.
late, one thing you can bank on is the teams that moved early may not be too high up on their shield.
158 biru mah, iya one hit.
Just like Shopify
Enggak, biru mah.
Senti
nggak one hit, bentar.
The ability to fly into the skies immediately using that purple perk here on Valkyrie, so it's a little bit safer to Valcolt from spot A to spot B.
Kalau putih baru kena.
For Shopify Rebellion, only 12 points on the
Kalau
board.
Kraber ya.
A bit of a quiet start for them, but I would say this is one of the teams that started to pick up form towards the end of the split, and also in scrims leading up to this event. I think it's very important that they did so as well. Confidence is huge for a team like Shopify Rebellion, and I think if they can continue that with a couple of good games in the group stages, then they certainly will be a team to beat come the end of this tournament.
The biggest teams have star players, and even though the entirety of the Shopify Rebellion roster are stars, Koiful, for me, is just one of those guys you can rely on to perform something magnificent when you least expect it. And if he can be that guy for them in those kind of fights and engagements, maybe we can see Shopify Rebellion go all the way through here at the ALGS.
Loh, really?
They know.
Loh, cuk. Di gas langsung anjir. Oh my god.
Kita pakai steer.
Tubruk anjing, tubruk.
It's only momentary. Ajanya will be back down again. 4 seconds till that bubble's back up here. Defensive bombardment goes in, but it looks like Zeta are going to hold their ground here and look to hold this bridge for a late Valcott a little bit later on in the game.
This is where you count your blessings. You have a Gibraltar, right? If you don't have the Gibby there, then you are not surviving. The electrified bubble just allowed them to get the reset, get back up, and now they can reposition. I think you're right. I don't think they had any clue they were up there. And it was a little bit of a jump scare.
Gila ya? Masa nggak tahu tadi? Apa emang niat mau nge-app?
They're going to have to think quickly here. I can't like the decision from Zeta as well. I mentioned how it would have been very easy to try and push that fight, to be aggressive, haven't got that knock, but risky to drop down, but also risky to give up that bridge position for a late Valko in towards where this zone is going to be doing. Max height, max distance, really can't see the lay of the land. So I like that decision, smart, kind of conservative, but certainly works for them.
Love this rotation from Team Heretics as well. They've been able to skirt all the way through on the southwest. They may surprise Trinity if they don't get spotted, and if they can actually take that fight and win, they put themselves in a very nice position to be able to rotate all the way to the south, but it's going to be down to whether Trinity actually see them and get sightlines on them.
Yeah, it looks like Trinity are watching their backs at the moment, just looking at our overhead map and where those mini-map arrows are pointing. Zeddy, who were involved in that end game, in game number 3 on E-District, well, gonna get a little bin reset here. And they're gonna not just get a bin reset, wow, they're gonna get a mythic bin popping up next to them, so that's gonna be plenty of goodies for them to work with, as they will have Valkyrie in the composition.
Dari sebanyak itu bin anjir.
Take to the skies a little bit later and try to get in. There is the big gun. The Kraber, unlimited ammo, and Jelly says, I will take that.
It's a big responsibility, but if anyone can do it, it's going to be Jelly.
I
love watching his POV. As now Genji, actually, are they going to try and go for a little wrap round as well? Try and get behind Team Heretics. This would be great for Trinity. These were the teams we were talking about on that southern side. Unlimit might actually force the rotation here from Genji as well. Are they going to be quick enough to move, or will we see Genji be going down early again here in these games? Of course, they do manage to get up into the sky.
Genji bisa nabrak TH.
Yeah, you wonder if they took any damage to the skies from Unlimit, who have gone back into
enggak ternyata. Gue kira akan langsung nabrak doi.
Genji did take. They're going to have to land here. They are going to rely on Dexter potentially to get a bubble down and keep them alive, but they look safe enough. Zicky's going to get that battery popped, and they will be able to stabilize here in the kill feed. Elsewhere, Flat taking a lot of damage, and it's a combination of Wolves and Shopify Rebellion that are picking up some of those knocks.
This is what happens
when Kalimantan. Kenapa map Kalimantan?
Genji now get ahead of Trinity and Heretics essentially in this race, and again, Valkyrie just being so important to that factor. I love that they didn't panic bubble though. They waited, they made sure just in case they still kept that bubble up.
Yeah, great stuff from Genji to get into that position. A slow start for them. I mean, the 3 of them, they're running on fuse and passion here on day number 1, but it's going to be enough, hopefully, to see them get some points on the board. One team who, of course, does have points on the board after a fantastic first 3 games is the team on your screen, GG. 41 points from 3 games for them as they approach now where they want to play in towards this zone.
No for them.
They've got the Watson instead in the composition.
7.
They do have the Gibraltar bubble as well available if they do want to take to the skies, but space is now becoming at a premium for all these teams as the zone continues to close.
Yeah, GG do have time to wait, but Unlimit again, they're under fire here and under a little bit of pressure, but now they are back to a 3. It's almost a
Unlimit. Apakah? Oh my god. Ini dari tadi.
But now they all start to come out.
Apakah Unlimit kali ini akan menang?
As the jets were coming down, AG look like they're holding once again here. Unlimit have taken damage, have taken knocks. Now it's up to AG if they want to push this one.
Yula Rimen nih dari tadi nervous banget cowok orang mainnya. Kenapa ya? Mampus kok. Unlimit yang rata nih. Yula Rimen nih nervous banget dari tadi main.
Win lu kayaknya
Sooner rather than later, Team Heretics have now got amongst things, but they are very much struggling to stay up as Trinity
Zeta, tim Heretic.
Yarn's a little defensive nade coming in there. The frag grenade goes down. The wall will also go down. Team Heretics now safe inside of this zone. But are they safe from the amount of damage that's coming in? And there is a
Dardor.
behind the motherload from Prestis is phenomenal. Takes down 2 and Heretics.
Nggak menurut sama ano.
So Zeta Division will be able to control.
Oh, ngoper rawa-rawa. Iya sih. Indo nggak sih lebih tepatnya, Cok. Kan rata-rata begitu juga.
L ikut aid look L.
Oh my god.
Prestis doesn't feel safe right now.
Big
He's got a lot of teams around him. The one of the teams who's now sharing the building is going to be BXX right next to them. Zeddy will be safe behind their Newcastle wall. That's going to eat up some of those missiles. Kurasame Havoc have just gone down as AG continue to build a bit of momentum here down. They are picking up team wipe after team wipe down on this northern side, and now they've got to continue to do so as they have a long way to go towards this zone.
I do wonder, with a team like AG, who historically sometimes have that, last-minute ditch effort to get into finals lobbies. And I tell you what, you got to make sure that Yanya gets back up on his feet so you don't feel those uncomfortable moments.
Yeah, that Kraber hurts.
Terculik.
And now we're seeing the zip line come out from Neazul. They do get the reset by the looks of things, and they should be able to
ayo di ulti anjir.
here as Jaguares will be last man to arrive, having had to pop that battery. Defensive bombardment goes down, but now the zone is going to be at their back.
Zone sakit agak sih anjir, sakit, Cok. Ya, ente. Nggak bisa ngapa-ngapain udah, Cok. Bubble tadi udah duluan.
That's what happens down in the south here at Dev Coast. Now you can see another team fall as well. Suddenly the kill feed lighting up as we move further into the southeast. Gaming Gladiators have been able to find a fantastic spot.
Shopify. Apakah? Mampus kok.
Trying to pressure Dory inside of this building. You can see how far they have to go. They've got around a minute or so until that zone forces them to move.
Mau digas kah?
Before they do so, they want to try and move. In the kill feed, by the way, No Name with that Kraber has picked up
Lari dong ente ya.
who's going to be going down.
A lot of engagements being forced here, and actually there's third parties that are going to be happening. Now Gen G will start to move in, but they're approaching 4 different teams. You can't just force this engagement. You've got to be aware of all the other squads, and Gen G do slightly back off here.
Yeah, VP are just trying to hold. They're the team that are kind of gatekeeping everything on this eastern side. There's VP and Gen G all sharing these buildings. You can see on the map overhead here.
Gila, 3 tim, Cok.
But it's Gen G who are going to have to force their way in. They've already lost one, and it's not looking good for Gen G here. They're trying to stick the rest. There's a motherload. And Dexter and Asia, they might not be long for this one.
Dia 2 tim dong.
They're starting to smell blood though now. And you start to see those knocks in the kill feed, you know it's now or never, and you're not in zone at the moment. VP's building is the only one that actually will be even slightly, even remotely in that zone. So they have the slight advantage here. They can play a little bit slower and force Gen G and Zeddy to do something.
Ya, ketutupan.
Infinite ammo Kraber needs to hit some big shots here to clear a path towards this end game for the rest of his team. Asia back on his feet. Somehow they've got back to
hidup anjir Ziki.
Nitro pack goes down, which allows Asia to just
pop
that battery, but I stand corrected as he will be taken down as VP continue to hold.
Those are the frustrating ones when you are so close to getting the battery. 20 seconds, by the way, till that zone does fully close in. And all these teams now are starting to be forced left, right, and center. Ammo is not looking great for a lot of these teams as Wolves Esports do get eliminated.
And no more Kraber shots coming in for Wolves. No Name will be brewing the fact that he could
Si ulti nggak konsisten itu, Cok. Genji main di atas. Genji mau main di atas. Keslap guys anjir. Genji main di atas, Cok. Hidup anjir Dexter. Slam lo udah pasti anjir.
Too many teams surrounding them with lines of sight onto them on that rock. Just weren't able to reset one more time. VP, you mentioned this building was going to be the safest for the longest. Well, they're using it to their advantage here as Taskmaster with this 30-30 is doing damage to Shopify Rebellion, who are being peppered, who are being burnt. And
Gas. Mati big net anjir.
Didn't even have to send it in the end. VP were able to use utility so effectively there. Now they begin to move. The team closest to them is going to be TIE as for Fun starts getting involved in this engagement.
Fun versus oh my god. Yeah. Zeta stack 6 cok.
To control the space in this endgame. That is a better performance by Zeta Division though, showing that they are far more comfortable here on Storm Point. As now zone begins to close, TIE
For
arguably
fun.
one of the best spots alongside Virtus Pro.
For fun ini boleh-boleh ya?
Versus For Fun, that's going to change a lot
Udah hitam
because
kan dia?
For Fun have the high ground. In theory, they can win.
Back on a jelly cam. Let's see if the cam matches the name and he's shaky, or if he's still when it comes to hitting these big shots. Elsewhere, JDG.
Ya, JDG turun.
They're going to sweep in behind as FChan takes down one as Zeddy now make their move up to the heights.
That's such a good position from
Gas,
Zeddy as
gas.
well. They'll take the position off of For Fun. They get two.
Menang Zeddy. Menang Zeddy. Menang udah Zeddy.
And it's going to be a 3v3. TIE, Zeddy, final
Zeddy sudah.
Jelly got an armor swap at just the right time here. Pinator is down. So it's a 3v2.
Zeddy sudah.
And it's time for Zeddy to try and send it to call themselves the champion.
Zeddy sudah. Wop. Belum tentu. Oh enggak, dia udah knock 2 cok. GG Zeddy.
They call it the dupe swoop. But Zeddy, they deserved that one because there was a
Duplex.
position they took away from For Fun. And they just timed it perfectly. They were able to read the lobby, see the kill feed going on. They knew they had the advantage going into that final engagement.
Really impressive stuff from them, and it was a combination of For Fun and Zeddy who were playing kind of different levels of that zone. It was Zeddy who were underneath that high ground building for quite some time in the end game. For Fun, they did a great job by getting into that position early with the early rotation that came in from Pylon, but in the end, it's the Americas who have another winner here in our game number 4.
GG. Jedi.
Doesn't it? In day one, if you
Jedi.
win on the board as well, you know you are playing at your very best as well.
Galeri ya tuh.
Frustrating for some of the teams. There's those hand-in-head moments, hand-on-head moments. What could have been had we moved around, had we not dropped the player in that situation?
Had I hit a massive shot?
Had we not taken that much damage? Had I hit a Kraber shot? These fine margins between teams as we look back at some of the highlights. I love the position from TIE throughout the majority of the game, by the way. I think they were unfortunate they lost that one player during the skirmish with VP, but this was one from Zeddy. Look at the positioning Jelly took, taking that high ground on that rock, and it really gave them the advantage.
Yeah, the Golden Nater as well in the end game with a double tap on it really just is a problem, to say the least, when you get into those short-range battles. Cinetic up in the skies, a little bit of clay pigeon shooting for them as Duplex moved in and popped off in the final moments here.
10 berarti.
And once again, Zeddy proving they are here to play at the Split 1 playoffs at EWC.
Battle Beaver.
Through these first couple of days, it is going to be a question of, you know, who is going to be up to the task? Who is going to show that they can actually roll with the big dogs? And any wins on the board will raise eyebrows in a good way. Both of them, not just a single one.
Double eyebrow
A double eyebrow raise.
Wow. Got me shocked, Daniel Gaskin. Kind of thing on day one is I'm ready for the dates.
Match points ini berapa ya tadi ya?
Eyebrow raise. Love that from you.
And I think that all the players would have been looking at that final circle saying, actually, had we transitioned a little bit differently on the southwest side in particular, there was vulnerable teams on that side. And a lot of people just committed to Valkyrie because you're scared. You don't really know what's ahead of you.
Yeah. So you're going to use it, right? I think it's an interesting zone for that.
You kick yourself afterwards, but it's always a hindsight situation.
Yeah, it's an interesting. I think it's one of the zones where composition certainly played into that a little bit. A lot of teams had a very similar plan on how they were going to approach it. And you're quite right. The one team I think who had a slightly different way of approaching it was TIE down that southwest side, who kind of wrapped the rest of the lobby and let all of those Valcolts happen in front of them, and then were able to swoop in as and when they needed to. But it's actually the Valkyrie, surprise, surprise, who made the difference in the end game as well, being able to jet up to that top of that rock, the armor swap that came in, making sure that they were all healthy as well, which is very important going into that final fight. But TIE very, very calculated on the way that they played that game. By the way, JDG into the top 5 as well. Very good game for them, who have secretly and quietly been going about their business as well. Picking up
sayang banget ya, Shubi.
4 games, but as we move over to game 5, you start to look at games remaining, don't you, in a set here in A versus B. And with only 2 remaining, that's only a certain finite amount of points for these teams to collect before they think about playing again tomorrow.
The win for Zeddy puts them up into second place, just behind Team
Belum.
Falcons as well. But it's getting pretty tight between those top three. Falcons, Zeddy, and Gaming Gladiators are clear leaders. But who's actually going to be able to take that initiative going into 5 and 6? Speaking of 5, we will not have Valkyrie. So for everything we were just talking about, you know, the height advantage you're able to gain, being able to force your way into the final circle, changes everything now without being able to go up into the sky with that skyward dive. And it does change composition significantly going into this one.
It certainly does. We're going to have to see if maybe we see a little bit more Pathfinder as that rotational option. As Valkyrie, as you can see here, is going to be the next legend to be banned. Maybe a little bit of Pathfinder, maybe a little bit of Catalyst. A bit
of Wraith as well, yeah.
Popping his way. Bangalore maybe as well. Maybe we'll see Caustic come back into the compositions
Bang,
as well.
kenapa di-ban anjing?
Bangalore as a counter. All these things to be considered by the teams and, of course, the coaches who have stood behind them as well. So many lovely moving pieces, Dan, go into these decisions. I'm glad that I don't have to make them.
We've still got plenty of Alter as well. Alter still hasn't been banned, so could come back into the fray if you would like to. I know she's more prevalent on Easy Strict, but if those are more comfortable on that legend, then there's always that choice as well. Sometimes,
Abit kalau ngetik anjing banget.
So early on, but now lasts a little bit longer into these series.
Did you know, by the way, that Wolvesy walked into the hairdressers with a picture of me and just said, "I want that."
Did it work?
It's true, by the way. Absolutely no way that I'm
did
not
it work?
telling the truth.
Do you think he looks like you?
I think I'm one of a kind, Dan, if I'm honest with you. I think he's doing his best impression, though.
Eksternya apa ya, Cok?
He wants a Dan Gaskin haircut as well, so I know it's good. I'm glad that
whoever that barber is, I'll find him.
But I'm excited for match 5 here, because I think it's going to tell us a lot about the top 3 in particular. Everyone else is starting to fall a little bit further behind now, and it would take a significant victory from some of
point
these squads to be able
distribution.
to catch up. The closest being Wolves, but of course they have found their own victory indeed as we look at some of the top damage dealers throughout the lobby so far. Wolves have been outputting a lot
Masih
of
belum match point ya.
Yeah, I mean,
Ternyata
version maybe not the best for them, but when you recognize that they are
jadi
usually playing
45.
hard zone, not surprising. You know, you're holding down a spot more than you
Gladiator.
are looking to clean wipe teams and eliminate them. It's kind of picking
43.
teams off. So
Falcon
elimination's
satu
not
lagi,
quite
match point
lining
anjing.
up, but that is the reason that kind of backs up
Falcon
that.
kan?
Something else to talk about here, I think, is of course
match point 50, match point 50, terus nyariin champion. Ini sih kalau misalnya match point ini.
We have to keep in mind, you know, when we look at those total points overall, the group stage will be the end of the tournament for some of these teams. So even though it's only 4 games gone in the tournament so far, if you're down at the bottom right now, you're probably starting to think we need to pick the pace up here with just
Top
2 games
damage
remaining in the set.
dealer.
Otherwise, we could be thinking about spending a bit more time in Paris outside of EWC than we really wanted to.
And whilst there are a lot of teams that will get through to the survival stage, and you think, oh, you know, if it's only a few teams from the groups, it's not too bad. But suddenly, as you say, if you are down right at the bottom, it starts to get a little bit more nervy. And a win here in these groups would be absolutely massive for your chances. And again, just to ease the nerves, similarly to what I was saying previously about Zeddy as well. Now we'll just allow them to relax and focus on this one. And now they're up into the top 3 with that victory. That shows how close it was previously.
Of course, that's what they're playing for there. That beautiful trophy that is on the stage.
Unlimit 5, anjing Zeta 5.
That trophy
Dori
what
the hell?
I'm getting way ahead of myself. It's a long tournament, this one. But we will have a champion at the end of it. Promise you that. A long way to go. Of course, defending champions, VK Gaming. They're going to be here as well, defending their crown a little bit later on. Not in this lobby, but they will be playing a little bit later today. As we just wander our way through the crowd to look at some of the awesome people. By the way, people who get here on day 1 early, best fans in the world. Shout out to you.
Always appreciate the dedication, the passion.
The last day pretenders. Yeah, turn up for the big games.
How dare they work on the weekdays and be available on the weekends?
They should have been booked off months in advance. Anyway, looks like we're almost ready to get into our next game here. Thank you for bearing with us, everybody. Match 4 is done, and it's time for match 5 as we continue here on Stormpoint.
And with Valkyrie now gone,
Game 5, game 5, game 5 guys.
And I do
Game 5. Game berapa tadi?
And disparity that we've had
Iya
so
kan,
far
game
in
5.
this series.
Let's go.
Across my screen, we've got
Wanna see Falcon champion. Jadi udah nggak ada harapan anjing JDG. Asu. Shubi ini apa ya? Bisa sih kalau dia champion.
Legend for a lot of these teams. It's Zeddy Esports on your screen, the winners of game number 4.
JD Gaming. Gue pengen lihat notis sama floating Shubi lompat-lompat.
Maybe out towards some of those watery areas, but it's looking like potentially a Cito zone here, maybe up on that high ground between Jurassic and Cito.
Well, good news for Wolves, who you were mentioning previously. We were talking about the damage output they've had so far, but not necessarily the conversion from it. I'm not sure they have a ring console, though, so they may not be aware of it, but they're certainly going to see everyone joining quite quickly. Relove for fun have all moved. JD Gaming have also got a ring console down towards Barometer as well. Speaking of damage difference, JD Gaming have been one of those teams throughout Pro League that have had an incredible damage difference.
Nge-lag anjir. Maaf ya.
Other teams that might have an option to hit a quick road to find their way in towards zone. We'll have to see what other teams are going to be able to make their way in though.
Maaf ya, Cok.
We will indeed, and you know, Shopify Rebellion, I don't even think they would mind this circle.
The hell?
They're going to be able to hit that down towards Sanote and move pretty quickly indeed. Shopify Rebellion didn't really get to take advantage of their position in the previous game because they were held out by some games. Now we have a quick pause at the moment, of course, while we sort things out for the players on the stage. But it, of course, allows us Smart to have a little longer look at some of these teams in their position.
Yeah, it certainly does. 30 seconds or so on the pause.
Jadi 45, 49 Falcon.
Just looking at who has the consoles, that's always something to point out, and it gives an opportunity, maybe if you're tuning into Apex Legends for the first time here, if you're wandering through the esports world, the incredible venue that we do have here, and you just sat down, you saw a bit of Apex Legends, you're like, hey, I love the Apex Legends Global Series all of a sudden. Well, ring console is very important. That's going to give you the information of where that next zone is going to be going. So when you see that little icon in some of these POIs that you can see near, best example of it, JD Gaming.
Gue nonton map nge-freeze nih, Cok. Ceritanya.
And where that zone is going to be going. So you've got that good news. And
baru gerak anjing. Iya, nge-freeze dari sana.
We love quick pauses and making sure that everything is
Apa
going right on the
tadi?
stage for these teams. By the way, Trinity,
Nge-post kali ya?
another team that moved early previously, are going to try and take one of these prio positions
Sama dia.
as well. But they may have arrived a little bit later than they would have liked. Sometimes it is a bit of a gamble, moving instantly.
Oh, belum tentu, Mas.
Bide your time, but if you do, you can get caught out.
Orang masih group stage aja.
Genji, I'm sending you all of my energy. I believe in you in this game at number 5. They're going to be over at Echo HQ right now, so they're going to have a little bit of a rotate down on that southern side. Potentially they could go through Pylon, but Coastal Camp probably, I'd imagine, is a more juicy looking option for them, as they're going to have a ring console and a survey beacon down there to not just level up those Evos, but get them a little bit more information. Also, I'm seeing advantage. Zicky's on vantage. Love to see that in a game 4. Didn't think I'd see that in a game 4.
Sleep deprivation does make you do some crazy things sometimes with your legend selection. Did they actually mean to? That's always the thing. I'm looking forward to see how they compete when they have had a good night's rest. Of course,
oh my god, let's go. Langsung di push.
But I'm just thankful that they are here and they are able to compete. Speaking of competing,
Mau
there's a lot
nge-push
of
langsung
competition for
anjing.
position at the moment. And PXX are able to get into one of these buildings and avoid the gunfire as they approached.
Yeah, difficult to hold these ones down though. The good news is there's not too many fuses
Masih
in the
bakal
lobby, and there's no
ditergas
sears
sih.
due to the ban a little bit earlier on. So it's a little bit more comfortable to hold down. The likes of Watson are going to be more influential and more powerful with the counters that are available of legends that are going to be run by other teams. So if you can get into a spot early here, actually pretty good chance that you're going to be able to hold it down for the longer game. On Limit, they're going to be running Axel still, so they have an option to be aggressive. JDG also still relying on Axel, as our Team Heretic. So outside of those teams, though, you're looking at Wraith and Kidnaps as being the only option to kind of unsettle one of those teams who's bunkered down.
And we are going to see more teams start to run slightly more aggressive compositions as well as we get towards the end of this series and this set. You want to be able to put points on the board, and as Mark was alluding to, if you are falling behind, you could be vulnerable come that elimination part of this stage.
Clean banget,
you don't want to be
hemlock
sent
emang kan.
home that early on in the competition.
Balls up on this high ground of Cito Station. You mentioned that they were dropping over here. They're going to have the ability to play this height, the overarching height, for quite some time. It's going to be an interesting Next zone pull, though, as we already see an attempt at a kidnap coming in from Wolves. You saw the Ranger jumping down from the high ground to see if they can pick up a KP and steal away a player. Falcons, a little bit of a different rotation for them, and they're going to be running into Team Heretics now. That longbow is going to be singing a song. That doesn't sound good for Falcons, and certainly not for Imperial Hal.
Looks like Hal's been able to get out of that sight line, though, so they should be able to stabilize. They're just going to have to reconsider their approach of how they want to move from this position. And I'm not sure they even know where they're getting shot from at the moment. They're kind of just scouting around, and now finally they do get eyes on. That will allow them to assess the situation far better. Now, you might disagree with me here, Mark, but I would rather be one of these teams who is approaching from the edge. I would be frustrated if I was a team like Wolves and the zone has come my way. Wolves are one of those incredible fighting teams that maybe they want to just get out of that system in the early stages of the game, be able to build up that economy on their shields, and then move in and engage more a little bit later. But of course, they are well practiced for when the zone does come their way as well.
I think Wolves being up on the high ground is not too bad a thing for them, because they've already got up to blue. So that's not going to be too much a concern. And the fact that it is such an overarching height here at Sito Station, and they have the Newcastle as well to get that wall down, they're going to be able to do a lot of poke damage. Something that was interesting to highlight, though, just on that other side of the map is I think Sparrow is actually going to be a pretty good pick as an aggressive character in this lobby. Think about flushing those Newcastle teams out, those Watson teams out. You really can use that bolt to unsettle some of those teams that are going to be sitting inside of those buildings.
Yeah, and I do wonder whether, you know, utilizing that alongside Alter, for example, Team Heretics running Sparrow, Alter, and Axel, that is as aggressive as it gets, really. Not only can you get into the action very quickly, but you have multiple ways to get out of said action at the same time. So expect Heretics to be taking a couple of fights here or there. They're going to be on the eastern side of the map at the moment. They're going to be one of the late arrivals. The same could be said for Zeta Division, who are here on the north, and they're going to be hitting the survey beacon to get a little bit more of a lay of the land here and see who's going to be ahead of them in terms of player.
Well, I know someone's close. 3 enemies were scanned within the vicinity of that survey beacon. It's going to be Zeddy Esports who are closest over at Checkpoint. By the way, Shopify Rebellion have just arrived. So there will still be three players close to Zeta, but it's not going to be Zeddy. It's actually going to be Shopify, who have kind of counter-rotated where Zeddy were and taken their spot away.
And the thing is, Zeta will know no different. They just know there are enemies in the vicinity, and Shopify Rebellion are going to now be the team they are focusing on. They just wouldn't know it was a different squad beforehand. The thing is, Shopify Rebellion may not know they were scanned, because they weren't. It was a different team. So Shopify Rebellion may be unaware of Zeta's position here. But they've, of course, come up north to get some information themselves, as well as upgrade some guns, and, of course, hit that harvester.
So it's a survey beacon for them to play with. That's where the zone's going to be going, and you can already see, I mean, pretty much any playable spot that is a building has gone. JDG down on that southern side, though, very interesting position for them. Probably thinking about pushing in towards the waterfall for the late game, maybe fighting for the high ground. I'm interested to see what the zone actually pulls after this one. If it's going to continue in closer towards Sito, up onto that hillside, and the waterfall area instead down on that southern side. So where these teams
kalau jadi gaming bisa champion ya, gue main Apex nggak berhenti.
But if you take that risk down on the other side and it pulls your way, you can have such a clear walk in.
And of course, these teams still don't know. JD Gaming don't know it's pulled a little bit further up north yet. They only have the initial zone information they were able to gather. So when that zone does come in, perhaps we'll start to see them move a little bit further north. An interesting engagement could be happening here on the southeast side of the map. Genji and Unlimited very close to one another, and Genji starting to run away.
Yeah, that's going to hurt. I think he's got to be careful here.
Sakit. Ayo, ke-stuck lagi.
Musubi is causing some problems here for Genji. You got a longbow in the hands of Ace as well. Kickstart drone is going to be coming his way. That's dealt with, but it's going to cause to at least have to expel the bang armor here through the skies. Goes one player, can't quite connect in the way he wants to here. 51's enough, so at least scare off members of Genji.
I've not seen Gibby move like that in quite some years. Taking him back, his hips don't lie, but they are able to get away. No one say that.
Dia kena, anjir.
Some of these shots connect.
There's a gap in that bubble. That's the problem for him. They wanted to try and stick that res immediately, but the gap in the bubble allowed shots to come in, and that is the signal now for the rest of Unlimited to push. Ziki is still on his back.
You've got to hold aggressively here. I like this from Asia as well. Utilize that Prowler to do some damage. We get a knock, it could be big.
It's a trade. Dexter's now on his own, running through zone. Gibby can move. We know that since the recent patches that boy can move, and he's going to be able to escape for now. Will Gen G be able to reset and get back into this game? Over to Flat versus Shopify Rebellion, however. This fight is taking place elsewhere. This is the barometer side of the map, just outside of Mill, excuse me. And looks like Shopify will be able to get a wall down here just outside of the zone, but they've got Zeta Division looking at them from inside of zone 2. They're a little bit pinched here, Shopify.
Yeah, if Shopify lose one player, it's going to be curtains for them because Zeta are going to take full advantage of it. Flat may not be aware of Zeta Division arriving yet, so they're going to continue to be aggressive because they were up in the fight. They had done more damage. Bubble now comes out. Shopify Rebellion, they smell there is something funky.
Kok gak ada yang pakai separuh? Ada tadi, ada, Cok. Unlimit tadi pakai separuh.
So Shopify Rebellion will be able to pull outside of where this zone is going to be, but they're all on their feet most importantly. Zeta with the team who are pressurizing, all in purple armor by the way, and if they get an armor check here on Flat, it wouldn't surprise me if they take this fight.
Just the 5 points at the moment for Zeta. A team that we know can be very aggressive and win a lot of interesting fights on their side, but a slow start to the tournament could all change here in match 5. Storm Point we know is more comfortable from them.
There's the armor check.
Big net, big net.
There's a sky
big net.
I think when you're in this position, you kind of have to be aggressive.
Oh my
you
god.
have to look for this fight.
Team Heretics just been eliminated. The nades are starting to tickle away, and that's going to be multiple shield checks now coming in. Flat
Lagi.
a bit of trouble here. And Zeta are just waiting for the zone to force Flat to make a decision. Are they going to go to the left? Are they going to go to the right? They queue through this rock, but Zeta are going to have eyes on that as we take our eyes over now to Dory, who are going to be down on that northern side trying to force their way into zone. They've got Unlimit at their back, they've got VP in front of them, and Shopify also to their west as well.
Yeah, this is going to be a very different fight to what's happening on the west because there's going to be far too many teams here to really take anything isolated. So instead it's about survival. It's about working out, can we get past people? But
Ayo.
we cannot get past
Nih dari tadi nih. Kagak jadi warna anjir.
Try and plan this one out, but now we are going to finally get this 3v3.
Yeah, I like the fact they're going to queue through on this as well. The Gibraltar defensive bombardment, which is probably an option for Flat to try and hold here, going to be useless because they have the pylon down of the Watson.
Satu. Ayo,
Satu.
satu.
In and out of the void passage to do this damage.
Zeta dari tadi, Cok.
And now it's just about collecting the final KP here for Flat.
It's a lot of noise though. It's
Nice.
Trinity. They were
Save
kind
the
of nearby
KP.
and they're starting to scout the area and get a little bit closer. You have to stay healthy here if you're Zeta.
Oh my god!
To lose a player.
Well, that's going to be two now. Suzuki hits one.
2 teams anjir.
Hits the one clip as well, and all of a sudden Trinity are regretting their decision to try and
big net.
in on this one. Mike's going to pull.
Maju.
Last player behind the knockdown. This man is traversing the portals like
Maju.
a pro, and surely this should be the end of the game. It looks like the last player actually pulled back through the raid portal, but Zeta doing a great job there just to clean both sides.
Gelo Zeta. Panas, baru panas, Cok. Anjir game 5 bangke.
So Zeta did take down 3 people, but 2 were from one side, 1 from another. Flat have got back up to a 3 now though. They were able to reset fully.
Iya bang, udah lihat. Iya.
Back in with our lobby leaders, Falcons, 49 points as they stand.
And I can almost guarantee if we were in a listening with Falcons, they would say someone's running Vantage. And they're soon to find out that that's going to be Gen G. For fun now, move into that waterfall spot. Now this is an interesting one, Dan, because this kind of a spot
Jadi masih situ.
towards the end game can be very
Dia kalau nggak masuk
early on,
dulu.
very difficult to hold, especially with the zone continuing to pull towards the north. This is going to be a pit stop for them.
Main di pinggir
Take a lot of damage on their landing here.
Tapi tetep aja hashtag 5. Enggak tadi hashtag 12 anjing. Hashtag 13. Dia main di luar.
There are going to be shots coming from a distance from Virtus Pro. Just making sure those Greek charges to try and just add a little bit of extra damage. But I pressure being applied by insane!
I mean, the bow checks are primed and ready. And they are doing all sorts of damage. Ozus answers back with a 108, but for VP, it's not.
Petnya bolak-balik, Cok, anjir. Oh my god.
Beam job. Yeah, I thought VP were going to be okay there, and they were going to be the ones holding Unlimit out. But somehow Unlimit go about their business, survive, and now they'll be able to look at trying to engage into this final zone, as it is going to move a little bit further north.
It's a vicious north ball.
It's up towards Zeddy, actually, in the building that Zeddy are going to be holding. They won't be in that next zone, but they're going to be one of the closest to it, as actually AG Global is in the middle. Oh, the Bojeks are reigning supreme so far in this lobby.
Yeah, 7 frags in the back pocket here for Stubby as well. So that thing is is going to be almost permanently primed. He can flush teams out with just one weapon. And he's showing how damaging it can be. The bow check is something we haven't seen used in quite some time.
Imperial Hall lagi di itu tuh dalam cetok tuh.
The Apex Legends Global Series, but when that thing's primed, when it's charged up, you can flush teams out.
Lagi di dalam cetok tadi dia.
Zip their way into zone by the looks of things. That will leave on the southern side JD Gaming and Team Falcons, as we're also checking in on the southwest with Zeta Division again, still looking up towards flag.
Enggak ya? Dia masih di luar apa?
There's going to be some key fights that will happen on the approach to zone, but it's about whether you can win that engagement and then survive into zone.
Solonya udah hilang anjir.
A tough rotate actually now for Zeta. They may have left it a little bit long. The long way to go. On limit now, try and collapse
Digas. Digas.
Trying to force the fight on for quite some time.
Digas. Ego. Gede.
As he would take down Yolari, man.
Gede.
We have to send it. Let's take advantage of this. We've got the extra player.
Gede egonya. Gila Riemann tuh dari tadi nervous banget main anjir, ngapa ya? Kena kenok. Heran gua anjing.
Hasn't been finished either. And with the Nitro going down, he slides his way over towards his teammate. Limit might get a reset here. Shopify have got to be careful. They might think about finishing this one off quickly.
Ayo, mau nggak mau, Cok.
Go down though, and the knockdown is a problem.
This is very frustrating for Shopify Rebellion, and now suddenly PXX, they get involved. They say, well,
Bitter anjir. Oh, come on, bro.
He had to hit the big shots there to force that team away. PXX wanted to move in,
Bocil Imperial.
All that's really happened is everybody has reset. JD Gaming, they are eliminated. They cannot make that southern rotation work. But on limit, through all of that fighting that was going on around that pixel building,
Kayaknya yang dibuang sama Dark Zero. Anjir, Dark Zero ya. Dark Zero buat pada masanya, Cok.
All of them fighting tooth and nail at the moment. On limit down just Peace as Falcons get eliminated from the lobby in 14th. By the way, Peace, kill leader right now in the lobby, but will be wiped eventually. A valiant effort as now all gamers global.
Ego. Unlimited ego.
In this zone, using the Pathfinder zipline to do so. So they were just trying to clear this side of zone.
Ego push anjir. Gila Riemann-nya lagi nervous banget, Cok. Bener dah. Oh my god. Come on. Shopify. Oh my god. Gelo. Ya di third aja sama di CG, Cok. Di third ternyata. Genburger kayak nggak masuk deh. Emang 100 Thief ada? Kagak ada anjir. 100 Thief nggak main. Emang main ya? 100 Thief nggak main dah, setahu gue dah. Kagak, Cok, nggak masuk dah. 100 Thief nggak masuk. Spotify, itu Spotify Shopify anjir. Shopify, emang tadi gua ngomong Spotify kayak kagak dah. Shopify anjir.
And we might see it again as DCG are starting to approach them, but actually you've got to be careful because GG are in the horizon here. They are
Lu lihat, ultinya Fuse dibungkus. Kebungkus ultinya Fuse. Lucu banget. Wah, ete, Cok, DCG anjir. Ayo, lagi, Cok. Oh, Zen mati. Belum. Kukira itu Zen, Cok. Oh, Zennya masih hidup. Wah, ente. Ente. Ente, gladiator. Bang Easy Flash mana? Easy Flash nanti. Belum main dia, grup C sama D nanti. Abis ini. Harusnya abis ini ya?
Fourth place overall at the moment with 37 points, Wolves. But how do they get out of this building with so many teams above them, below them, surrounding them?
Well,
good luck, No Name. You've got to find a portal here somehow.
If you want an actual answer, it is through Wraith, but there's going to be other teams doing the same thing. We are going to see everyone now who has Wraith still alive portaling in. And actually, it's only 2 teams left with Wraith. There is an altar that's going to be available as well, as Wolves trying to portal to the north side.
Zeta masih ada ya. Dari tadi 15 besar yo.
No Name did find a portal. Crazy Kong comes through that portal, tries to stick the res here on Newcastle, but the pressure is coming in from a combination of AG and the rest of the lobby. Wolves have to retreat here, but the zone is going to be at their back.
This is brilliant from For Fun though, because they are only a duo, but they've been able to lock down the most north
For
position.
Fun,
Initially,
AG
Global, but finally AG Global will spot them.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Up on this high ground now on the middle layer of the building.
Bingung. Pasti sudah. Peter udah mau nggak mau.
The main building, the God building, has belonged to AG as the God shots started coming as well from Yanya. This boy's got a Kraber.
Kadinga, Kablam, Kabloozy is now AG are going to be on 37 points and building. It's just one remaining player, by the way, on the north as Black get eliminated. Cinetic will be sent on.
Lah mau nggak mau.
Be eliminated from the game and will be down to 4 squads. Surely this is AG's game.
Ayo.
Boys and gymnasts almost managed to get out of there. Wolves now go down to the
low
ground. They have found a way.
Wolf.
They have found a way to get into this zone. And Zeddy will be in the lobby. Top 3 is where we find ourselves. You have Zeta, you have AG Global, and you have...
Wow.
The Gibbies are huge though. They're massive. The protection is huge. But Wolves, they've got the portal to back off.
The pylon is eating all of the
AG
ultimates
udah.
Zeddy, and that means that AG
Wah, Zeta cu. Zeta sudah. Zeta. Gelo. 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 Indopret lah, cok. Porque damage lagi joki bitch. Joki bitch anjing.
In that conversation, and most importantly, Mark, gain some confidence.
Zeta.
Not be down in the bottom, not be worrying about those elimination spots after the group stage games. That's going to be so big for them. Their hopes and dreams have been able to move through. And to be fair, they've been spoken about as potential winners of this tournament.
Zeta siapa nih? Zeta siapa nih? Zeta siapa nih? Zeta siapa nih? Zeta Division, Zeta VTuber.
Always looked at by APAC North as being the guy to take them to a title. Well, winning a game early in the stages in these groups just gives you that little belief that
Yang kucing
we're here today. We're gonna play, we're gonna make it through, and we are a serious
Cok,
contender.
Zeta ini Zeta Division champion akhirnya dari tadi tuh dia berapa game? 4 game. 4 game. Anjing openingnya tadi intronya aja tengil anjing 4 game baru bisa champion anjing, cok.
Over to the north. And again, it really just shows how important that composition can be if you can get to the final circle. You pointed out the pylon did absolute bits and wonders to be able to survive, but the Gibby bubbles initially helped Zeta Division avoid all of the gunfire that was been happening or was happening previously. I think AG Global
lah dia bukannya VK, malah Fnatic ya.
Had we see Wolves pushed a little bit differently, they gone towards Zeta.
Dia VK gak sih, Jir?
But sometimes it's just about getting the right side or the rub of the green.
Yeah, sometimes it's about finding a Kraber and threading a needle onto a team who's jumping down onto the low ground as well. That certainly was a beautiful shot that came in that just kind of solidified what we expected to see in those final moments. But I think something that really needs to be highlighted there is the importance of Watson in that final zone as well.
Oh iya, Fnatic King. Yang dari VK siapa ya?
Nades flooding the zone.
Fnatic anjir. Iya, Fnatic ya, Fnatic. Sing nongol di turnamen, iya. Ini namanya pro player aja.
Series, Watson has been the most picked legend, but hasn't been banned because in game. With how the
Fnatic ya, Fnatic ya. Iya, Fnatic. Salah gua ki.
And placement points, Zeta Division in the end put up 25. All gamers global, they managed to put 8 points on the board through kills, 9 placement points.
25 kemarin, 25 kemarin gua enggak terlalu ngikutin.
Interesting race at the top. It was previously a 3-horse race that I was mentioning going into match 5, but now with those points from both of those teams, suddenly it changes things going into this 6th and final match of the series.
I would say another really impressive performance though from Wolves. We did mention how Cito was, when they would drop in, there was a pretty comfortable zone for them as far as holding down where they were going to be playing and having the choice of what I believe was going to be the priority position. But the most important thing for me and the most impressive thing is how they found their way out of that stacked central main building of Cito in towards that end game. Initially it wasn't looking good for them.
Timnya baru-baru, iya makanya gue juga tadi EG siapa anjing? Age.
And I think if you keep that kind of consistency up, you're going to have very good results here in Paris.
Well, I mean, I think actually
Age Algamers anjing gue baru tahu. Zedi gue baru tahu. Yang gue tahu tuh di grup ini cuma Genji, tim Heretic, jadi JDG, Zeta, sama Falcon sama Shopify Rebellion. Ini seru sih C sama D sih. Ada Alliance soalnya nih. RRQ, Alliance, S-Bull, Aurora. Waduh. Terus
welcome back once again, everybody. We are
Ninja.
That was a quick break, Danny. Almost caught me off guard there. But we are back here in Paris at the Esports World Cup at the LGS split.
Gue tadi nggak ngeliat killfeed anjir. Zona berapa dia tadi? Poin berapa nih poinnya?
Who's going to be a little bit worried going into the rest of the group games?
My favorite thing about that is sometimes
point.
a quick break, right? And it ends up 20 minutes, 30 minutes. That one, 10 seconds.
We're
right back in. We tell the truth.
Point. Game 6
though. It is going to be an interesting one. As I was alluding to before, we now have 5 teams all with a fantastic chance of essentially winning this set, getting number
Zedi
1
match
position.
point.
Zedi, first place
Falcon
on 52.
match
Falcon's only a
point.
point behind them on 51. GG on 46. AG Global now up to 4th place on 44.
Tinggal nyari
And Wolves Esports, you were saying it, they are still being
champion,
consistent, putting points on the board. They are at 43. With the win, Zeta
masih belum
Division
tahu juga nih anjir game 6 siapa championnya.
So there is an outside chance if they can go back to back, then maybe, just maybe, they can get first.
Mana Falcon tadi? Falcon.
Ja,
ke-12 dia. Kok ke-12 tim game 5 anjing.
Top 5 games.
Kok 14
as well. One of the teams on the left-hand side. Of course, you can see right now.
14, cok.
Full screen right now are one of those.
RRQ kok ada Kagura?
Some good performances on E District, but a little bit quiet so far in Storm Point. They
Kok
were
jadi
towards the end game of
jago jadi opsi. Jago. Gak jago, cok.
Quite by their own standards, but I'll be honest with you, when you talk about Team Falcons, quiet by their own standards means they haven't won the game with 57 kills.
They still are the kill leaders.
VXX, gue baru tahu nama timnya apa. Pork Xiaolongbao Expert Kuota. Makanan anjing. Makanan cowok. Xiaolongbao anjing. Kapan Imperial? Tadi kayak udah marah-marah. Dia udah tusun anjing 14. Kepinya berapa gak dapet kepi anjir.
Great professional, the dupe swoop, some call it.
Total poinnya cuma 1, cok.
Heard from Naughty as well in the build up to this event. A man who's full of self-belief. That is a beautiful piece of work. Can't see you on there, Dan.
Pork Xiaolongbao Expert, aduh gue baru astaga, gue baru tahu nama gamenya. Nama lah flat, bener flat. Tapi gambarnya flat art, what the
I was watching the minimap the entire
penganut.
Like I commentate from the map. I think that is evident.
JD.
The way they held that side and bullied everyone else.
Sumpah ini JD Gaming champion match point 2 kali champion naik, cok. Kepi 13, 12, 13. Kepi 13, 15 lah. Jadi gaming. Terus champion match point. Match point champion sekali lagi menang di grup stage, cok.
If you can clear one side,
grup stage sih masih aman anjir.
Focus your full attention elsewhere. Such
Grup
an
stage
important thing to do. The most difficult thing
yang paling bawah 6 paling bawah siapa?
160-degree pressure. If you can clear one of those sides and
6 paling bawah tuh dari semuanya ya.
Ability power wherever it might be into one spot, it makes the game so much more simple. And I think AG did a great job of recognizing that, especially using Fuse in some of those situations as well to flush those teams out.
I saw some world champions in the audience there. I think there was the Sentinels roster just rocking up, and making sure they're watching the rest of the tournament here to prepare for their games. They'll be up next, of course.
Dari grup
in
A
the
sampai
other
D
groups,
tuh.
competing. Very excited to see what they can do on the main stage, as well as the reigning defending EWC champions, of course.
Yeah, VK Gaming will be here. They will be on the stage playing
Walau,
a little bit later
walau,
on today. But before we get there, of course, we've got to finish off this series.
Okay.
We've got another game
Okay,
to
guys.
get done as
Match
we head
6.
back to
Let's
Storm
go.
Point now. Game
Match
number
6.
6, the final one between groups A and B. Looks like it's live down.
Iya cowok, anjir stage-nya nggak kolosium anjir. Ya, kocak ya, parah ya. Nggak kolosium.
So different, no bubbles, no bombardments, and it does really throw a spanner in the works for
Aneh
a lot of
banget lihatnya ya.
selections here for teams. We're starting to see far
Parah,
more
jir.
legends like being selected across the board, as you can see on your screen now.
I had a giggle because I think if I...
Stats-nya.
just saying, we had E-District earlier, we had Storm Point now, right? I
Kayak
almost guaranteed that we
bener
would have
kayak
our-
warnet.
and I was getting worried that we weren't going to have our wall zone down.
You always have
But
to
in
have a
match
wall
6,
zone.
we do get our wall zone, so
Bener
we're
kayak
going up
warnet.
to the north. And for AG Global,
Mana
they've
GDG?
proven
Falcon
they can hold the
lawan
spot
Sped.
for the long
Oh,
game.
ini
What
udah
a
fix ya.
zone that is for them, Dan. It's pulling directly onto their heads.
This is brilliant. They have ring console as well, survey beacon alongside it, so they're going to have all of the
Jadi
tools they
hilang,
possibly
anjing.
want to hold, loot up, and they'll be able to do it speedily as well. They are going to be approached
Dari
from
tadi
the
tuh
west
jadi
of
gini,
Zen Esports.
dia
They've also
dari
been able to get that ring console.
barometer
Zeta Division will be arriving from the east. So
mau ke
actually, in
Ceto,
terms of teams
di
that
situ
at the
susah
top,
banget jalannya,
three
anjir,
of them are
anjir.
north. I mean, Gaming Gladiators not far away as well.
Look at
so
the
there
first
is
teams
a lot.
arriving are Zeta, Zeddy, and AG. So
Dead
all
game.
of those teams, like you say, already in zone. The one team that isn't in zone, Team
Eh,
Falcons. They've got a longer way to go here. And speaking of
Age
here
tuh
they are
tadi mau
on your screen.
Age
They've
tuh
gotta
udah
go all the
champion
way
anjir.
from Launchpad here and just looking at their pathing. One good thing
Eh,
for them,
belum,
they've
ding.
had two Evo halves
Oh,
this spawn
Zeddy.
extremely close to their POI, so they're going to be able to get up
Age,
very close to
Age
purple
suruh
almost immediately.
ini ya. Iya, Cok.
Help them in any early engagements if they
Enggak
do
sih yang
come
gue
across one of the
suruh
teams, but actually looking at their
ngendok
routing
aja
at
udah
the moment,
ngendok.
they may have
Ini
fairly
apa
easy
namanya?
access
Dori.
to the entire eastern side of this map,
Eh,
and they
enggak,
might be able to
unlimit,
rotate
unlimit.
through Elrod,
Yularimennya
and
nerfus
up to
lagi,
the north,
nerfus di Yularimen.
potentially arrive as one of the latest teams on the northern side and catch a few teams off guard. So that's going to be an interesting journey for Team Falcons if they want to approach that way. But of course, they might head through Stormcatcher as well to utilize the survey beacon there.
Wah, ini zona ini.
The good news is Lufka's alive. He's going to be able to drag his teammate back to his feet, but he's being harassed once again by a few.
Ini nggak GG ini, Cok.
And guess who that is?
Kalau sampai beneran di app langsung digas gitu ya.
Firing that one from a distance.
Nggak GG.
Reach fuse monoload.
Nggak ada yang pakai aerobot.
Bentar.
Tadi ada kok. Lah tadi Yularimen matinya gara-gara pakai itu, Cok.
Some say it could have shooken the whole arena and they would be shooked.
Yularimen kayak gara-gara pakai itu tadi.
A little bit of assessing of the area at the moment. As they continue on their journey, so they won't be able to get back up, and it's not going to be a problem. But there are so many teams that have already arrived at wall. So AG, even though they started here, they are no longer alone. But this is the position they look to lock down. This is where they are confident it will get them points.
Look at FJam's just scooting past there.
Apa tadi yang di ban sih?
Spot for his team to play. For fun. Having the most of it right now as Wolves are pressuring them. Synetics going to be caught by the burn of that thermite.
Oh my god.
Coming in from No Name as well, and almost more impressively gets back through the portal.
Big net. Big net. Big net. Big net from Crazy Kong.
We'll have to see if the fuse lands. It's actually going to be a breach charge that does the job for them. So something a little bit more simple, and that's going to be Wolves now using that portal to play. And they want
Ayo.
to finish this off, and they should be able to
Gelo. GG for fun anjir. Anti, Cok.
It is between these top teams. With those kills, Wolves suddenly push themselves up into third place now onto 46 points. They could be one of the sleeper teams at the tournament. Just such an impressive team when they do get aggressive. They know exactly how they want to take out a team.
Jadi ada kok, ada yang pakai Excel, ada kok. Ini si Zap pakai Excel kan? Oh enggak, Altar. Loh, Altar masih belum kenapin anjir.
Is close to where they find themselves. Also got a ring console to play with, which they're going to hit right now. And this is an aggressive composition as well, Dan. 22 points on the board. They have a Bangalore, they have a Sparrow, and Alta. So you can see what the game plan is for them. And with where the zone is going, Dan, this is the kind of composition you want if you're running in on edge.
Wah, nggak.
Shopify Rebellion, they need points. 13th position. Another team that has been up there with the discussions of potential tournament winners as well.
Butuh poin sih emang.
They have been known throughout this split of being a little bit slow to start.
15 ke 34, 15-34 Survivor stage.
Story, they're going to be checking in to see where everyone else is, and now they're going to get the information that they do have the possibility to rotate on that northeastern side themselves, so that will give them the freedom to pop that back.
Mau nggak mau, Cok, buat reset anjir. Alter masih oke lah. Alter masih oke kok. Buat reset. Kalau di rank mungkin iya ya. Kalau di rank ya. Kalau di rank. Tapi bisa aja. Kalau mau ngereset, buat reset bagus. Alter.
Absorb a little bit this ring damage at the moment because they are not able to force their way into zone from that side. So uncomfortable when you have to
jatuh ke jurang ada, Cok. Jatuh ke jurang jadi koper ada aja. Tapi pas baru turun. Baru turun POI itu langsung ada waktu itu. Tapi nggak sering lah.
They'll be up to purple. There's an Evo half just outside of North Pad for them to grab. You can see that on the left-hand side of your screen.
Yang turunnya di mana? Zeus Station ya. Biasanya yang turun di Zeus Station tuh kadang jatuh anjing.
Just outside the main POI of the wall, they are going to be bang center of where that
zone is going to be. Enggak lah, masih kalau masih baru banget turun mah enggak, Cok. Kalau misal zona udah muncul terus kayak mau ngambil itu baru mungkin dimarahin ya. Soalnya sekarang kan udah enak anjir, nggak usah respawn beacon. Press box saja udah enak sekarang.
I think for Gen G, the path is going to be awkward, to say the least. This is Team Falcons. You can see they don't have the best of spots right now. That Gen is a little bit vulnerable. See, just trying to kind of body block it as well here. You do not want that to be taken down, because the moment that interception pylon goes down from Watson, they become susceptible to nades.
Nih CEO Hall. Dia kalau ini zonanya zona ke atas gak sih, Jir? Enggak ding. Zonanya nggak ke atas ya? Nggak ke atas, Cok. Jadi zonanya ke atas. Keculik beliau. CEO keculik, Cok. Ayo.
Motherload's going in as well, and how is back on his back. Yanya now.
Kan ada iniannya Watson ya?
Whilst he's continually dragging his teammate back up, and for Falcons it's about surviving. If you can survive,
kok nggak ke ini sih, nggak cancel anjir? Balik. Si Hal keculik lagi, Cok. Hal keculik anjir. Udah pasti dia marah-marah. Pasti. Udah pasti. Wozi, ya, sisa guild sendiri, Cok. Wah. Ente udah pasti marah-marah. Udah pasti dia marah-marah. Falcon hashtag berapa hashtag? 19. Pasti udah.
Team Heretics, well, they're involved in a fight on the northern side. Yeah, Heretics have made a heck of a rotation actually to find themselves here. It's Dory, they're going to be holding them out as well as Gaming Gladiators. And not too long until Unlimit are also going to be arriving to this party. As you are going to see in the kill feed, plenty of action going down at the moment.
No Name has a Kraber again.
Ini harusnya zonanya ke atas, Jir. Iya gak sih? Zona atas ini, Cok.
Reign of terror on Gen G a little bit earlier on. No Name does get that finish. Shopify.
Atasnya mana ini? The wall.
And JD down on the southern side of the zone though. There is a lot of action and here it is on your screen.
Apa bisa berakhir di sini sih? Bisa sih.
The problem is there's 4 teams.
Si anjing floating mati.
A third party, a fourth party, but Wolves are able to escape and move to the northern side. So now there is just going to be the 3 teams competing here. And they'll be alive and kicking for a while. It's going to be a 1 minute 20 before we see this zone moving next.
Jadi di F anjir, digas, Cok. Setiga nih. Jadi ente. Noti. Oh, aduh. Mayan Kepi, Cok. Mayan Kepi.
But Gen G are here now, but they have retreated. They have recognized that a couple of kills here isn't going to save their series.
It's actually going to save Kurasami though. Gen G
turun ya? Di the wall ya? Iya, Cok. Oh, kira bakal di atas anjir, di atas the wall tuh yang nanjak zip gede banget, apa zip panjang banget.
Gen G right now. Now as we check in with Heretics versus Dory, remember this engagement. If you win this fight, you are in a fantastic spot for the late game.
Wah. Dia kena satu.
They might have to hit the Void Nexus to get him back to his feet. Can he stay alive long enough for them to drag him back and try this fight again?
Lah, dia balik ya ke situ aduh. Komsnya gimana itu, Cok? Komsnya gimana itu tadi? Big net gak sih? Jugir.
It's about getting ahead of them here. Don't have the banner of Zap, so it would have to be a crowd.
Mau kemana dia nih? Mau kemana dia?
Gen G probably landing on Shopify here. Koiful's gonna hold this.
Koiful's on his own. Finally, it looks like the rest of Shopify are going to kind of try and walk their way up to him. Wolves have a look at this one as well, but it's Koiful essentially is a man on an island, and Gen G.
1v2.
It's a 1v2 for Koiful.
1v2. GG. 1v2.
Down though. Zone Unite trying to move in, trying to catch this fight up. He's just late to the party. It's a 1v1 still.
Wah, kalau Shainunya bisa menang, GG sih, sumpah. Sumpah. Bisa dapet Shainu menang zona. Gelo.
This one was over as soon as that Sparrow went in. The bolt was the difference.
Imperial tanpa fair house.
The remaining member of Gen G inside of that zone, ticking away at the damage, and then the wing.
Aduh. Tapi emang fair house, Imperial Hall disatuin sih. Bantai, Cok. Bantai. Mati anjir Wolf. Ya.
Oh. Recovery is going to be attempted, but there's damage coming from elsewhere. Yeah, it's going to be AG Global firing in those knuckle clusters, trying to force them off of that box. Deeds will be able to get back. There's a rogue Nitro gate down for him from another team that helps him get back into that body. Duplex. If I know this man, it's a no man left behind kind of character. He gets Jelly back into the game.
STP gak sih?
And should be able to pull him back into that
Oh,
void nexus. However, there's
di
now a team
tertanya.
approaching. And that's going to be PXX.
Di
The blood in the water. Yeah, PXX are on the hunt at the moment as well.
PXX Pork Xiaolong Bao. He's burning. Pork Xiaolong Bao.
Definitely output damage. Duke's a one-man army at the moment. Jen's going to go down. And finally with Duke going down, it's looking like this could be the end of the game here for Zeddy.
Wah, Zeddy. Ente Zeddy. Ente. Shainu, Cok. Shainu masih. Oh my god, Shainu.
PXX are alive. Zeddy were in first
position, remember, on 55 points, so that's going to be the number to hunt
Oh
down for all
my
these teams who are chasing.
God.
Think of AG, who are on 46.
I
If
knew.
they can rotate a little bit further east, survive, win this game, they could be the ones to take the most points from this lobby. GG, remember, still alive in 47 points.
Wah, dia masih nyoba buat nge-app Dory anjir, tim Heretic. Langsung. TH knock 1. Wah, ente TH, Cok. Ente TH. Heretic dari tadi nyobanya kenapa nggak mau nge-apping dia mulu ya? Jago saya ini jago, cu. Jago dia. Parah. Gue denger ulti Rampart. Di killfield. Di killfield ada inen Rampart aja. Ada Sheila, Cok.
Shopify also fell while all of that carnage happened. Everybody, by the way, from Wall, who has to move towards his zone, has to leave the building.
Ke atas coy ini. Kan zonanya. Tuh zona ke atas ini. Zonanya ke atas ini, nggak ke bawah. Nggak ke the wall. Ke atas, Cok.
As Gaming Gladiators consistent entirely throughout the day, 51 points. They are only 4
di mana itu apa namanya?
I'm just a mere wraith. Let me live my life, and that's exactly what DCG do. It looks like there's a lot
di aksi itu namanya yang ini kan, Cok. Yang ngelompatin karena pesawat. Iya, kemarin gue pengen ngambil itu, Cok, sebenernya. Pengen ngambil R99 pesawat. Keren anjir.
Well, Zeta have all of the high ground here. They have got spot. And having won the previous game, there is a real opportunity to go back-to-back for them. Relove DCG will be out of the lobby next. As Yulari Man and the rest of Unlimited
ya, kan tuh, nervous banget tuh orang anjir.
And Stubby just being brought back to his feet. The health is a problem.
Yulari Man ini, Cok.
Yulari Man's going to have to pop the med kit, but has he timed it well enough?
So initially it's going to be the rotation of GG. How important that is. Where do they end up with this zone?
9 anjir.
We have eyes on as well as they hold prime positions at the moment. As GG are doing very well to eliminate that one remaining rat. They are going to take the western side here, and they are going to try and use whatever they can to create cover. And thankfully they do have a rampart.
They're not going to be safe inside the zone though, so they're going to have to keep moving forward. Maybe they're looking to nice not on damage as Liverpool slam forward. AG
GG.
some of this height as well. Dory will be out of the lobby as we're down to
AG KP-nya masih 2 anjir. Ini dia beneran ngendok apa gimana itu?
Look at this rotation from Zane though, trying to get up north, trying to get ahead of them on the Wraith as well. So you can get above everyone at the moment.
Well, the Newcastle has gone down though. That's the problem here for GG, and instead he's decided
wah, nggak bisa.
pepper away at AG Global. Zane will fall. That is his
Zane.
500 death. As GG will be out next as Zeta now come up.
Zeta lagi, Kak.
Can Zeta go back to back, or will it be AG trying to take this lobby at the moment? They're on 55 points. They've just got 2 points behind GG. They're getting AG go down. They're getting paid. It will be huge for GG.
Digas anjir sama limit. Wah, atas bawah. Zeta lagi kah back to back? Zeta lagi kah back to back? Back to back. Back to back kah? Back to back kah?
We knew they were going to be good on Storm Point, but we didn't know they were going to be this good.
Here's the swing. Don't want to be the team to make a mistake. Zuby will make that
Satu.
Zeta get the first knock. Yulari Man 1 HP. He's
Dua.
down as well. Last man alive.
Zeta. Wah, Zeta back to back. Zeta back to back. Zeta gelo anjir. Gelo. Anjir, butuh 4 match, Cok. Dia cuma butuh 2 match. Cuma butuh 2 match. Sebelumnya 4 match, anjir, Kibego mainnya. Wah, aku kayak what the heck. Risky. Gelo, keren. 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 Zeta, Cok.
And allows you to have
Zeta ini keren, Cok.
And with that back-to-back, they move from 20th to 6th position. Wow. That is a huge jump up for the gentlemen that are on your screen right now.
UKF paling kiri, UKF paling
Into
kiri.
the series for them. Back-to-back feels good, regardless of what stage of the tournament it is. Most people are happy with winning one game throughout a tournament. Back-to-back feels something special.
Sekretari, anjing kenapa jadi sekretari banyak.
And to kick off the tournament here at the ALGS playoffs at EWC.
Gelo. Ini gelo.
It's a long tournament, and I mean, this is the first set of games in front of us. The first series, 6 games done, and already I've got to say that Heads and Arms are standing up, Dan. And I'm excited to keep casting these games as they keep coming through. Another team who have been very impressive, AG Global, a very consistent performance from them in the first series that we do see here on the main stage of A versus B. And the great thing is, Dan, we've only seen 2 maps as well. We've still got 2 more maps in the rotation. We've got World's Edge, we've got Olympus still to give us a lot of surprises, a lot of moments as we move through this tournament.
I am excited for World's Edge to be back. Of course, wasn't part of the Split 1 Pro League, but now here at Split 1 Playoffs. And I am a World's Edge fan. Now, we saw AG. We know they have an incredible storm point here, so it really has been the teams to find their points here on this map. But in the end, it was GG who were able to just put enough on the board. If you think about the position GG found themselves in on that western side, by the way, picking up those kills on their approach, staying alive long enough to gain extra placement points as well.
Sebegitu, Cok, aim,
the difference maker when we do look at the overalls and where they finished. But it was Zeta Division who would be able to find themselves on that northeastern side, dominate that spot, and also not give it up, not get too excited for some of those kills that were below them.
Yeah, I was really impressed with just, I think the not making a mistake in that final moment.
It's very easy to do. 4 game yang nggak konsisten anjir di District 3 game. From point pertama adaptasi. From point kedua, ketiga anjir bantai coy Zeta. Gelo. Gelo. Boleh nih Zeta nih, Cok.
Having had a really good prio to that zone as well over at the wall, and that's how things can change right now.
That's so good.
In this playoffs, we are going to see huge amounts of swings in just one game.
For
It
Zeta.
also just shows, you bank on one side of wall. If it pulls aggressively to the other side, even the best of teams can struggle to get out of that position. And Zeta maybe on being able to pick up enough points, but they certainly are up there at the top of the leaderboard. Speaking of top of the leaderboards, I believe with my calculations, it might have been GG who were number 1. But it was a record for Zayn. He gets his 500th ALGS death. I mean, that's not what we're going to remember here, but it just shows, what a prominent figure he has been in ALGS with the amount of games he's been able to play. And he's able to put GG on the map here.
We'll put it this way. I'll do Zayn a service here. I'll say he has a lot more kills than he does deaths. Trust me on that one. One of the best performers from the EMEA region for sure. Falcons as well. Pretty solid performance then. Rough last game for them. You can see the spot that they were trying to hold was just too many LOSs on them to try and survive, and every single corner they tried to play, it felt like they were being flushed out by either a fuse or a triple take, whatever it might be. Just very, very difficult spot for them to try and to get into late. But overall performance from them, pretty impressive. A win as well as they find themselves in 4th position in the overall. So Falcons, I think, will come away from that first 6 games pretty comfortable and pretty happy with how things went.
Yeah, I think that they could have looked at it and said, could we have made more of it on E-District? Perhaps could we have found those extra points so that we could have been number 1? In the end, only 6 points behind Gaming Gladiators, who were the winners of that series, essentially. Zeddy's so close as well on 55, and then AG Global also found themselves on 55, so a tied 2nd place between the two. And as you look a little bit further down, we had Wolves Esports, who still finished in 5th position. But down at the bottom of the leaderboard, that's when things start to get a little bit scary here, Mark.
That's where things get serious. Because remember, after the group stage is done here, at the Split 1 playoffs at EWC, we are sending teams home from the group stages. So that is very concerning for the teams like Team Heretics, 20th place, Trinity, GNG, God bless you, down in 18th place, and Dory. All of those type of teams, I think, are going to be a little bit worried and know that the pressure is now being ramped up the next time that we see them on our stage here. JD Gaming, a little bit disappointing, I will say. A little bit disappointed with how they went in that first series. But, I mean, one team who certainly won't be disappointed is going to be GG. Zayn is with Barney right now. Let's have a little catch up with him and see what he was thinking after that first series.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I am here with Zane from Gaming Gladiators. Zane, we've got to talk a little bit about the opening of the day, especially because those opening 3 games on E-District, you guys were popping off. Top 5 finishes every single time. Talk to me about those first 3 games from your perspective.
We're just keeping consistent, playing our game, sticking to the game plan. And what we said is if we stick to the game plan, everything will be fine. So yeah.
And everything seems to be going fine. To be honest, I had an opportunity to talk with you and the guys before this event started, like earlier today. You all seem really relaxed. No panic, no sense of uncertainty. Talk about the dynamic between you and the rest of your team, both, you know, in and around the event, but also in-game as well. Is it just as relaxed?
I would say yeah. I think we all just kind of play our roles and everything just like falls into place, and yeah. That's just how it is. It just falls into place.
And that's just it. Even like end game, does it get like, do you guys start popping off on the comms, or do you just, again, you just know your roles?
It depends. It depends. Sometimes it does get pretty hectic. But we have Lufka, he's the IGL. He likes to, you know, when he takes control, he calms everyone down, sets things straight, and then we're all just focused, and then we can play our game still. So yeah, it's good.
And considering like what, you know, everything that happened at Champs, like what's the goal here? Like once you're here now, right?
The goal is to win, obviously. And we're just here to play our game, do our job, and see how it goes. And yeah, that's it.
I mean, like we have this amalgamation of regions coming together right here. APAC typically coming in with a slightly more aggressive play. And also, you know, does it feel just different in game? Does it feel like there's a lot of different kind of dynamics of style of gameplay?
Yeah, I would say depending on the region, you know, everyone's different. People are playing Edge, Zone. We're not used to like playing against international teams all of the time, because most of the time we're just playing in EU. But yeah, people do like different things online, I'd say, especially from like APAC North especially. They do play way more aggressive than usual. But it's just all about sticking to your game plan and just playing to punish them when they make a mistake, and that's it.
Playing to punish, I like that. Zane, I really appreciate you taking the time to come here and chat, and best of luck in the rest of your group matches. And I think we got Rain Day chatting over here with another player. Let's head over to him.
So much, Barney. Of course, I got another player, but not just another player. The other player, I'm just kidding. It's Deeds, baby, from Zeddy. Deeds, you guys had a phenomenal set today. We were talking a little bit about your series. Feeling good about how you guys are playing.
Yeah, I feel great. Jelly's such an insane player. Dupe's a great IGL. I think we could do big things at this LAN.
One of the things you said about Dupe when we were talking here is that people underestimate him. I mean, he's been a player for a long time. He's had success. He hasn't gotten to the pinnacle. Why do you think it is that people are kind of sleeping on his ability to put you guys in great spots?
I'm not sure why people underestimate him. I mean, consistently, he's been such a good IGL for such a long time. I don't know what people are seeing that caused them to underestimate him, but he knows how to get it done. He knows how to get it done.
Now, one of the interesting things I learned about you, not that just you're in Fresno, you know, we're both California guys right now, but it's that you guys pog. Can you explain what pogging is? Because normally in the internet, we think of pogging as one thing. For you guys, it's a different thing.
Yeah, pot of greed. We have a term that we like to talk about a lot. It's called pot of greed. Pot of greeding is overextending, getting too greedy, just doing stuff that'll cause us to lose our game. So if I scream pogging, it means we need to come back, calm down, take a breather, and reset.
And with those good spots Deuce putting you in, obviously not taking advantage of them or risking too much and obviously losing out, that is a big deal for your team. For you, though, it's been a great transition to see how you come from, you know, the iteration of you on Rock, which was, I think, a very excellent Deeds. And even the Deeds that first qualified to EWC, I believe this was the first LAN that you qualified for. Yeah, it was. It was, right?
Yep, correct.
And so this is now coming back to it. You've got a team. You've been stable. You've built something here. You guys are in a great position. What are your hopes for EWC, obviously, this time around?
Last year is EWC. I got second. And this year I want to win. I want to win it all.
I love it. Deeds, anything to say to the fans, people supporting you?
I appreciate you all. Shout out to Zeddy Esports. Let's get it done.
All right, Deeds from Zeddy Esports. That's it here. We're going to have some more interviews later. Of course, a whole new series coming up as well. And a halftime you do not want to miss. We're going to have time content with everybody. So stay tuned and we'll check it out.
Jadi champion berarti udah ini ya? Group stage pertama. Ya elah, Yuka ngapain lagi? UKF.
Well, there you have it. Group
You
A
got-
versus Group B is done, and boy, did we end up getting some surprises. We gotta jump into those last 3 games because, my goodness, if your name started with a Z, you were pretty much guaranteed to win. We have, who was it, Seti and then Seda and Seda with those back-to-backs. Grace?
I mean, yeah, that just goes to show, really. We were talking about it. You know, we were kind of scared in the beginning, and then they woke up and they just played their game. Sure, they might have had the end zone for that last final game where you just come up from Sioux Station and you come down the hill and you just dominate from high ground. But being able to close out games is also what makes these guys so strong because, you know, you might get souls every now and then, but winning them is a different beast.
All right, well, you know what? The thing is that we're kind of falling a little bit short here in regards to mics. So I'm gonna have, yeah, there you go. Sorry, Snipe. Now, anything? I know you wanted to talk about Seti because, boy, that was a comeback from them. From game 3, being able to get in the top 3, and then game 4, making sure that they secure a win. For Deeds too, it might be something here. EWC, it might be something in the water.
Yeah, Zeti, honestly, it's one of those teams where they're coming into this tournament really as a complete underdog. They were the 11th overall placement team in North America, and their best placement in any Pro League day, including the regional finals, was 7th. So overall pretty weak. They always ended in that like 7th to 12th range in every single day, which is impressive for them to come out here in the first round of group stages at the, you know, the international event like this and to end up in the top 5. And for them, that's a very strong placement, massive points going into this to help secure them going forward. So it'll be interesting to see if they can keep that going versus, you know, the consistency that they had throughout Pro League of being one of the weaker teams. But, you know, we go back to Deeds, for example, who ended up with 2nd place at the last EWC. So for him to come to that, I believe he's the only player from that team, that Rock team, that is here competing at this event, with Vax and Saucer not able to be here. And for him, it's one of those where it's like, approve it. I'm meant to be here. Maybe he's just one of those players that shows up at EWC specifically, and they're coming out strong, and he's giving his team that momentum, especially Yelly, who's, you know, not really, he's a very big up-and-comer, someone that we're going to be watching, you know, as well as the Sacreds and the Floatings here at this event of new names out on the stage. So it's pretty cool to see them do so.
And don't forget, Noob!
Yeah. I like that, Grace. I like that. Now, Lays, with you, we were talking about strong teams. Remember, at the beginning of the day, we were talking about Wolves. Wolves does end up performing pretty good. They don't end up in 1st place. They do end up in 5th place with 47 points. How are we feeling about Wolves?
I talked about him at the start, probably somewhere in the middle, and now we're going to end with it as well. Look, I'm incredibly proud of their performance. This team in the Pro League Series had like 222 kills across the board. So they actually beat another team I'll talk about a little bit later just by 22 kills in the whole entire thing. So look, there was a lot on their shoulders for this entire thing, and I think they showed it. I really do think they showed it. You know, they came out strong and were going toe-to-toe with Falcons in the group stages. Like, you generally don't see that. You see Falcons like steamroll, but no, they were up there. I mean, to see the 5th, I thought maybe they were going to hit that, you know, top 3. It was looking like that, but you know what? Sometimes that particular play style that they do have doesn't really end up well in the final matches. But at the end of the day, they're great contenders.
Yeah, and I'm going to actually deep dive a little bit more with you guys as ex-pros. I kind of want to get into your brain, right? If you're Seda and you had such a bad beginning of the game, I mean, I think we saw Satuki, if I'm not mistaken, just showing so much emotion after their first win, kind of just getting a bit of a relief because they just wasn't going their way at the start after having such a great performance. Now, back-to-back wins. What does that mean to you as a player coming into tomorrow for those next 6 matches?
I mean, for me personally, I feel like it's always, you just need that one thing to go your way. And that's why it's so important to keep positioning yourself to get into those end games over and over, because eventually one of those games will pop for you. And it did. And then that just snowballs. Now that you got that, we are on the board properly. Now you can just play off of motivation and passion and feelings, and it just snowballed in a great way. And we have to remind ourselves as well, this, like EWC specifically, outside of other lands, it's so important to do good in groups in this stage. Most people are kind of resident sleeper on the group stages. They're like, yeah, we'll wait until elimination stage, specifically lower bracket runs. But now it's like, no, you definitely want to be in that top 14 in the first pool to make it through, and it's such a good thing.
Yeah. Absolutely, and just to point out what you're talking about, that top 14 is a huge difference to make it to the finals versus the top 20 that we're used to. So, you know, only really the top 7 from each round is what's important in a sense. And for a team like Zeta, who had such dominance in their entire pro league, to come out and drop, you know, a couple zeros back to back to back, all it takes for these teams, especially with like a Yuka-led team that, you know, is consistently either zeros or 20+ bombs, that's been like the theme for those rosters. All you need is that one big game, which they got in game 5, and then another one in game 6 right after when they got more of a zone. And it just kind of calms off those nerves that you have, those big zeros. You know, they're obviously demoralizing, but you have to think it's early on in the tournament. All we need is one, and they got that one, and then it went back to back. So I think that momentum will. What was that?
Playing with you at the start. They're like,
yeah, literally.
No sniping,
and they kind of fell into it. They fell into the narrative.
Watching, Dad's watching.
Yeah, they fell into the narrative of struggling against, you know, the international lobbies, which is very different, being, you know, a lot of edge teams versus their region, which is more zone oriented. And then now, after they kind of figured it out, they dropped some bombs. Now they're feeling pretty comfortable. They get some time to relax now and come back again tomorrow, and we'll see exactly how that works for them. But very proud of how they came back, and they're lucky at the same time because their 2 best maps were E-District and Stormpoint. So to start so poorly on E-District and get another very strong map where you were the best team in your entire region for that map as well is very beneficial, because if it was Olympus, then, you know, who knows what that could have turned out to be.
Yeah, I know that was one of your concerns, right?
Yeah.
And after 3 matches, we were kind of getting concerned as well. We're wondering if they were going to be able to readjust or not.
Lah gelap lagi hari-hari, yo.
Now, I want to take a look at those overalls from so far today, because A and B are done. I want to see where more of these squads are currently standing, because I was kind of hinting at where Wolves ended up being, right? 5th place, 47 points. But I want to see the rest of the other squads. And actually, while we're waiting for the overall, I do have a question for you back again, Snipe Down. And that was because you were concerned a little bit about them. And now with this performance here, going on to the next 2 days before we go to Survival, and then before we go to Grand Finals, are you more comfortable?
Honestly, no. I'm going to keep it real. I'm not more comfortable, because I do still think that just the overall talent pool is really large in this, and they're kind of one-dimensional when it comes to how they play. And unless they can, you know, get the gifted zones like they had in the last game, where they're coming from one of the best POIs and they end up, you know, owning the height the entire game, and everyone kind of has to run to them, you don't get blessed like that often. So for them to get a big game like that after they already dropped the nuke in the one prior to that, it's pretty impressive. Okay. But I still don't think that gets them out of the water, because it really comes down to them just finding consistency throughout these matches and not having to rely on just those massive games to keep them in the tournament. And you know, those massive games will go a long way if they can drop a couple more of them, because it is the top 14. So those big ones take you very far into the end. But I still think that they need to find more balance with their overall points total.
Okay, well, we'll see if maybe they can find that balance, but right now they're sitting pretty right there in 6th place with 46 points. Now I want to go with you, Lace. Second page, teams that need to step it up tomorrow. Which ones come to mind right away?
Yeah, look, that was a tight leaderboard. Did anyone? I was just like, kind of
C sama D
between our top teams. Like, this is so easily changed by
C sama D
obviously looking at the second page here and, you know, the bottom of the leaderboard, but like, they can still absolutely turn this around. This is not out for them, obviously, after our 6 games. But look, I feel
B sama D
Virtus
besok.
Pro, I wasn't expecting
sama
maybe
C.
sitting in that position there. I had a little bit more high hopes for that. But like I said, like one good game could completely turn around and put them like in that top 10 bracket after watching that. But yeah, I did expect a little bit more from Virtus Pro.
Group stats aja.
I know somebody that's been wanting to he's just been itching to talk about Virtus
Huh?
Go into
Apaan?
No, I mean, it's just one of those things where I'm sad to speak it into reality. I also said some teams are underdog teams. You know, we kind of glanced a little bit at it before, but Team Heretic was one of the teams that said, you know, I know them individually as people and players, but everybody probably assumed that this would be the case for them. But then if we look at VP, it's like, okay, this is one of these we expect to be further up. And then they kind of fall short. It just really goes to show that there's so much going to, especially with bans early. Crypto and Seer, we expected it. It's gonna get banned out.
Seer, what?
Yeah, get rid of Seer. Get rid of Seer.
Turun dia.
But the thing
Orang
is
50 nggak dapat game terakhir yang nggak dapat apa-apa anjir.
More than ever. I always say the map choices is so big. Like you start on Olympus or anything else, it's gonna be it's way more up in the air than on
Jadi jadi
Now, based on
masih
what you just said,
25.
right, in regards to Virtus Pro and the hopes that you do have for that squad,
25
do you think
15.
coming into tomorrow, do you think they'll be able to turn it around and at least position themselves to go directly to the grand finals and stay away from those bottom 6?
Yeah, I think that you can have, since there's 3 days, right? I think you can have
Damn, bro.
one bad day. That's it. Normally, you know, when we talk about a whole
Damn.
series, we're talking about how many bad games can you.
Sama aja di YouTube juga dia. Sama
Really?
dong.
They're so experienced because they're all, you know, well, 2 of them are really experienced players and 1 relatively experienced player. They have more than that veteran knowledge to them that I think this is just a wake-up call and they're going to warm up through it. Other teams, however, that might not have as much LAN experience, colder start than this, and you're looking at survival stage.
Waktunya RRQ ini mah.
Honestly, you don't want to go to survival stage. It gets insanely tough there, and if you can find a way to make it straight
RRQ sudah.
to grand finals from this group stages, that's exactly where you want to be at, Lace.
I mean, didn't we watch the Falcons, was it New Orleans, crawl their way out of like a survival stage? It's been done. I have full faith someone.
Cuk, ini nggak disuarain.
Anguish that puts on you to perform because you're so close to going home is just another thing to add on top of, you know, your points that you haven't gotten as well.
Yeah, then to add on top of that, I think the biggest difference between, you know, this prolific event here at EWC is teams don't have the safety net of having a loser's bracket. You know, you don't get to botch your entire multiple rounds of group play and still be like, oh, it doesn't matter. You know, we'll just come out and we'll get top 10 going into the next round, make loser semis, and then make it to finals and then grands. And it's like, you know, the Heritage that just dropped, you know, 11 points. It's you're already in elimination contention in the bottom 6 at that point. You need to drop minimum 40+ points going on forward, or you're, you know, at that bottom 6 ready to be knocked out. So I think there is always more pressure at an event like this versus the other majors that we have. Yeah. And it's interesting to see because that alone will change the dynamic of the mentals and the fortitude of especially these newer teams at these events who have not competed under these circumstances.
And the pressure is just going to keep getting worse and worse because of what we were talking about right earlier, Graceful. When you go to the grand finals, first place, yeah, not only do you get the champion, but you get to take home with you $600,000. If you end up in second place, 300. That is a massive difference.
Crush some keys.
And that too.
IG yang kanan.
Well, I sound so dude. I'm like,
Aduh, IG yang ini. Ini dia.
We're over here, yay, life-changing money, people's journeys.
Tapi kok burik ya? Di sini burik, cok.
Do with 600K too. Actually, you know what? Talking about crushing those keys. If you were in the tournament, which 3 keys would you crush?
Oh, that's a good.
Burik anjir.
You know, I'm not at a position now, you know, not having competing for quite a while, so I don't have the arch nemesis of, let's just say,
Wibu, karena aku
Versatilize.
wibu.
He'll definitely crush their key. I know that for sure, right? I don't really
Bagusan
have,
yang ini anjing di WP kocak.
I would probably be as compassionate as possible. I'd take one team from each region, most likely. I'd pick an APAC, I'd pick an EWC, I'd pick a North America team. Probably just the favorite one, just because I don't really have. It's a boring answer. I get that.
Gua bawang. Aku bukan wibu, aku otaku.
Stakes everyone.
Pass it to Snipe. Come on, Snipe. I need you to be some toxicity.
Any team in my region that I have had a teammate on at that point, because it's just like, if I'm not teaming with you anymore, something happened.
Start 235 kan tadi.
Crush a key like that at that point, or like a how, just because there's so much, you know, history there, whatever it might be. So at that point, I think it's fun.
235
And
tadi.
if they're out. So.
As Hal's just staring at you.
Oh, emang kameranya cok jelek anjir ini.
He'd be like, yeah, right, you never have the chance.
Kameranya jelek anjing.
Like we always did. So.
Okay, all right. Well, ladies, you know what? I'm gonna let you keep thinking about it because we do have an awesome video coming up. So let's send it to that.
All right, Barney and I are going to play some games. We've got the Allianz Courtyard, and we've got a choice of basketball and as I would say soccer, but it's football here. I'm in Paris. You're going to help us out with the rules, right?
Right, I can. Football anjing, football. Lagi ini main di Paris.
So it's very simple. We have a challenge with basketball and we have a 1v1 arena on football. I'm going to
main di Paris, main di Paris itu.
Come with me, guys. I'm going to do it.
I like this. Come with us.
Di Paris, di Paris, di Paris.
If you're lucky
Sekarang
enough
di
to
Paris.
make your way down here to the EWC, then you'll be able to take part in all these fun games as well.
So very easy. First of all, it's a warm-up. So you have a ball. I'm going to count 1 or 2 minutes, and you're just going to shoot ball. In fact, basketball is very simple. When you just have to shoot, it is going to make us know
Iya,
the
Cok.
level, and thanks to that, we are going to
Iya,
make
dia
the
dari
challenge
sana.
at different points, and you will
Kayak
have
bukan,
to shoot
emang dari
with
Parisnya ya?
precision, alright?
Dari Prancis. Tapi emang dari Paris ya? Dia nggak dari Paris. Dari Prancis iya. Tapi nggak dari Paris.
One-handed, guys. It's not
Iya nggak sih?
fair. Oh, that's
Salah
an
kau
air
gua.
ball we call that in basketball, don't we? Oh. The pain is just getting worse. I have a broken toe right now and it's getting more painful.
Oh iya ya, oh iya dari Paris ya.
Was throwing some skills. Make it rain.
Gue cuma baca beritanya doang sih, nggak ngeliat apa namanya, nggak ngeliat fotonya.
I feel like I'm shouting a lot. But you know.
Almost.
Gak diangkat loh anjir, kenapa ya?
Okay. You got it.
Here we go. Oh, okay, I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one, Rain.
Oh my god. Okay. More second, or it's. Yeah.
Are we now shifting?
Yeah,
Are we
this
shifting?
Left. You're the best. You're the best. You're the best.
Oh, what was that? Ah.
That's okay. You know why? Because you're going to do the challenge right now.
Okay.
You are more on it? You're hot about this?
Asik banget ya, caster ya, asik sendiri gak sih?
Right? You have 3 try per point. Okay. So you are on the
Casternya
ball.
asik
Shoot.
banget anjir.
You
Asik
will
sendiri.
do your best and make a switch.
Okay.
Woo. That did go in. I'm excited right now. I'm getting more amped. Oh,
Are you something like that?
making it rain all day, rain day.
Ah, cupu ini nggak bisa 3 point, cok.
You got it. You got it.
Ah, aduh, harus dikatain dulu baru masuk anjir.
Not enough court for him to go far back
Dikatain
enough
dulu,
to
cok, baru
challenge this
masuk.
man. Ah!
What is this about? Who are you?
Is it my turn to embarrass myself yet?
Oh.
Ya.
This is chaos, by the way.
God.
This is just chaos.
That was
I started
amazing.
feeling it, man.
That
It's
was
just, you know,
amazing.
sometimes I played a lot of basketball in my life. It's my favorite sport to play. Although, obviously, Barney, I didn't get the height gene. I got to blame my dad for that. He's like 5'5", but he loved basketball, so, you know, he taught me a few things.
I'm just trying to think, do I try and dunk this? Or do I want to break my ankle live? Oh, no.
Tinggi banget orang ya.
Sensational, actually.
Do you know what? GG's. Well done. We're at the Allianz Courtyard right now. If you're at EWC, come down and check it out. There's loads of games you can play, and that was insane. I got to say, that was... Oh, just get out. Just get
Oh
out.
my god. Aura.
Welcome, everybody, to a little segment I'm calling Rain Day's Room. I don't know if it'll stick, but we got different rotations of players who are going to come in and spend some time with us in a more relaxed environment after the games, talk about what happened, talk about what they're seeing, talk about being in Paris, and, of course, I'm going to have one of my talent members joining me as well, which is Snipe down over in the corner.
Lah, tadi dia habis main basket
We
anjing.
started off with, I don't know, middle of the pack, maybe an unknown team. Just some people were trying to get onto the scene for the first time. Imperial Hal and... that's how you say it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Imperial Hal and Galdersons?
I'm lit.
What's up, guys? How you feeling?
Me personally, I'm kind of frustrated.
Okay.
Kind of frustrated.
Rough, typical rough way to end, get like maybe, I don't know, only like 6 points in 3 games, the last 3, so
yeah,
definitely frustrating.
I agree with Hal. Like, we had opportunities to convert points in the last 3 games and we didn't, which is always going to be frustrating.
It's interesting that you guys are frustrated. I mean, Snipe, what's your take on watching them? Do you agree with them? Did you feel that watching Falcons, they looked ready? I mean, I didn't have
the first 3 games. Yeah, absolutely. The first 3 games in E-District, they were the patience with the zone moving on their back and not moving too fast and cleaning up kills. You guys had a good cleanup on AG where you're pushing on E-District and just cleaning up those kills and getting the extra placement points was very well played out there. And honestly, Stormpoint was just kind of seemed frustrating. I think, honestly, Hal, I mentioned it when I was talking, something that I think you've done better at is back in the day on TSM, for example, you started off slow in group play a lot of the time, and it was always a little more tough playing against teams that do random stuff all the time, and it was more frustrating. I think that's something that you've, like, your pool play performances over the past 2 years have significantly improved. Like, is that just a team thing, or what do you think that is for you specifically as, like, IGL?
It's like a combination of so many different things. I think it's just like, we are very good at fighting, so the first 3 games are typically aggressive comps. So I feel like we are better suited for that, especially when it comes to like land. People have more pressure, the experience and stuff like that. So we can kind of like bully other teams when we need to. So I think like the first 3, when it's supposed to be like insanely aggressive, which it usually is, people are playing defensive and we kind of just take advantage. So I feel like that was like the main reason why we started out really well compared to what it was before.
Do you hate having to play group stages to get to finals?
Not really, no.
Okay.
It's like,
is it helpful?
It's definitely helpful. It's like kind of practice for us in a way. And obviously we want to do well, but I never mind playing group stages. I more so mind playing Pro League. That's my little problem. But
okay, you heard it first. Hal wants to cancel Pro League, guys. I know there's a lot of players who are like, wait, no, that's my shot. The reason I asked too, and I want to get Gilderson's thought on this, is you guys are such competent players. This is not new to you. This is new to some people. You talk about your advantage of having the ability to go, we've been here, we'll bully you, we know the comps, we know the experience. You talked in our interview like, people are nervous, we're not that nervous. Now, I'm trying to see, how do you stay focused knowing that this is not what you came here for? Saturday is what you came here for, but yet you still have to stay composed and learn and figure things out here. What do you do mentally as a team to stay locked in? And you, Gilderson, you can answer on this during these types of, kind of grueling, longer days before the big show.
To be honest with you, like, things like Saturday don't even enter my mind until I'm like basically on the stage, if it makes any sense. I really take it like one step at a time. Each group stage is its own thing. Like, I'm not, what matters right now is like the points overall, right? It doesn't actually matter if you win your group, but for me, I'm still just trying to win the lobby that I'm in, because it's just like a competition thing. You know what I mean? I want to know that we did the best in the lobby that we're playing right now.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah, the meta's been interesting too, Snipe. I mean, we're seeing a little bit of it here. I think people were wondering how big of an impact Seer was going to have. Obviously, you got the nerf coming into this patch as well. How did that change anything of what you guys are trying to do heading into this tournament?
Not really. Honestly, like, all the buffs or the things that happened, I guess, recently were actually really good for us. We weren't.
Speed.
Yeah, we weren't really like really doing well in scrims until after the patch, because the bans were kind of like all over the place, and when Watson's not banned, we can't like push anyone. Right. It's like very hard to kill Watson teams without crypto, especially even Seer too. So it's when Seer gets buffed,
lagi berbicara, kita harus diam, guys.
Meta is a lot more clear to us, especially me, and it helps me personally to like gauge how to play the game and play the game more clearly and cleanly. So that patch definitely helped us a lot for sure. And Axel was kind of like wasn't doing well anyways for us, so it was kind of fine. I was not the best Axel, and we do really well in Seer, so I'm glad Seer got buffed.
I can tell. I mean, it shifted right away, Snipe. I mean, as somebody, you can play with Hal, but also obviously watching this meta, how have you felt that the transition's been for most of our teams? Has anyone gotten stronger as a result of this?
I mean, I'm sure a lot of teams are getting stronger. I think the teams Shopify, for example, I think Shopify finally started finding their groove, where they were mostly just a ranked team that ran around the map and just got as many kills as they could. And now they seem, they had the best overall placements in Pro League. And I think just having the meta with as many players that are more versatile, we're finally seeing versatility in players in their becoming the biggest talent pool that you can have. The more characters that you can play, the better you are for any team, and you could fit into any team at that point. If you're only able to play one character, it's going to be a trouble. So, you know.
So do you agree? Because I think this is a controversial point. Graceful's a very loud guy in our green room. He may not, I mean, he's kind of a loud guy in general when he's passionate about something, which is pretty much everything. But I think when it comes to meta, if your team is being defined by the pace of a meta, is that your fault? Is that the meta's fault? Is that just the way it is?
It's definitely just the way it is.
I think
so like
too.
There's we're just players. We're professional players, and we play our best at what we're given, and that's our job.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter if somehow Mirages can drop a nuke, like we're playing Mirage.
Yeah.
That could just that's our job. We have to play our best by playing the best comps and metas, and whatever it might be, then we have to accept it and adapt and play it. So it is what it is.
And the best players will get better.
It is what it
is. I mean, Hal's early Bloodhound compared to his late end Bloodhound was a completely different player. So, yeah.
You're bringing up what I kind of wanted to do, because Hal's here, and Hal, you've been in the position to pick a lot of teams to kind of be some part of the architect of who you're playing with. And obviously Gildersons has fit into this role really well with you guys. Gild's been on a lot of other high-level teams, but you two playing together, I'm curious, what's your take on what Gildersons does? How would you describe what he does for your team as a play style, as a player? And I also want to get your answer on that with when you played with Snipe, what Snipe did for your team.
Oh man.
Yeah, well, I think Snipe and Gil's roles were like polar opposites. I think. Like Snipe was a very aggressive player and was playing aggressive roles. Like he was kind of the fragger of our team. Gil is still he's still fragging for us, but he's mainly playing anchor. It kind of obviously changes depending on the game and what's banned. But if I had to describe Guild as like the first thought, it was like the biggest sentry gun that you could possibly think of that's just planted like behind us, just looking over us or looking to the left, wherever we need him. He's looking that way, and you're not going past him because he's just you can't go past him. He's gonna kill you. So yeah, Snipes, like I said, his role was a lot different. He was playing a lot more aggressive, not playing.
Made a lot more mistakes.
Obviously meta
that happens when you play so aggressively.
Yeah, it does.
The meta is a lot different. It's hard to compare because maybe Snipe would probably be in the same role as Gil it is now, but back then it was a lot different characters like Bloodhound and stuff like that. So it was just different. It just both controller players, they can do the same thing. So yeah.
Gil, I'm curious your thoughts on that first, from what Hal said about you.
I mean, he's definitely like right. My job is just to make sure nothing's going too wrong behind us while they're doing their thing, and then I don't know. There's a lot of situations where they need help, and then I pull up and I start beaming people. Like that's pretty much my job.
I love it, man.
I always find your guys' dynamic so funny to watch because like you'll stay quiet and you'll handle criticism super well. If Hal's gonna call you out or whatever, it's all good. But the moment you know that you're right, you like immediately start being like, no, what do you mean? That's not like
Apaan
you
tuh?
defend yourself super well, and then Hal
Tiba-tiba muter tuh.
Go back, maybe watch what happened. It'll be like a complete different understanding of things, and I find that funny, and it's hilarious because Onset says that you are the most
muter tuh.
You don't intend it, but you're the funniest person that he watches based on your comp specifically, because like something crazy will be happening. You'll be like, yeah, there's just I'm going for this Evo over here, and it's just like a random comp completely off topic of like getting back on page, and I find that hilarious too.
I mean, it is interesting, and I think this is a component that goes along with Hal more so than Falcons. It's a part of wherever Hal goes. Team comps. I mean, it is interesting. You've matured a lot, Hal. People have obviously thought a lot about how you get upset, and you figured out to work with your teammates because getting upset's a part of it.
Hadir ya guys ya.
The thing is, most sports
welcome.
Behind the scene conversations playing soccer.
Mang Awa anjing. Mang Awa kemana aja Mang Awa? Sia kemana aja Mang Awa?
Hey, this is a natural reaction when you're competing. But now I'm getting thoughts about.
Udah kelar aja belum? Abis ini masih RRQ main kocak. Apa Yerme? Gila si Yerme, si Bang Jago anjir. Bang Jago Yerme ini, cok. Let's go Indo, terutama RRQ Kingdom. Kingdom udah Kingdom. Kingdom. Welcome.
I've honestly got like my blockers on. Like
rame tuh.
How horse blinders?
Dude, I don't think I've
rame aja. Jika ada mana ada anjing. Mas emang gak apa-apa restream EWC? Gua udah di approve. Gue udah di approve ya guys ya. Disclaimer, ini stream udah di approve sama EWC.
Whatever works for us, that's all that matters.
7 years, gonna be nothing changed, bro. Nothing changed.
Apa tuh keringat?
I take other people's opinions as
Lagi nonton itu emang
entertainment.
That's how you stay entertained.
Oh yeah, I don't like people that come to my
Apex Evos gak lolos EWC apa? Bentar, emang Evos gak ada anjir. Emang ada ya? Ada ya? That's my bad. That's my bad.
Twitch chat, typing in Twitch chat is free. Anyone's gonna type anything they want, whenever they want, because they have an opinion, and that's fine. Like that's okay, and that's just how it is. And like you said earlier, it's real sports.
Enggak, cok.
No one has like, you know, sometimes they have mics.
Enggak ada anjir.
You don't
2000
like, you don't have, you know, mics equipped
2005
behind the scenes practice.
2005 tuh 2025 2005 anjing. Gimana caranya? Apply aja tuh di inian, Cok, Yerme.
They'll be saying the same things, maybe even worse.
Di mana?
Like, you know, these are people are even older than us.
Di
more mature than us, but they're still slinging the words, just, you know.
Di EWC-nya.
No different.
Roster RRQ. Sini satu Indo, satu Australia, satu lagi dua Indo kocak. Roster RRQ. RRQ Indo 2. RRQ Indo 2. Indo 2, satu si Price ini loh.
It's like, all right, like, is your head in the game? Are you soft at that point? And at the end, like, I think champion mentality.
Kira Price itu
you can tell who's a champion or who's able to be a champion just by how they like present themselves, and how they hold themselves. And if people are passive or it seems like they don't have that killer instinct, that is what makes a champion, is having that killer instinct, seeing your opportunities and being able to jump on them right away, where, you know, some people wait for the game to come to them. And I think that's a massive difference with teams like yourselves and some of these other ones. As the
cara apa Bang? Awak cara apa anjing?
100%. Fellas, before we let you go and transition to some more stuff.
Nah yang kan kill kudu aya izin. Heeh, kudu ada divisinya. EVOS nggak ada, EVOS nggak, EVOS di disband 2025, EVOS disband bubar, EVOS Apex Cok, udah bubar, masukin aja ke mana, ke ini cara izinnya mah ke mana webnya EWC, nanti bisa. Siapa? Udah bubar. Kalau main Indo mentok di tim kecil ama gak tahu deh. Gak tau, RRQ ada RRQ. Siapa Yerme? Yerme bisa ngeliat ini gua nggak? Nih, gua display capture ya. Udah display capture belum nih? Waduh, gua ganti ke ininya dulu. Nih. Habis itu gini nih.
Congratulations on a great finish in this first group, and then we'll see you all a little bit later. I don't think you play. Do you play this afternoon?
No, we don't.
Okay, tomorrow. So get some rest, enjoy Paris, and see you guys tomorrow.
Thank you. It's nice talking.
All right, guys, we got some
Bang,
videos.
TBH iya. TBH lagi AFK, Cok.
So we'll check out that, some more player interviews, and soon
we'll become lah nggak muncul di ini, Cok.
Body was built to move.
Yerme paling asik. To be honest anjing. Emang iya sih bener Cok. Emang ya DNA FPS emang RRQ sih. RRQ emang ngaco Cuk. Tapi Valonya kayak Valonya kayak ngebadut gak sih, Cok? Pinjem aja pengen nyoba.
Running a lap. NASCAR? Oh wait, no, that's a track. Running on a track. Running in circles.
Ih, ngapain ini si Naughty juga ngapain lagi pantonim anjing?
Circles. Sprinting. What is this? Hold on.
We geeked out right now.
Oh, there's no way. Finger.
Langsung gas aja, Mang Awa, daftar
Ring?
di kreator program.
Around.
Nanti isi formnya kalau mau coba.
Ring around. What?
Ring around the rosy.
Kalau mau restream.
Can't say ring around the run. Ring.
The Apex ring?
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Sama aja, Me. Apa namanya? Ini pakai ginian juga sama aja.
Locked.
DS3 ini anjir, apa sih? Tadi mah bohongan anjing.
It's like SkyWest Trials on what was that or something? The bird?
DS3 ini gua.
Ladder, triangle, ladder.
Triangle.
Waduh, DS3. Iya, DS3. Cuma kan udah pakai TMR aja.
Or it's like climbing the Eiffel Tower. Okay.
DS3 pakai TMR.
Kraber.
Lebih bukan. Iya sih, Aime emang lengket-lengket ya, pro player ya emang ya.
Kraber Naki, ya. Alright.
Aime pro player emang lengket-lengket, Cok. Tapi kayak lebih ke positioning si Zeta sih dari tadi juga mainnya. Chubi. Lah. Chubi emang ngantuk mulu anjing. Chubi ngantuk mulu, Cok. Chubi si orang ngantuk. Floating penggendong handal. Terus si Nocinya oke. Anjir sayang banget, Cok, sumpah JD nih tadi nggak dapet poin dah. Berapa game anjing cuma dapet 25 doang. 6 game 25. Fuck man, kata gua teh. 6 game 25, coba itu, Cok. Bayangkan 6 game cuma 25. Nggak ngerti lagi gua. Tapi kira-kira siapa yang bakal ini ya menang ya? Kalau Indo Pride sih RRQ ya. Kalau Indo Pride, kalau semisal lagi nggak Indo Pride nih ya, siapa ya? Falcon kayak nggak mungkin ya. Zeta, Cok. Zeta nih kambing hitam anjir. Zeta ini, Cok. Apa ya dia?
Some insightful information there that we got from Falcons going into tomorrow. But I kind of want to switch it up a little bit because we've been being so analytical, to be honest. I think we need to take a little step back before we go into Group D and
Crazy Raccoon
hoping that you have it with you because I want to see a bit of an update of what the notes look like throughout the day. Earlier it was just a pig.
Ini sih, Cok. Ini apa namanya?
It is a chicken that has some things.
PXX, Cok. PXX.
Big Bird's little brother or something?
PXX sih. PXX. Soalnya nama makanan jadi tim anjir soalnya nih. PXX. Pork Xiaolongbao expert anjir. Fuck. Gue baru tahu namanya tadi. Gue cari.
No, I have
And there was
not.
like one person that got it right.
I'm not saying it would be good, but I'm saying that would be what I would aim
Yeah,
for.
most of them were blobs.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not hating on people's art skills, but it was
Okay.
questionable.
Mine would be absolutely awful, but something that we're going to be playing now is going to be the $100 squad. And for everybody watching at
Let's
home,
go.
if you guys want to build up your
Let's
$100
go.
squad, definitely do
Top
so
100.
and make sure you use
Hah?
hashtag
$100?
EWC and hashtag EWC26. That way we can possibly feature some of your squads. So I'm going to go with you first, Grace. You have $100.
Oh,
Who is going to be your squad?
gua nih ya, gua ya.
Anybody not picking Hal is kind
Kalau
of
gua
troubling,
sih-
I would say, even though at
kalau
first,
gua
okay,
sih-
I get that not picking the IGL, but I'm saying I would definitely pick Hal, even though I know Dia would definitely pick Zac.
Enggak.
He's a Zac lover.
Gua sih
Don't think you can go
ke
wrong at
efek ya.
all with,
Efek, Jesko.
Oh, who else would I go with here? Actually,
satu
I think
lagi.
I might just go Taskmaster because I'm a big
Satu
fan
lagi.
there.
Did you just
Satu
pick Hal
lagi.
and Zac?
No, I'm saying
Am-
Dia would pick Zac. I'm picking Hal.
Kan efek Jesko itu 80.
And then I'd probably go
90 jing
to fit that backside role.
80 deng.
He is backliner. I'm not
Satu lagi ini. Ini siapa ya? Gak ada yang mau kenal lagi.
Hold on, Grace. If you picking Hal,
no, I can't
and if you're
pick.
picking Taskmaster,
It's 35.
You're already at 100.
You're absolutely correct.
Wait, you're wanting to do a duel?
Knop.
Okay, no. This is also easy. Hal, Noct, and Alonsi, I would pick. I think that's, you can't go wrong with Noct. Remember, guys, old Noct days, everybody, what was it? Justice for Noct?
Justice for Noct,
Hal
anjing.
and Noct, here's the Justice for Noct. Right there, the $20.
Okay, all right. That good picks, and I'm glad I was able to kind of catch that too.
Yeah, you're
because
right.
if not, Chad would have just been on us. He went over 100. I'm making sure I pay attention now, Lace. Production, if you guys can bring up that graphic back because we're definitely gonna
Let
need
me see
to
if I
see
can
it.
remember. I think I was going to pick Zac. I need a great IGL. There was a $15
Zac
one.
Meza.
For fifth.
Okay,
And-
just
Meza.
you know what? I'm gonna let you think about
Fufu
it.
Fafa anjing, kenapa Fufu Fafa?
So I don't want you
Can I have a
going
calculator
blindly.
production as well?
I'll be your calculator.
Mas Gibran anjing, Mas
I have
Gibran.
a 45 and a 15.
Okay.
So what do I got left?
Mas Gibran main.
That's
45
what,
and
60?
15. You'll have 40 left.
Lucu.
So you have to
Lucu, Cok.
Oh, okay, yeah,
Tier
true.
3, tier 4,
Lucu,
and
Mas
tier
Gibran.
5.
Apex.
Yeah, okay, you've done the
Lucu.
Yeah, so I'm picking Zac, okay? You can IGL in his sleep, so we're definitely doing that.
Albrel
Yeah, I'm gonna check Quizzel in
Albraleli.
F555.
Gimana sih baca?
That's me. Is that right? Did I math that right?
I think
Al
you did.
45,
Albra.
Let's do the math real quick,
35,
all
and
of us.
15.
You did not.
Susah banget
Wait, did I?
anjing ya nama ya.
45?
Bikin nama ya.
And yes, after EWC, I will be going back to school.
And if you would have had, if you would have wanted to have a sub, who would you pick as your sub? Has to be from tier 5. Any of both of you. I'm giving you an
Damn,
extra
I just saw
15.
QQ in
I'm giving you an
tier
extra
2.
15.
RRT guys. Kagak main-main tadi perasaan tulisannya.
No.
Oh 10 anjing 10 30.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
That's a good
Copy my homework much.
10
Honestly, I got your
3.
roster. I picked your roster. So I believe in you, sir.
Istirahat dulu ini mah coba bener, Cok.
That is our 100.
Paling bener udah istirahat, guys.
$100 squad. Make sure you guys do your squad as well. Send it to us via social media. That way we can react to it.
Paling
If
bener
it doesn't
udah
happen
ini
today, we'll be able to react to it tomorrow. Make sure you use that hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26. That way we can actually look at it. But I'm hearing that we have an awesome video coming up to you guys. So let's check that out.
Itu kaget, Cok. Itu kaget. Itu kaget. Itu kaget tuh begitu tuh. Kalau langsung di-cut begitu anjing.
Legends effect. Hi. You
Kaget.
he may not be loud in terms of saying a lot, but you do a lot of talking with your play. You have been phenomenal. A lot of people questioned, are you going to be the same effect going from Alliance to Aurora? How do you think you fared this last season?
I'm still the same. I was one
Istirahat dulu dah guys. Capek anjir yapping enggak sih?
Was close to getting it with the whole different play style that I mean,
yeah,
gone from to like from playing edge, hard edge most of the time to getting god spots every game, which is crazy to me. So I'm still the same, just
Game. 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 What the fuck?
Dog Red.
Enter Force 36.
Enter Force 36.
Team Nemesis.
Team Nemesis.
WGR Neo.
Anjing.
Kinotrope Club.
Kinotrope. KTC. Kinotrope Club.
Team RRQ.
Jer RRQ. What the fuck, hitam anjing, hitam bro.
Elite Esports.
Team Vision.
GK Esports.
Knock. 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 Anjing, easy flash. Muammar.
Reject.
Alliance.
Ninjas in Pajamas E-Star.
Ninja in pajamas. Gelap lagi si Meme.
Aurora Gaming.
Sentinels.
SHUL.
Mana chat gue hilang anjir.
TLN Pirates.
And last but not least, please make some noise for your defending champions of the EWC, VK Gaming!
VKG.
The Kings return to defend their crown.
6,
It's one thing to become
7.
champion, and it's another to stay champion. In the Gadia City Grid, there are no guarantees, but VK Gaming have earned the right to fight for it again. So keep your eyes peeled, because their journey starts now.
那么在去年的 EWC APEC 项目中，那个决赛第9局的话是这样的，当时想的队列沟通是比较混乱的。
别，不，慢慢来，我抓着。
Tahun lalu nih ya? Tahun lalu ya?
Mid-season playoffs at the 2025 Esports World Cup.
我们那时候太厉害了，这是我们应得的。
The switch is flicked. The iris is going to open and reveal all the teeth that's going to crush all of these teams. And finally, QQ, press that button and drop them all in.
当时选择 Alliance 和 Falcon 还有 Fnatic 这3支队伍当做那个底座的话，是因为Alliance 本来是那个欧洲赛区的第1嘛，然后我们选他们就因为他们玩比较好，就实力比较强劲，然后名气也很大。
English please.
You are the Sony MVP of the tournament, and you will get an additional $10,000.
冠军加上 MVP 之后吧，多多少少有点懈怠了。
Everybody live in the Kidney Arena, make some noise for the winners of the ALGS Mid-Season Playoffs and the 2025 Esports World Cup, VK Gamer!
在那个拿了EWC 冠军之后，因为冠军嘛，然后大家就迎来一个比较漫长的休息期，就我们已经很久没有去磨合了，然后打的训练赛也比较少，所以导致我们撒谎打得不是很好，结果不是那么好，不是那么让人能接受。
Maybe moving down, VK have fallen. They will not be joining us in match point finals.
就我觉得想赢的话，你得先不怕输嘛，就先不怕输才能赢。所以卫冕冠军对我来说没有压力，反倒是动力吧。
如果我能连冠的话，我觉得亚特兰赛区是站起来了。但是我更想说的是，对我即将出生的孩子，还有我在家里的老婆说，我是最棒的。
Welcome back, everybody, to the Apex Legends Global Series Split 1 Playoffs at EWC 2026, where we get to be met with Group C and D with the returning winners of our previous EWC. It's Alliance, BKG, and a family on the way, Tiff. Welcome back, everybody. We're locked and loaded for some more Apex Legends.
Yeah, that interview, it really hits hard when you start to think about it. It's not only just that, congratulations once again to starting a family, taking that next step in your life. That's a really cool last year, right? You take a title at the mid-season playoffs in 2025 and you... Now, the other side of things, you do have someone saying there was complacency involved.
Yeah.
And my favorite part about that is they recognize it. You know, you don't make match point finals in Sapporo just a few months ago, and you're like, we need to level up. Now you're the returning people here on the stage to defend your title. This is the best way to make that comeback and show your family what you can do.
You have to consider the slogan when it comes to EWC, Tiff. Nothing is given, everything is earned. And if you feel like you have fallen short, which when we know what VKG could do,
exactly,
they recognize that coming out of champs. Now this is the opportunity to take back what you have once tasted in the past here in Paris.
Yeah, and I was being an absolute menace in media day yesterday, and I was talking to a lot of former champions, right? And I was like, is it easier for you to get that first win out of the way, or was it more difficult to defend a title? And every single person said defend the title, because the way things are changing, and it's making sure that you can adapt and stay consistent. And this is the perfect proving grounds to make that happen. We saw all the chaos that happened in A versus B, C versus D. When you've got Alliance, you have VKG in the mix. This is that proving ground.
Sentinels too.
That's true.
We literally just got dubs on dubs on dubs.
That's our
here.
ALGS champs from Sapporo.
And it's going to be exciting to see how they're going to be able to fare off against those who have been able to achieve that at EWC in seasons past. Now looking at our different legends who are ready to go, we have to also highlight the fact that we are once again starting our first 3 games on E-District, this time with Group C versus D and their POI chapter.
Yeah, and this is what we want to talk about because the majority of our circles in Groups A versus B did pull down. We had Draft Point, we had Humbert Labs, and we had a City Hall ending. So the teams that are in City Hall, Dog Red. Alliance from Boardwalk with Team Liquid at Resort are going to have early prio should we go to the northwestern side of things. But if we do kind of hone down onto the southeast, I'm looking at Aurora, who has Humbert Labs, Zipline Mafia over in Old Town, and VKG, they're at Stadium. Now Falcons, they started off incredibly strong on E-District from Stadium earlier today, so there's very real possibility that we see success for them as well, and it's a similar pattern. The majority of our teams in this lobby, Riot, Stormpoint, POE, Eyes, up until Alliance, they're the ones that broke the mold. They picked an E-District POI first, knowing that they're getting northbound on Stormpoint later, because who is contesting that?
Yeah, for free, right? Like literally it's the aura. It's the aura that they exude when it comes to trying to contest Alliance, which is why they get to get Stormpoint free and they don't really have to worry about it. Further prioing their POI on E-District, which is going to be Boardwalk, as you've already mentioned some of our other highlighted teams. When it comes to settling into where these zone pools have been, right? We saw that Humbert Labs very early zone pool, as well as another southern zone over by Viaduct, but it's all about how a lot of these teams have been able to prio their side quests when it comes to getting the information, figuring out where they're going to settle inside these next zones, especially considering the legend compositions that we have.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting, right? And one of the teams that I had the chance to sit down and chat with just yesterday was Team Liquid, right? And they're a fun crew. And I feel like a lot of people would laugh at me when saying that because they're like, wait, what do you mean? You got Zero, you got Panic and Sykes. But honestly, the chemistry that they were exuding yesterday after their hero shots I was like, you know, I've got a good vibe about this team. I don't know what it is. Maybe this is the land. Because if you remember correctly, Vicky, Zero missed out on a match point finals just in the most recent land.
It's crazy to even see that. Right? And then the fact that like you come out of our first experience in Riyadh for EWC, how stressed Zero looked written all over his face. Now you're talking to me about a different vibe, a different approach here with this player.
You know, it was a little interesting, right? Now you got Panic over there on the right-hand side of things. I said he was 17. I'm sorry, guys. He is 19. He is not the youngest player here. That's actually going to be over on Team Nemesis with Sacred.
Yes.
But there's a lot of those young guns that are on the come-up. All of these new pickups. You've got Aku over there on the left side of Hackis. You know, he recently got placed onto Alliance once Effect went elsewhere, right? So that's kind of the things. We're all about proving ourselves here, which it goes right back to the EWC. Everything is earned.
Exactly. And you know what's funny? Like, you're so baby, by the way. Like when it comes to 1970, all right. But you know what? It's true though, because then you take a look at having that experience and how that carries over to mentality and how you're going to be able to start strong. Everybody, we got a large crowd here in Paris. I know the crowd is rearing to go. We got some more Apex. Make some noise, ladies and gentlemen. I want to see you guys get hyped because these games are only going to get better.
They just keep on going, and we're going back to E-District to kick us off here from Group C
Sentinel mah
versus
udah
D.
di follow aja.
Returning champion. Start off strong here,
Nggak
and
ada
maybe the 2025 champions Alliance
nggak ada Sentinel Apek, nggak ada.
Firepower start.
Kagak ada Sentinel di Apek, nggak ada.
That we were already highlighting before.
VKG iya, VKG iya mungkin.
Very similar to Falcons and a very different game
Tapi
here.
ini Indo Pride, RRQ lah. RRQ.
Understanding this here together with QQ
Nggak
as they
ada
roll
Sentinel,
out already with the
nggak ada.
Valkyrie. And it's interesting because if we take a look at where this zone pool is, it may be a southern zone, but taking a different pathing here, Tiff.
Yeah, this will be really fun. I do enjoy Street Market ending, so if I'm the White Grim Reapers over there, I'm feeling pretty strong as soon as I can get that information. With knowing how many people are actually favoring Caustic in this lobby, we did see that crypto ban frequently in scrims with this group matching and first band in our A versus B.
It's important to also talk about the fact that we have another 100% pick on crypto. I mean, I wasn't really expecting that too much of a kind of different outlier here. We're going to continue on with the trend. 20 cryptos in this lobby, 18 altars as well as 14 caustics. Get ready. It's getting a little stinky in here with the coexistence that you could have on E-District. But when it comes to a zone like this, Taiwan
Lu
market
bukan
in
juga, anjing.
general and the lack of space that you may find yourself if you go in for a late rotate, as we can already see the scans coming in with the skies looking congested off these crypto drones.
And immediately diving into some early kind of information, we're just trying to poking and prodding. Aurora, Effect, Yarka, Oirein, they're going to try and get that action. Now, we always talked about, especially at the beginning of year 6, Effect coming onto Aurora's roster after leaving Alliance. What would that look like? How would those calls work for the roster? But Yarka has been really cerebral about it, and most people kind of fail to miss. Like, he won a LAN from Go Next, so we do have LAN winners on this roster.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Early fight.
Mafia, Kazakh
Oh
falls to 1
my
HP,
god!
Gets back alongside weak Q away from them.
You know, sometimes when I feel like I'm getting whiplash watching a lot of
Garis
these
paruh lah
individual
belum anjing, ini masih game pertama, game pertama grup baru ini CD.
When it comes to having the deal with Seer, the
Paruh nanti anjir di Stone Point.
he was at it, and its Alliance in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, it's
tahu
actually
kalau
a really
nge-pick
nice start for them because they
tompoin
actually begin up at Resort. We talked about it, but when you have that ring console at Boardwalk where Alliance was, you do kind of know that you can drop straight back down, especially based off the survey beacon they had at Resort. You're getting that info.
And because they waited for him on the other side of the portal too, that is so unfortunate. But
Alliance juga bisa. Banyak ini cok yang jago-jago anjir. Jago-jago ini dicedek.
Blossom Drive. Hopefully they will be able to bring back their third, while Sentinels hopefully trying to get this Deathbox res too. Getting able to get Blincher right back, but the action does not stop.
Udah.
Oh, he got kidnapped!
Ini aja satu.
All right, and he gets scanned while he's at it too. There's nowhere to run, playing off the sliver of health that he's working off of, but the pressure's not giving up. At least they got the res, which is what matters. Getting out of that situation is even more important for Sentinels.
I know, I'm like watching and counting our cooldowns through the portal. You got 8 seconds on the mid, 10 on the Phoenix for Monsoon, but we're back up to mostly full health for them and a bit of stability. Now into the drone we go to make sure we scout out that area, but that was almost too close for comfort there.
The fact that they were able to get that, can we talk about some of those changes too? Being able to not have a countdown on being able to get the Deathbox res as well, so being able to pull that off immediately, get out of that trouble with the portal right through to the other side of the wall, but seeing the side-by-side of the other teams who are going to start rotating. Reject are right next to Liquid, by the way, after we saw them pick up that early KP from Alliance. I've been able to hopefully reset as they try to approach from the north side of the zone, but VK Gaming taking their time coming out of Stadium where they have that ring console and survey beacon.
I've got to give it to our teams that are running Caustic that will have access to the ring consoles. The majority of them, you've made it into the next circle, so that's exactly what we want to see. Starting off in A versus B, a lot of people were fighting in that mid-game situation and didn't quite make it to endgame, and that lobby went a lot quicker. It did become a little more drawn out as we went through, but these teams are actually focusing more on getting into that circle. Of course, over at Stadium, yeah, I see though.
Fuck.
A bit of a different look with Reject now coming in from the outskirts of Energy Bank, where NIP will be trailing right behind him, where they have a survey beacon as well as a ring console. Again, it's more that side quest. We also have the Evil Harvester on the outskirts of that choke, so they'll get able to rotate through there from Energy Bank. It's a little scary when it comes to the amount of ultras in this lobby. Sure, it's 100% big crypto in general, but it's the ability for a lot of these teams to reposition just as quickly. The Team Liquid now come out of Blossom, and Alliance were able, as we have already mentioned, fully reset. It's a great look for this team because no one's really trying to contest them on the western side of Street Market. So they're just playing on the outskirts, looking at teams like even GK, who are going to be able to take some lovely shots with this Hemlock here, trying to boost up Knock and that Evil Shield.
Yeah, I've been really exciting about that GK roster. Dropped, Keon knocked, and this is a great way to start things off. You're kind of all the way furthest south out of the teams. You do have Team Nemesis nearby, and as we kind of look at that free cam, you can see them just to the north ahead of that. You do have to make sure we're keeping tabs on that. Anytime Team Vision as well, as they kind of get closer to GK, make their presence known, they're guarding that ring console over there. So these teams like Elite, who have found themselves dead center of circle, kinda up in that drone, just kind of
Boro anjing keprosin.
Back to Team Liquid.
Predatornya kagak nyampe, keprosin anjing.
See how they're going to be able to fare off against a zone like this too, right? Or will they find themselves extinct? That's the question here while we take a look at the other teams.
Cuma mentok di master,
We're on the high ground overlooking Street Market. We don't really get zones that end up pulling directly on top of it, but it's more so on the outskirts where teams that were able to find their place early on in these road takes, like GK as well as Team Nemesis can get trickier for the teams that have to play off that low
Mana
ground,
RRQ?
coming in from the north side of these rotates.
Oh, RRQ di tengah, Jing.
Interesting, we haven't lost any teams
Wah.
just yet. Zipline Mafia, you can see rotating in from that eastern as
Kalau
you're
dia
talking about
ketahan,
VK Gaming and the
nah
north.
ini-
Team Liquid and
ini gimana,
Dinos
Humber Lab?
Alliance. That's going to be a really interesting side when they decide to
nggak buka.
rotate in. Now, the question is, do we keep carving a path and maybe enter on the eastern as you see
Street
Team
market
Liquid
tuh zonanya.
basically chaining those portals together, but Dogger,
Wah, ala
the
zona
first
kesini
student
udah.
out of our lobby at the hands of Nemesis.
Zona jembatan
And now
ini, Cok.
Nemesis also looking right behind them with GK being right there. They're going to be able to clean up that KP just as quickly. And with round 2 closing in the next minute right now, they're going to be able to quickly reposition. I love the space that Nemesis are taking up here with GK being right behind them off of their own portal. They can't necessarily overextend because they know that Team Vision are neighboring right to their right. Also,
sama
love to
dia
talk about the pass of
lebih
the
agresif.
They're going to be able to also scoop up any extra mats that they need,
Banyak banget early fighter
considering that
dari
they've
tadi.
been here in this building from the very beginning.
As we keep tabs on Team Liquid, they're going to have to make sure that they gatekeep behind them. I'm sure they're already aware that someone is potentially going to follow them into this circle. But I love that we got to look at that southern side. Team Nemesis recognizing immediately, like, we clear this out, we have the potential to win this game as long as we can hold steady. But to Aurora, who notices south side is incredibly important, GK immediately portals back. We've got to get with the team, stand our ground.
I was looking to see what was going on over there with Sentinels. Now forced to play that out as a duo while Aurora now make their next move.
Ini zonanya jembatan gak sih,
Isolated
Cok?
to their backs.
Jembatan
Approaching
ini.
from the south side of where Team Vision
Bener
is, but
dah.
it was important when you highlight where that ring
Jembatan
console was
sama
in front of
inian,
Aurora to
apa
get
sih
that
itu namanya?
information too.
Viaduct.
Here. Oh,
Mampus mental dua-duanya bangsat. Gridnet, Cok.
EMP is the nail in the coffin.
Netnya bagus
Who's gonna take
banget,
apart
anjing.
this team as Nemesis try to contest? GK now move up. They wanted to get some of the
Wah,
action here. While Sacred
gelo.
is farming thus far.
Nemesis ini
Oh,
anjir.
here we go. We lost Noct. Dropped is in drone, and here's Keon. We have to keep tabs on Aurora, who are full sending the south side, and on the low ground, they're forcing them down. All is going to fall onto Keon here while we wait for Drop to join him. I love that we've got that angle for him. We don't have EMP, so it had been recently used, but an Arcstar should withstand just fine until Nemesis drops down and starts looking at GK as well. Sacred is here to get in the action.
Hold on, you're mentioning this young gun legend, 17
Kalau
years
ngambil
old.
rumah samping jembatan
has
sih
been
oke.
farming as he claims another victim dropped is the next to fall, as well as the rest of GK. Now Aurora
Bawa
moving up to
viaduct.
get into position, finding that one lone member of Team
Tapi enggak
Nemesis,
sih,
but it's
ini masih
fine.
zona
They
2.
have the TP from the altar who'll get back together with the rest of Team
Zona
Nemesis.
3 ada
But to
street
let
market
GK be this
nih.
early tiff is important to set up this momentum on E-District.
And they're standing that area. They're making sure if someone tries to make a threat to it, we're dealing with it. And using Sacred on the altar to do that is just what needs to be done. For Alliance, we are on a different side of things. We're just north of Team Nemesis. And now Dinos who are rotating in, you have to make sure that
Molor,
you keep tabs.
besok gawe. Iya, selamat tidur,
Initial knock and full on. And we haven't
Selamat
fully been able to
tidur.
stabilize because we have multiple teams trying to push in on this fight.
Essentially evicting them, right? Because now they're forced to go over to that north side. Crazy clip, by the way. We're currently seeing Unlucky now. Blood in the water. He's hungry. Hearing the crypto drones. Great tracking, destroying it before it gets any information onto the rest of his team right behind his back. You talk about Dino too already.
They turned around.
They literally were like, all right, let's
nope.
go.
We're good. And I call it the biggest
Zona
question mark in our
ini.
lobby because you think back to the America Split 1, right? They had some of the most impactful performances, and they're one of the newer teams in general.
And as we take a look at Team Liquid, they're going to face off against Dinos.
Open yang
Let's jump
nanjak
into a
itu
listen
nggak
into
sih,
the
Cok?
Team Liquid.
Yang tanjakan.
Are you feet all three? Okay. Starting forward. Top. I'm securing. Taking the top. Zero. I am. Can we jump second? Yeah, just jump second with you. Consider. My head. Nice.
Nice banget.
Securing. My head. Sit on me. On me. Nice. Nice. Wait, he's on. He's on. Nice. The team wrapping.
Gelo,
Look
coy.
at the team wrapping us. Top. Nice. I'm gonna medkit. We fucking got this. Medkitting. I'm gonna scan.
I need 3 UAV if possible.
Yeah. I can get your UAV. I'll get closer. I'm gonna
We need your hit. I don't think we have time to fight around now.
Yeah. I'm waiting.
Shit.
Yeah. Gonna try to do it.
Are you picking back here, Panic? Anyone?
Yeah, I have blue pings.
Yeah, we don't
There's a
have
team
time
on the
to
right side there. No one's close on console right now. No one's close on any of this, okay? Make sure you come try to.
Zero's forehead is just close enough to see everything on his screen after they just cleaned up Dino. They're able to reset the lead. You can hear a res in the distance. That one member of Alliance, Tiff, was looking to see what the action was looking like, but getting back together with the rest of the team, you're going to try to pry holding that southern side of zone.
Yeah, and it was a big win. You clear out that side unless someone decides to run back at it, but now you be able to walk into the choke. You've got White Grim Reaper nearby, but of course, we're still looking at teams that have to find their path into the circle. Enter Force 36 on the screen here, and Obli as well. A former LAN champion joins up with ILY and Synap at the start of this year, just after champs, and they were one of the teams that I was most excited to watch here when we got to LAN.
Hey, that's going to be even more exciting when you got a Kraber in hand too, seeing how that's going to play out for them and trying to get control over this eastern side of zone. Look at NIP though, trying to see if they can get a kidnap. A Synap gets the follow-up after getting the Kraber shot, the RE45. More than enough. They get stunned though, they get scanned while they're at it, and they do manage to reposition. Just as right there to give them some backup. Bring down these caustic barrels because they are aware of the caustic barrel right behind them that goes off. That there's another player
I love that as we kind of have this like shared screen moment, you see who it is that's going to be behind them. Ninjas in Pajamas, a team that we actually didn't even talk about at the top of the show. They're kind of dealing with elite esports and Kinotrope, but they're going to have to move. But it's all about that timing, because if you send yourself over to Street Market where you find maybe a shrivel of coverage, you're going to get ripped from the team that rotates directly behind you because they're just full sending.
Because nowhere is safe though. Synap gets immediately aimed after they get to teleport right through the wall. NIP aware, but beautiful coverage from E36, not allowing NIP to fully capitalize off of this. Cole and Vayne unfortunately lose out on their shields.
Trying to
actually move forward. They take two different angles, Tiff.
And that is why Kirev here makes things so difficult for Synap. And hello, now you've got a Kraber. We have 60 bullets in the R9, which can make things difficult, but if you whittle him down with a Kraber first, that'll work.
The fact that we also saw just non-stop fighting in the kill feed too, man. Like back-to-back E36, eventually they get eliminated. Zip taking a chunk out of them, while Elite also were able to get some KP. Pirates, let's see if they are able to reset too with so many of these altars in the lobby. Vayne holding the high ground, looking down at the action right in front of them, while Team Liquid, all gas, no brakes, they're right on top of Aurora's heads, which is crazy to highlight the fact that they're one of the few teams, maybe the only team, rocking the fuse this early.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting because you have to think, of fact, he's going to have all of Altered's package to maybe like push a play onto them, and if you've got that fuse in play alongside it, look, that's going to be a messy engagement that many people might look at. So for Aurora, just saying, yeah, let's look towards Team Vision, maybe WGR. We have to solidify ourselves in that next circle.
There's like a little Cinderella story. You also see if you take a look at like where Zipline Mafia is situated, safely in the zone, almost playing neighbors to Liquid with a bit of a gap through that bridge, but Elite. Their next UL playing right next to them. And IP too, just trying to actually dive in on them. But this is going to be the bloodbath that you could expect when the zone starts closing into.
You've got NIP that's out there throwing seer attacks towards them. FAUL is going to move in on this. We have the drone destroyed from Kinda. And now this is exactly what happened. Short, you get the knock onto a Legacy. The trade comes and immediately Kinda falls. So it's all about
bertiga, cok. Karakter.
Likely to wipe both of those
served on a silver platter. Thank you very much for all eating when you come down on the altar. TP through the roof. NIP now playing up the low ground though. Vayne looking to give them some suppressed fire. That's a one member Mafia who wanted to harass them. This starts off the fight though between NIP, RRQ. This is insane. The are shattered as RRQ come out on top. Not only the KP, but the position over to the southeastern zone.
It's like you got the building, but at what cost? So now they're going to stabilize. I don't believe anyone else should full send this vicinity because the time is to focus next. You've got the exhibit down, Unlucky's on the ground, and Reject is out here just focusing forward, but keeping this angle on the stairs.
Although this is crazy, I am seeing Liquid clean up some KP as well, knocking Unlucky by the way, but also Team Nemesis farming in this lobby. The fact that they have like what 7 KP alone as RC. look to take a better position, looking at the
Gue pengen
action happening all
dengerin
around them. Alliance holding on for
pengen
dear
dengerin
life.
komsnya
Now
gue udah
showing back
RRQ.
together with the building of Nemesis as well
Gue
as
pengen dengerin
WGR
komsnya
over at
RRQ
their
gimana ya?
POI advantage.
I had a blast talking to Carter and Loader just yesterday from Team Vision. They were really exciting, but Arufa finds the last member of Alliance. As Marcus falls, so do they. Down to the top 10 we go. For Reject, they're still carving their path towards Circle. Do we go towards the collapsing area of Team Vision, WGR, Team Nemesis? Do we go up towards Aurora? We don't really have some good options here, but in the north, this is the battle of coverage from Zipline Mafia and RRQ.
You can also see just
Dia
King of the Hill is Team Nemesis.
pura-pura anjing, becok, biar naik, fuck.
KP after KP, they're going to be able to still clean some up. Looking ahead is going to be RRQ, who fought to hold down this building, but Zipline Mafia do get involved. They be able to 3-3 this as RRQ focus on this fight. It needs to be quick.
Pricey can't get the bat off. Pricey! Liquid Zero with a G7 scout behind him. Too many eyes staring at RRQ. For Zipline Mafia, you can try to go up there and loot that, but Salter's passive, you can just take what you want without exposing yourself. Team Liquid start to keep that presence onto Zipline Mafia, but with 2 bullets in a Kraber in the hands of Zero. He's just going to use it and probably pick up that G7 again.
Driver Zero looking to see if he can take another victim with that Kraber in hand, while Carter's going to be able to take that TP, maybe getting a kidnap here.
Oh my god.
Looking to clean up on aisle 3 as Nemesis do eventually get eliminated, but it was a great run for them. I think they just stayed at 7 KP, but finding yourself in the top 7. Now as Roar want to keep this rolling, trying to isolate the rest of the team on the south side, because Sentinels are another one of those teams as well as Reject, Zipline Mafia, having that stand Liquid, unless Sentinels end up pushing and maybe catching Liquid.
BK Gaming fell as well.
Di follow
and
iya
back to the
bantai.
G7 Scout we go. He had 2 bullets left in the Kraber, took a knock onto Reject with one of them, and he's been trying to cross
KP-nya berapa tadi gua nggak ngeliat lagi.
10 kills for Team Liquid so far in game number 1. And you know what? They're full sending some more. They want to get closer to Reject, closer to Team Vision, Sentinels, and Aurora. And Zipline Mafia could just stay in the north and be patient.
I mean, the closer that monitor is to Zero's face, the heavier he feels in the way that he's carrying this momentum alongside the rest of his team. 6 KP to his name, the kill leader in their lobby as VSN Carter jumps in between the portal, does a little dance here, isolates, the player stuck on the corner. Where can you go? Where can you hide? You play off the knockdown, he's one shot, and Reject get eliminated. VSN with his own closing in behind him. Little to nowhere to run, and it was just a matter of time as Sentinels also clean up Carter.
Ada siapa lagi, Cok?
Damage coming through. The cryptos in the lobby causing havoc, and Loader trying to withstand all of it as Blinkster.
Iya, mau gimana, Cok?
The swap, but it's not enough.
Hari-hari ya, hari-hari ya.
And Team Liquid still standing in the final 3. Full send Sentinels before being completely demolished.
And with the final 2 squads, it's just a matter of time
Aurora yang
as
champion ternyata.
Game number 1.
What an end game. That is when you have to go back, carve it back in slow motion, and really hone in on it, because there was so much damage flying from everyone. It felt like 3 teams just unleashing the nades, unleashing the utility. It's a crazy game.
You get an aid, you get an aid. Your backs are against literally the ring. What can you do at this point but panic, literally? I mean, looking at the way, though, that Aurora played that slowly, let's not even forget that they came out
Masih game 1,
and were able to contest a lot of the teams that were piled up on top of each other when it came to Street Market. That's why Liquid, alongside Zipline, we're looking at the action, wanting to get involved, wanting to get some KP, maybe getting a little overzealous because you still have to consider Sentinels, but then on top of Sentinels, you get Aurora coming in from the same southern direction on top of their head.
Now, the reason I love the fact that this team was able to convert it is when you think about, you called it out, that start at Humber. How many times did we witness Team Nemesis guarding that southern side? They take down GK, they keep focusing on all the teams that try to set up there, but the
Aurora.
one team
Emang
they
Aurora
don't
dapat
deal
series
with
di
that
DML ya?
rotated through the south was Aurora.
DML dapat
Instead, they
series
kind
dia.
of both pulled up, and Team Nemesis end up in top 5 with 7 kills because they wiped 2 full teams there. Perfect. I said slow motion, and they bring it back for us.
I mean, what can you expect to when you also have so many Cossacks within the area? You're going to get stunned. You have the EMP singing. You have Zipline Mafia going down within our last 3 spots. This is what you're expecting, right? It pulls outside of market on the outskirts by the bin and then landing a nade right at the feet of Sentinels where Aurora just had to and clean up what was left as we take a look at the pop-off already to start off that first kill.
PH emang kuat banget nggak sih, anjir? ML.
When you see the celebrations hit like that, these were one of the teams that we had a chance to talk to in the media room yesterday, and it was Hiarka that was calling Effect Baby Goat, and they were like, that's my nickname, and I just watched Effect literally yeet Hiarka up into the sky after that win. I'm like, yeah, that's your baby goat.
Carried him up like Simba, showcasing everybody, the next king of Pride Rock, right? Like, and that's what you like to see, though. And something else when you talk about IGLs in general, Zero was fragging out. He was doing a great job. You could see how he was taking a lot of these fights with confidence, wanted to get that early KP. It set them up. I mean, Zero did get, 6 KP just alone in that first game. Aurora do take the dub, though, setting themselves to already be at 21 points. Whereas you look at Liquid, and in terms of like the lack of placement, still with that KP, they do find themselves with 18.
Yeah, I caught Kareem right before this, right? Their coach for Team Liquid, and I was like, hey, how are the boys feeling? He's like, honestly, we're feeling good. And to come out here and drop the most damage in the lobby on just game 1, grab 11 kills, the highest damage differential of 2,200. That means they dealt over 2,200 damage than they were receiving to just get second place. Right now, I say just get second place, but you're like 3 points behind the match winners based on that alone. You outfragged them by 2, so that's a stellar performance in my eyes.
Having to consider, too, what was going on with Alliance, right? The way that they were taken apart in the middle of that rotation and split up. And I think that adds into the chaos of with the amount of teams that have the TP set up with the Nexus, just allowing these teams to reset and then catching some of the members in the way that they want to
banyak banget ya.
There's a lot of GG spots, especially over by market, low to high ground disparity, and how they could try to reposition themselves and the amount of kidnaps that we saw, Tiff.
See, you talk about Alliance, but a lot of their difficulties was at the hands of Team Liquid. Team Liquid left.
Udah daftar.
They pop the survey beacon, they drop down onto Alliance, they get an early kill on that, and Alliance has to leave Boardwalk and go reset. So RP for them throughout the entirety. As we look back at these highlights, some early fights from Team Liquid were so cohesive.
Sumpah.
But I also have to like talk about. We're gonna tell you like
udah capek main RP
is going absolutely insane too. Like, but then highlighting some of our last remaining squads here. Aurora just waiting before trying to go ahead. They saw Zipline Mafia fall down, and they knew that that was the green light for them to start wrapping behind them, while the rest of the lobby left that were collapsing into the street market was just a free walk up with a beautiful name tag.
I like start laughing because I'm watching Fun's screen. He's got 3 nade indicators on the side of the supply bin. He's like, I'm gonna go ahead and go out there and try to do some damage. Not even a half a second later, just gets imploded.
These nade placements from the very beginning, even our last groups, like have just been on another level to start us off on E District. See Sentinels though doing great in the way that they were playing patiently in the back end of that zone, waiting for the opportunity to move up. Remember, when we highlighted Zipline Mafia and Team Liquid together, they were kind of on 2 opposite ends away from the bridge that would lead you into Street Market. But playing off that low ground originally was Sentinel.
20 ini mah.
To move up once that zone was starting to close in.
20
behind them.
Pretty interesting looking back at Aurora. We're just gearing up for match number 2.
Rame banget kan itu ya?
Stand up, walk it off. Oirein, that's one of the biggest conversations. You know, historically he's been on Aurora, before that Fire Beavers, and they've been contenders for lands, right? We've seen land wins that we talked about it, but Effect grabs one. Hiarka gets one. Oirein on that roster is the only one who has not won a land.
That's actually with the prestige that he's got and the experience.
That's what I'm saying. They've been favorites at times historically on rosters, and as we kind of keep perusing, we've got the boys over at Alliance. They're feeling good. I like to see that the vibes are high, especially after that match 1. It wasn't the strongest, right? A 14th overall. You kind of look at it, we're mirroring our damage taken, damage given. It was just -11 between that. Only 2 kills. That's okay. We saw bounce backs, right? You think groups A versus B, we had Zeta start things off, didn't do too strong on E District with the moment
sekarang pengen jago main Apex pakai monitor enggak harus Legion anjing. Harus Legion, cok. Yang penting OLED.
It was a pickle person.
Yang penting OLED 24.
He's locked in though. He's going to be able to take a look at a
24
lot of our other teams here. Team
280 lah, 280 HCT udah oke aja. Jangan Legion. Pakainya tuh Zoe. Zoe udah paling oke.
I also am going to commend him on his green earbuds and his green mouse with the sunglasses. We are styling.
And with the lights, I mean, that's what happens when you feeling yourself under the spotlight, literally.
I love that production pans immediately. That light literally on him.
And how they were able to do, right? Going into this first game, trying to find that ramp up as well for Team RRQ. I believe they had gotten like 5 KP after that first game alone. Like
that's not bad.
3K damage, yeah.
You think back to when it was Strafing and Easy Flash had a really powerful performance on a LAN. A lot of that, to see them kind of back playing together, knowing that Easy Flash has the potential for those fragging moments, and to see Pricey on that roster as well, being a lot of like the
bohong anjing, bohong.
As long as he's going to be able to give
60
them the
Hz,
camera when he was on the crypto
60
beforehand,
Hz, keluaran 2018 Samsung, keyboard 20.000, nggak ada.
Like what, 2 assists? Kind of letting the rest
Emang
of
ada
the team
keyboard
know
20.000 Yi.
while we get ready for game number 2.
Headset 100.000. Iya, headset 100.000 banyak. Headset 100.000 banyak.
Because we will be transitioning into
Mos X7 aja.
4 through 6.
Well, let's go ahead.
Ada laba-labanya tuh anjing.
Real quick before we jump into match number 2, you outlined Sacred. Now I
Skill
watched
bang yang penting, iya itu bener
of Sacred's
iya sih
first
bener
interview ever, and he said
tapi
a lot of
tetap
really
aja
cool things. He was
sih
just talking about how he wanted to get into
gaming gear
ever
juga
since 2019,
membantu.
pre-COVID era. And he's
Gaming
like,
gear
I
sih
really
membantu
watched a lot
ya.
of these players like Hal and such,
Gaming
and I
gear
kind of admired
membantu,
them.
Cok.
And to kind of get those nerves, you know, he actually played in the Open, but this is like his first major tournament, and he is the youngest player here on our stage, paired alongside Alb and Skittles. And Skittles, you know, you think about his history, right? He played on Optic. He's had chances to contend for titles.
Gaming
and
gear
he's
sih
been a really
oke lah
powerful
buat
performance. And a lot of people talk about Mac's
main.
comeback. I don't want to talk about it yet. We'll talk about that later in the week because, you know, former Dynasty as well.
Yep, exactly. You talk about all the experience that we're seeing from so many of our players in the lobby. And it kind of speaks for itself when you also highlight that newfound talent, Sacred also being able to make a name for themselves within the Open. Maybe not
Lah
to the
dia
same
main
degree that we
anjing.
saw in our previous group when we highlighted floating, but it's still there, especially when you're such a young player and you're looking to pave your own path alongside
Gua kira
two
dia
veteran
triple
players.
What it does
triple
go to show
roller.
you is it says, hey, these are my skills,
Kalau
and when you're looking to
ini
join
yang-
a team for year 6, which he talked about in the interview, he's like,
Apa
I
namanya
chose
sistem?
this group because I
Keyboard
thought they had the
potret,
highest
set
ceiling at that
patek,
time
terus
for me.
aing mah
And I
si
think that's
bapak.
going to be really impressive when you come through here and you're
Aing
already
kok,
defending
aing
yourself
juga
in match number 1.
ini
It's a
headset
top 5
patek
performance,
anjing.
but they were doing so well keeping teams out of that south side area. Can they do it again though, Vicky?
Finds out here soon, Tiff, because it depends on where these zones are going to be pulling, right? We saw what happened to WGR when we saw a zone pulling towards the outskirts of the fence line of Street Market.
Dunia ini terbagi menjadi beberapa bagian. Oke, 1 pekerja keras, 2 bakat hebat. Nih, kita bahas yang 1 pekerja keras, oke sih.
Highlighting our game 1 winners
Enggak,
too. Now
itu nggak ada yang bahas pekerja keras ya. Oke. Bakat hebat. Ini yang kedua yang perlu dibahas. Lu bakat hebat, tapi lu nggak kerja keras, maksudnya kayak nggak ada usaha. Susah dong, susah. Iya dong. Iya dong, susah dong. Ya kan? Lu percuma kalau lu punya bakat.
Comes down
Lu
to
nggak
which of these
bekerja
teams will be
keras,
coming out on top, especially looking at those compositions.
lu tuh nggak bisa,
I like the team that go
maksudnya
against the
kayak
grain, so
ntar
that
nggak ada
they
yang
can
support,
influence the legendaries
maksudnya
as well,
sponsornya
like
siapa
CL and
gitu,
P, who are rocking out with the Mad
nyari
Maggie,
sponsor,
Watson, and Wraith.
nyari
The amount
sponsor
of
gitu.
alters in this,
Ya seenggaknya kan
alters
lu
in
harus
this lobby,
nunjukin
it's a little
dulu
scary,
nih,
but then you still have
lu
the
nunjukin
seers
dulu.
that are so prevalent.
We do.
Lu
I mean,
nunjukin
the
dulu
most picked
kalau
comp right now is Alter, Seer, Watson, and as we look at
lu
our
tuh
circle,
niat.
we're down towards that Humbert Labs, which we did
Ya
see in A
kan?
versus B. There's a ring console and a survey beacon
Ketiga,
there as well. So
itu
Aurora
udah
that
nggak usah
starts in
dibahas lah
Humbert,
anjing,
they
itu mah.
do
Itu
have
udah
Watson.
privilege,
They're going to
Cok.
know they need to kind of stay
Privilege
here because
itu.
everyone's going to be full sending
Udah
Sentinels
privilege,
on a
Cok.
quick escape. RRQ carving down towards
Privilege
Stadium. For teams like Team Liquid,
Sama
Alliance,
Wena.
Reject, they might be some of the latest teams to show up
Aing
down
headset
there, but I'd imagine that Team Liquid, based off the performance in match match number 1.
Aing fantek apa nya lupa anjing.
Not even when it comes to Humber Lab zones like this, right, Tiff? We've seen this before. We've seen it time and time again with the teams that try to contest for the southern side of their positioning, especially by a survey beacon. Team Vision being one of those, but Sentinels, who over on the northern side of Humbert Labs were able to rotate so quickly. I mean, their POI being over by Uptown already, going into that northern side of Humbert, where this is Aurora's designated POI.
Sebenarnya nggak di e-sport doang sih,
side of the southern building of Humbert Labs.
Nggak di e-sport doang.
Who have also gone for the quick rotate.
Well, that's immediately what we saw in match number 1, just on a different side of things. Will we see some early engagements, or are you going to stand your ground and say, hey, we'll just wave the white flag for now? But
si ini mah yang Indo mah cuma inian doang. Pricey Surfing Flame sama Easy Flash Kit. Itu Indo tuh.
Absolutely.
Yang di sini di RRQ.
This early?
I mean, we'll take that any day. We absolutely take those. CLNP being one of the teams that kind of go against the grain when it comes to their current composition. We highlighted them earlier. Phoenix, Mad Maggie, Watson, and Wraith. Once again, when you have so many of the Alter, Sears, and Watson. And that's kind of what happens if you're going to see the influx of Watson with no more crypto in the lobby. You don't have to worry about all your hard work looking like Picasso with the fences getting deleted, but you do have to worry about this if you're a DJ, right? You're settled inside this building, hiding behind your own friendly Watson fences. You see the riot drill from the other side, and now Dino are just going to sit nice.
I love that they're gonna say they're sit nice.
Aduh, tadi gue nggak lihat map lagi si ininya kemana anjir.
People are gonna want to play for the third information to know which side do we want to commit to, because so many teams have already moved on to that southeastern side. If we pop back towards like Draft Point or something, it would be wicked. But we've seen some of the craziest pulls before. I mentioned Team Liquid early on, and they get to the rooftop of this building, and they're essentially chasing down Alliance. Oh, that's similar to match 1.
Can't catch a break out here, right? But that's kind of what happens when you know that this was their prio POI. They try to take that advantage away from them. Sure, you could try to walk away with that if you're going to be landing in Northpad and Storm Point shortly, but Liquid wanted to fight them for the information because there's a ring console, an Evil Harvester on that side of Alliance's POI. And if you take a look at the zone, it actually benefits the way that Team Liquid want to approach this, because then they could take their time coming out of Neon Square before going on a side quest and then maybe rotate to Drop Point once they get that next ring console info.
Good free cam to kind of iron out those sites. You got Zero still going up to the side. Maybe a rotate is going to be possible. Honestly, go to Street Market. Grab even more information. Get the survey beacon there, and then decide, do we go towards WG?
Yang global mah LGS anjing. Udah yang paling yang apa namanya? Yang global kalau ngikutin mah LGS B.
In an interesting situation.
LGS aja
This is
yang
actually really
diikutin.
smart of Alliance. They're actually getting ahead, knowing that Team Liquid wants to get that survey, as you mentioned, Tip, over by Street Market, and they want to get aggressive, maybe a little bit of revenge while they're at it, because they know that they already have the survey beacon over by Neon Square. They see Team Liquid going in for a quick rotate, and they could isolate this fight. We'll see who comes out on top if they end up skirmishing, while we take a look at Neo, too, who are trying to take control over this bridge side, Elite being on the other side, but so many other teams have found themselves in the southern side of Humbert Labs. But I am expecting Alliance to continue to try to cut off Team Liquid, because they're looking to circle keep them, which would force Liquid to rotate from Viaduct side.
Are we going all the way down here to grab this survey beacon? We just gotta make sure we have that information at Shipyard before moving in, but too many teams have put themselves on the south side.
Ini LGS, tapi yang nangin EWC.
More zone-oriented team. I got to speak to them for a bit on Media Day, and honestly, it was really good just to touch base with Sharky. We don't get to talk to a lot of players
di satu
unless you
tempat.
have, like, reach out. And for a man who doesn't really use social media, things can be difficult. Enter Force 36.
Ini sebutannya LGS.
Not the strongest match number 1 here in our second set of the day, but that's okay. We're sitting on top of S8UL, and we're going to kind of keep checking ourselves as Sharky on the Seer down below connects.
With the Nemesis in hand, too. Can we talk about that weapon, by the way?
No.
Charter, what the heck?
Apex Legends Global
So scary
Series.
here, too, but you combine that together with not only getting the information that you get with the Seer attack, but also just being able to get that slowdown comes in clutch. When you take a look at this zone pool going on the outskirts of Humbert, closer, very similar to what we have seen in our previous TIFF, but a majority of these teams have been able to kind of congest that southern side.
They really have, and that's when you have that third ring information. If you're playing Watson, you're trying to rotate based off that. Dinos, they've got the ring console just ahead of them. Ninjas and Pajamas are rotating in. I see Hackett on the ground as the Grim Reapers Neo move in. Look for the finishing touches if they can. Alliance, a bit of a slower start, but I'd imagine they're banking. They're really making the most of their points for the series out onto Storm Point. We just need one explosive game on E-District to kind of coast.
Can't catch a break. I mean, the fact that Alliance just keep getting caught like this. Grim Reaper themselves kind of living up to that name. While Dog having a very lackluster game number 1, have settled themselves with their composition underneath a lot of the action that you can expect over by Humbert. Looking at how Team Liquid 2 are going to make this rotate, because we talked about them forcibly going through Viaduct. They have no issue getting that info, but they will be able to note from the Survey Beacon Shipyard Arcade the other teams that will be rotating from the northern west side of zone, which would be WGR.
Tiap angle anjing. Dipasin bangsat.
Easy passage, not the same that Ninjas and Pajamas has experienced. If you saw the kill feed,
Panutan aing
Dinos actually took down 2 members of Ninjas and Pajamas, forced the last one scurrying to hit a reset, and now Dinos are dropping down towards where VK Gaming has positioned themselves. Team Liquid have been on a bit of a journey since they left their home at Resort and have found themselves out on the western side, just outside of the next circle. And this is where you kind of choose your own adventure type of rating, right? To be full send elite esports,
baru-baru ini aja
tryhard
anjir di rank
playing it where you're making sure that your back is safe would be the option, because I mean, like, with the amount of ultras that we have, right, you at least have that TP to reset very quickly. Sure, you could trail behind Elite, but you could easily assume Elite's doing the same thing. You know where WGR, because you already scanned that survey in Shipyard Arcade, and now RRQ being one of the teams
satu lagi Lamik
control that northern building that we saw
Lamik humornya ini anjir, humornya si itu Fate, Cloudy sama Ecstasy.
Nothing to overextend when you have Reject in the area as well as VKG that are just waiting to walk up for free.
And the big thing about E-District,
oh emang iya ya, nggak tahu kabarnya. Tapi soalnya kemarin pas di karena region pas di region kemarin gak lolos kali. Pas di region kemarin gak lolos dia makanya ini. Ya nggak sih gitu nggak sih? Orang kemarin region dia main kok anjir regional.
Should they decide to fight something else?
Just the fact we're seeing like these raw picks in the feed and then the resets come through anyways.
Temik si Watson main.
As round 2 is starting to close now. Team Liquid, full purple. It's the Hemlock in the hands of Zero. And the pings on top of it, noting
gue juga karena ini pas as double dash tuh itu gue nontonnya Cloudy anjir, soalnya dia main S ya, gila banget cok. Cloudy main S, waduh OP banget.
So for now, as we see where that
makanya kemarin tuh pas S di buff double dash ya, wah itu langsung cok bantai-bantai anjir.
Are they going to get held out by Dinos? Because Dinos have so much space in the north, and they're basically sitting on the survey beacon and the ring console.
Denying that from the other teams. That's why they're playing so split. It's very smart of them, and that's why they've been able to pick up some KP while they're at it. Looking at the other teams too.
Iya sih emang bener sih.
Looking to be able to get
Fate, Cloudy, Seng. Wah itu disatuin lucu banget anjing.
By the way, and only game number 2 on E-District. Usually
itu lucu banget sih.
With a different plan here for this team.
You can get away with it, right? Because you're not going to have any of these banned, and you can focus on those late game reaches. I say, hey, are you going to run into Alliance? Are you going to run into Dinos? No, we're Valcolting out of here. Now, the worst part about this is there's still 19 squads left in the lobby, so you're going to have to kind of slam down in a bit of an extended outside that circle space.
With Dino peppering the damage, getting some KP to their name, it's a rather patient game number 2 with a lot of these stray hits. Not going to be able to fully capitalize with the resets that we keep seeing off of the Ultra TPs. And now you can see
kalau pokoknya bertiga dan dia bertiga, kalau enggak dia Ecstasy, Cloudy itu wah, kalau enggak Fate, Lemik, Ecstasy, anjing Fate dibully, siapa Fate, Lemik dibully terus sama Fate sama Ecstasy. Oh my god, already.
Zero says, okay, we're gonna stall this push. Zidane though, now with a rock recover, focuses on getting those
those shield cells
Reset,
back
anjir.
up.
Reset,
No, we
Cok.
get caught in a seer
Tim
attack as
Liquid.
we try to disengage and Kiner falls.
Makes my
Tim
eyes
Liquid
water
reset, Cok.
sometimes too when you're trying to engage in this fight.
Anjir,
You're looking behind
dibalikin.
you with your eyes in two different directions like a chameleon because Team Vision are also looking at DK. Pirates in trouble. Liquid trying to capitalize. Zero though
Dibalikin,
falls over,
guys.
so does Panic.
No. Where are we heading back?
Waduh.
Gotta take the TV.
Oh, ada turn-nya.
And in the back for Panic from Zidon. And now Sykes is the last standing for this roster. He's got to go ahead and make sure we get in this building.
Wah,
Do it. Pirates are out of the lobby.
Ditar dong kalau gitu dong.
It's gonna burn from White Grim Reapers.
He put the TP right on time because now the zone's closing in, so they couldn't really fully reset if they did want to take it back. But now the zone's closing in, that means Neo gets to move up. They get information. You can see the exhibit too. On the outskirts playing and hugging the jet on the other side.
Klip mereka bertiga karena emang suka aja sama mereka. Kalau terlalu toksik. Oh iya, saya kemarin nge-klipnya kan Lemonhead mulu tuh.
Carry them forward in the series, and Neo, Maggie ball in hand, sights their sights onto GK. Multiple ultimates.
Dolar kuning
And
aja.
Keon, no shields, he's caught out. Drop does have his back though. And Portal
Dia bertiga ya. Dia kalau bertiga nih jarang toksik ya. Cuma kayak
western side of the zone. They're looking at GK for right now.
don't shoot that guy. Don't shoot that guy. Kalau udah dia ngomong begitu bertiga, aduh itu lucu banget.
But WGR are taking the off angle and with this
Nice.
zone completely pulling to the
Nice
northern
kill,
side
nice
of Humber.
KP,
It's a
nice
different look than what we
KP,
had seen in our
RQ.
previous groups, forcing even the likes of Sentinels to start rotating.
If you're Dinos, Alliance, BK Gaming, you are feeling
Nice
good.
kill,
For GK and Neo, we're duking it out on the bottom
Tapi
side of
soalnya
things. And with 30
gue
seconds
yang sering
before
gue
that
tonton
circle
sih
starts to
tetap
move,
ini
we've
siapa
got to
ekstasi.
go. So having that longbow, maybe catch a knock so we can full send. We already know that
Ekstasi
GK's
tuh
got
ini
the
banget.
altar and is going to be playing off those.
Jago banget controller. Karena gue pakai controller sih.
Carter, Loader, Zach want to get into the mix.
They're able to do this too because they also have that insurance policy of coming back to the TP here as GK also move forward. They're trying to force Team Vision to be in the middle so that way they can re-engage, especially with the zone closing in the next 3 seconds.
You have to like be so quiet over there. We get a shield swap. It's half dead, but it's better than nothing. And you've got a massive 1v1 over here. Both of you,
Controller enak,
the circle
Mang.
around on the doorway. Keep your eyes on Loader.
Ini pakai controller sekarang jadi enaknya.
He's dancing this movement. He's trying to get around, but the zone closing in.
Lagi enak sih, tapi kalau kadang kalau lagi nggak bisa nembak juga aim ngambang mah pakai mouse.
And for free gets a beautiful angle, hiding originally behind the knockdown shields, and still gonna be able to find rather Zach as Team Vision do get eliminated, and then the action on the other side that we were looking at before tip.
Let's go.
Sentinels, RRQ, Reject, and Nemesis, while E36 takes to the skies.
Wah, gak zona anjir.
I'm so glad that people are finally showing up towards the
RRQ
circle
gak zona,
and the
anjing.
chaos that is ensuing from it. We have the intersecting
Ya.
exhibits all in these different corners, and Sentinels
Presiden.
focusing forward through the Watson fences. Make sure you get that shield bat off before you
Gua
dive
ngeliatnya
out.
Killfit
Monsoon
doang,
keeps
sumpah.
up RRQ, get Pricey back on his feet, and Team Nemesis has
Oh hidup
fallen.
cok. Wih reset anjir.
WGR just cleaning this up, but can they
Ya dia kena lagi Pricey.
actually made Grief Alliance right now? The Venn diagram, the
Pricey.
exhibit for exhibit, all the information trying to isolate this fight
Reset gak
is
sih?
exactly what WGR need to keep Alliance busy. But Alliance now fighting Dinos up here on the high
Anjing
ground.
ini
The
enak
TP's
banget di
coming
atas
up.
bis gak
Like an
ditembakin
elevator
gitu
shoot
cok.
as Unlucky now swings J feature, literally fries him with the R9. Just a blue mag is all you need. Hockey's needs some help, and Aku's literally one shot. But now it's only up to Unlucky. And as they go to the door, he tries to fence him. The fence. He fences him.
Oh my
Chaos
god.
is like, all right, I'm gonna take this slow too. Nobody's really looking at them, and Aurora could show face.
Wah,
This is gonna be the 1v1.
menang fence sih.
He baits it out with the res.
Watson v Watson,
Menang
kidnapping
fence,
the
Cok.
fences, and Unlucky back to full, trying to get the med kit off. 8 seconds to go, and he's going to try and stick this res. Destroying the fences, we swing out. We get some damage on the Chaos.
Someone shooting it from behind. Unlucky. Unlucky comes out to
What? Dibakar beliau.
But another team is trying to grief him with a nade in the
Ente.
window.
And Dinos on the right try to stabilize. We don't stick the res. We're down to 2 solos, and sometimes it just be like that.
That's what happens when Alliance wanted to prio getting into the bus. At least they have cover. Even if the windows are broken, he gets the res and he gets a death box res on top of it all.
You just hop on it, it's 7 seconds, and Hackis will be back in it. The stabilization from Alliance, well done, Unlucky.
Beautiful on RRQ with the zone closing in behind Alliance, who was griefing them. It could have been E36, it could have been SAUL, who are inside this next zone. VK Gaming, though, are in some trouble, now leaving it up to Queso, who's almost one shot. So is LQ, though. They're trying to move up. E36 now are going to be cleaning that up, while Dinos eventually get eliminated.
Your match 1 winners, Aurora, fall also as well. For Enter Force 36 in the north, your biggest opponents are SAUL, who are in the building just ahead of you. You can see Jesco on the left side, taking angles through the doorways, keeping the pressure on E36.
Looking around the world for Exhibit on Exhibit, VK Gaming.
Wah, thank you. Pengawal di-subscribe aja ke pakai akun itu.
Right? You got all the information for as long as you can. While SAUL do clean up E36, Oobly does go down. Wait, are also still getting more KP.
And Alliance send
Paling males
SAUL.
flip.
They move in just below them.
It's crazy the stack up that we're currently seeing. The fact that Alliance
Iya sih.
Pitbull, Mr. Worldwide himself going from the north
Iya, emang
side of the
iya.
zone all the way down to the south of Humber before finding themselves in this building.
We don't have a gen though. Unlucky does not have an ultimate accelerant, and he's 80% away from having that pylon, which will be detrimental. So we have to focus on the fences. VK Gaming do fall. So for now,
Better
it's
ke
SAUL
ini sih
in
emang.
this building. Enter Force
MNK
36
nggak
over
sih
towards
yang
their
kayak
east, and to the
movement
top
guy
we
gitu.
go.
And they wanted to try to contest them.
Movement guy.
Defenses too after getting the
Eta.
sear attack, but they're getting.
Oh, kena anjir. Itu kena dari mana, Cok?
The back-to-back are also Sharky takes a bite out of them, gets another knock onto Alliance.
Gila ya.
See the Aku, Unlucky crawling back to Hackis. Like, can we get a reset? If Enter Force 36 catches wind of this, we're going to try to finish it out. There you go. Unlucky, Aku, definitely both finished. It's a Hackis, a solo.
Can he come out here? No, it's just a matter of time as Alliance get eliminated. Sharky with that nemesis that we talked about, Tiff. 6 squads left as E36
bisa lah ya,
hit with a sear attack. It's all the information as
RRQ,
SAUL
yuk,
are keeping their eyes
RRQ, 5
on this
besar
team
ini,
as the
yuk,
zone
yuk,
closes in
yuk.
right behind their back because the teams
RRQ ini
collapsing
bisa
on the
ini,
southern
Cok.
side will eventually have to
Lazon,
fight.
Cuk.
Well, E36 are looking at SAUL.
Bisa ini.
Through the window,
Bisa,
all
bisa ini, bisa, Dok. Bisa.
Starting to wrap
Bisa,
together
RRQ.
more kills. RRQ dead
Oh, dia di
center of
situ
circle.
banget
Here
apa?
comes Elite.
Coming into WGR have been just
situ
picking
banget
up
apa?
so much of that KP.
Cok,
but
di situ
looking on
banget
the
apa,
other
Cok?
side, would it be enough is the question when you take a look
Cok.
at the way that E36 get eliminated SAUL. Still finding more KP, 5 squads left.
Wah.
They leave their building, they swing through,
Wah.
they see RRQ, and they wrap up behind Reject.
Wah.
RRQ is trying to dance around the outskirts of the zone.
And we've got the pylon, and we're basically
Chaos
staying
banget.
directly on
Chaos
this.
banget
Nades,
sih.
you're behind
Chaos.
RRQ. Can we get Legacy back up on his feet? We're gonna have to crawl with him. With
Chaos ini.
If we don't deal with RRQ,
Chaos. Wah, RRQ ente, Cok.
With Pricey going down, that's unfortunate. Legacy.
Stek
too,
berapa ya?
the
Stek
zone
4 ya?
behind them. They're feeling
Stek
the
4 ya?
They get the reset WGR too as Elite move up. RE45.
Iya, anjir.
They are farming. J7 in hand and Elite Esports
Gelo,
are
GG.
game 2 winners.
That
GG.
RE45 just absolutely shredded through
Respect
both
masih
of
MNK,
those
Cok.
teams as Elite Esports carved their path through that end game. Congratulations. You see Kinda there in the center, stands up. We're celebrating with the coach. We're feeling good after that performance.
Sure, you were farming at the very end there, but I have to call it out.
Iya, kalau udah ada
WGR
sir.
just went
Tapi sir sebenarnya udah di
insane
nerf. Coba
that
di
game.
pas
I highlighted them before, the
kemarin
fact that they were
tuh,
able to clear so
awal
much of the
split
teams out of
2.
Humber.
Wah,
A
kalau
cruise
dibawa ke
spot to
LGS
15
lebih
KP
chaos.
on top of
Chaos,
second
lebih
place
chaos
finish
itu.
here for that team.
Yeah, that was absolutely disgusting.
Lebih
Like,
chaos
you are
itu,
100%
Sir.
right. White Grim Reaper's Neo grabbed 24 points, 15 kills, 5,000 damage. We were hyping up Team Liquid's damage differential and how much they were able to do. No, we're just
Chaos
improving on
udah.
that. That was a really good performance for WGR.
Nice.
So hold that real quick.
Triple MNK.
You think you can do that? Let me show you. Let me show you.
Especially with the way that Jexo was able to put in the pressure on the Seer together hand in hand with AQBA on the Mad Maggie going against the grain just a little bit here. And then on top of that, they're the one of the few teams that were rocking out with the Valkyrie. Let's not forget how we saw a lot of these teams try to rotate safely into a zone like this. Sure, we've seen Humbert a few times, Steve. We've seen it pull slightly when it comes to those end zones to the east side of Humbert, like we saw in our previous groups. Sometimes it pulls over to the north side, and even then, it could pull sometimes towards Old Town as well. But calling it a little late and trying to clear up a lot of the teams, you know what the saving grace there was too? A team that was harassing
15.
Neo specifically was Alliance. And in that moment, we saw what happened to Alliance when we had that 1v1 originally by that bus. And what happens when their attention was split. It was a lot worse of a position for them to be in.
That was scary as we get to kind of look back at the end game POV from Elite. It's Light has that RE45.
Jangan 6 ya, jangan 6 paling bawah aja dah ya. Jangan 6 paling bawah aja intinya mah.
I'm telling you.
Bener dah
just getting
ini.
started. This is group stages, and we're already this hyped. It's gonna keep moving. You know what I'm really scared for is Survivor stage. So if you're at the bottom of groups already, this is the time to start stringing some stuff together. Don't wait till we get to Storm Point. Throw down a banger E-District if you can.
50 juta kali 40.
That was great. I'm seeing right here too. That's it. Popping off.
Nggak ada yang tahu.
Being able to farm so much on the north
Nanti kan
side of
PC
zone,
yang
but
dari
it
Apex bisa aja dipakai buat ini apa namanya game lain ya kan.
Once you're forced outside these
Nggak
buildings,
ada
what are you
yang
gonna do
tahu.
about the fence line here?
Nggak ada
And,
yang
you know,
tahu,
when you have that middle area where you can try to get on a line of
Lah.
sight where the trees are planted, it's also very hard to try to clear up that space when you have other teams working off of the natural cover of the north side of Humber Labs provides.
Who did we say we were banning on this one? It was it's either Watson or Seer. It was a tie. So we will.
It's gonna be Seer. Seer going into this next game here.
So you think back to scrims, right? It was Alter that we lost in map number 2. Seer typically gone in game number 3. Whatever it is, usually we didn't see a Watson ban until we were done with E-District. So keeping those pylons in check and making sure all these fences is going to lead to a ton of plays just like what you're seeing there. Watson v. Watson dancing around fences.
The amount of Watsons that you currently see too, and even early on when we had so much of the caustic, at least you won't have to worry about the double attack. Let me tell you, getting a little speed boost here too, you're gonna see a zooming Seer like he's on a go-kart himself. And we get to see the look of the highlight, and this is kind of what we were talking about before, right? When SAUL was forced to play off, look at the graveyard of death boxes right in front of them. They're playing off the truck line, they're playing off the fence line, but Elite did a really good move in trying to rotate behind them. And gonna be able to clean up whatever is left of our lobby here. Game number 2, the fact that that was just the action as well before we transition onto our last game on E-District is crazy.
The best part about that push is you have like kind of the death wall, right? You all three are sticking together and you're just dealing so much damage in a short amount of time that even if S8UL does come out, it's like, what are you going to do at that point? Because you were staring down the barrel of 3 players. And I see on the eye, friends, I don't know how many people have showed out here for day 1
PC mah yang penting kita bisa main gamenya cukup.
Udah everybody's getting set up and we are rearing to go, guys. Let's toss it to a quick
Kalau
commercial break and we come back.
masih
We got map number 3.
Masih apa? Terang. Pasti tiba-tiba diem tuh gambar.
And when we're talking about a quick break, we literally mean 10 seconds, guys. Let's get into this because game number 3, our last game on E-District, is on the horizon. We've said goodbye to Crypto, and now Seer next. Game number 3 has provided us, unless, you know, you see the way that Alter has been played here on E-District, Tiff, the reset potential, the insurance that we keep highlighting that actually enables a lot of these teams to kind of get a little ahead of themselves, play a lot more aggressive because they have that drawback to allow them to get back to the TP and fully reset.
I'd imagine we're going to see more of that, but what did you think about Kinotrope being one of the only teams to still running Baby Comp?
You know, when it comes to trying to influence these legend picks, which we've highlighted so many times before, as we get to see more of the fans.
Mandy? Yeah! Wait, what do we got to keep going? Mandy, GOAT? I agree. Mandy's an absolute GOAT. One of the best super subs, a great content creator. I think he's been doing a ton of IRL content lately, just traveling, living his best life.
Well, not being able to highlight a lot of our other fans here, but seeing how they're going to be able to go into this, especially when you talk about, you know, Baby Comp coming into the mix on E-District, you're going to find where all these teams are situated with the Valkyrie perk too, right through the walls. Going against the grain to help influence these legend bands is important when you find these teams, as you mentioned earlier at the top of Showtiff, prioring their POIs on storm points, which is going to matter depending on what this third game is going to provide to us on the next legend band.
Well, it saved Zeta in game in A versus B, right? They didn't really have a good showing in E-District, and immediately they pop over to Storm Point and they win 2 games. So if that is where you want to know that you're going to get the majority of your points, then you place your bets on that. You get the POI that you feel the most comfortable with, and you grab those points and avoid the survival stage at all costs.
Line here where we take a nice little look by. talked about Dinos very early too, Tiff, how they were trying to clear that northern side originally, getting in that some of that KP, but it was even more important to see just the potential that a lot of these teams were just able to get these reses. Again, we're saying goodbye to Crypto and Seer. But we had so many squads still up and alive by the time that second ring was closing in. A lot of teams kind of scattered to try to gatekeep these other teams.
Do you think that we're going to see some more plays from Dinos? I thought they were starting to stack some of those fights together. They only were able to obtain one full wipe, but they dealt 3,000 damage to net themselves 3
mahal-mahal
kills,
amat
which
untuk
means they were trying so dang hard to even
benar,
get more. They go out in
Abid.
10th. But I feel like
Tapi
we're just
ngelihat
kind of
PC
putting the
sekarang
stepping
ya,
stones together throughout the first 2
anjing.
maps to really find
Overpriced
ourselves on the
menurut
land
gua.
stage.
Well, it's crazy because then you take away what we've seen already in 2 games alone, and
Bisa
just to
kau
highlight the fact that
Isi main
WGR got
Roblox,
second
bener,
place with 15 KP. Sure, they didn't get the
bener.
dub, but that has allowed them to hold that first place overall spot over Aurora, who were your game 1 winners with 9
Nontonin
KP.
bapaknya
And
aja
that's
ya.
important when you want to be able to set yourself up for the next map transition when it comes to going into Storm Point, right? So
Itu,
now we have our
bocil
final
mah.
game 3.
Mainnya
On E-District
ini ya.
once again, guys.
Apa
Let's
namanya?
get into this action. We
Roblox
talked
ya?
about POI
Ajarin
just
main
before,
apik, Bang.
Tiff. What that could benefit for some of these teams that do like to have
Biar
that
bisa
POI
jadi pro
advantage.
player.
But WGR, after losing on Street Market when we had that game over
enggak,
to
follow,
that
follow,
POI,
follow.
came back swinging in that game too.
Hey, you love to see it. And as we gear up for our final map on E-District, we lose out on Crypto, we lose out on Seer, and all the Watsons, the Mad Maggies, the Alters. This is going to be an action-packed game as we set our sights maybe towards the north as we start off here in the Elite Esports and map number 3.
Get the double southern zone and then kind of mixing it up a little bit, moving over to that northern side. As we get to see a lot of these other teams, well, what do you know? Surprise, surprise. We got a City Hall zone and Dog Red. See how they're going to be able to try to capitalize off of this, but it's even better if you take a look at Team Liquid. There's an Evo Harvester, but that's going to be easily contested with the Lions that do land by Boardwalk, where they are neighboring that too.
You're saying the 2 teams that I want to look at specifically, because how quickly does Team Liquid leave Resort and drop down to Boardwalk? And now, with the circle kind of pulling up towards the north, we can really take down our enemies and then just hold steady. Because keep tabs, Enter Force 36, Sentinels, a quick rotating team, is already making their way towards City Hall. And still having Watson is going to allow these teams to get into the buildings and fence up.
Why don't we talk about the way that Sentinels was able to become our
Ini 15
ALDS
masih kecil banget kalau
champs,
overall
right?
anjir
If you
sama
take a look at the
semua
way that they've been able
ABCD.
to move up and prile these
Bener
end
dah.
zones on top of it all, and then not be afraid of taking some of these fights, it benefited them. And with a lot of other teams taking note and being able to rotate quickly, it's that survey beacon that S8UL will be able to get to first, as well as the ring console that's in the middle of that City Hall.
Zonanya,
Look at S8UL. We're less than 2 minutes into the map, and we've walked dead center into that next circle. We actually kind of beat Enter Force 36 there. Reject threading the needle between them and Sentinels as they pive their coast through it, and Dinos just south of them, already taking some damage and some shots from Sentinels. But for now, on triple white, we've got to find a place that we can make that fight from.
I mean, is this going to be worth it? I mean, Sentinels recognize, like, they don't want to try to take this fight with so many other teams trailing right behind them to also go in for a quick rotate. And Dinos take to the skies off this evac tower. They're getting shot nowhere. It's safe. They first to drop down. DJ is on top of the roof. We're moving, and just that way he could try to drop down. But I mean, there's nothing he could really do in this situation. He would have gotten knocked if he had committed to that evac tower. Communicate to the rest of the team. All right, let's drop down. We get over the other side of the building. That's what matters here on this rotate. Sentinels now get to fly over their heads. And it's funny because we still see KNC try to rock out with a baby comp.
At least they're still reunited. He doesn't fall there, and that is the most important side of things as you're on the eastern side of that next circle. Teams still rotating in from the east. Kinotrope, Ninjas in Pajamas, and Team Nemesis will start showing. But for now, TLNP, your French roster of Nate, Xenon, and Kiner, taking a couple shots. We're a bit away from that next area of where we want to be, but we did get into City Hall nonetheless, just south of Reject.
So they can at least clear their bags here too, because Elite Esports are trailing on the other side of Sentinels. Well, GK are going to be able to rotate out of Blossom Drive, where they do have that TP already set up, as well as a survey beacon, but non-stop vision. Loader just trying to play off the back edge here too. Neo, no stop here on the way that they're trying to play incredibly aggressive. Loader now playing off the white knockdown shield. Can he clutch it out?
1v1.
1v1.
One v one.
He gets 2 knocks.
Let's go 1v1.
He can do this.
He's full up on his shield.
1v1.
He's going for the Wrath onto Zach. He's trying to bait it in. It's the
1v1.
altar.
Let's go.
White Grim
1v1.
Reaper's Neo, the Arc Star to even push him farther off, but there goes the portal from behind. We don't find him.
Wah, gelo
WG on Neo.
anjing.
Your winners of match number 2 are the first.
Slam.
The outsmarting plays
WGR.
here off the portal, dive down, play off the head glitch of the stairs, and playing Ring Around the Rosie to get the reset. The MVP loader comes out on top, and Team Vision get to see another day.
That was crazy. That was honestly crazy. We were talking to Zach Mazer yesterday. He had nothing but good things to say about his teammates. He's like, it has nothing to do with me. He's like, the duo of Loader and Carter are why we are doing so incredibly well. They work great, and to watch moments like that come to fruition after hearing conversations like that, it's just full circle.
Against a team, by the way, that cleaned up so much KP in that previous game, even if they didn't take that dub, it set them up in first place in the overall standings, and now they have no presence in this final game of E-District before we go over onto Storm Point. A little bit of a cushion here.
You're right. They were on a heater.
Aurora.
They were on a heater, and they shut it down.
It's great here because now Aurora with 22 points could easily try to overtake that, but it depends here. As Sacred also having a strong start. Moving back with the rest of Team Nemesis, though, Dog now going to be able to play from inside this building while Sentinels in the ground with these Watson fences is going to be fun.
Truly is. Truly is. Dogrid, 4 points, 16th overall on our lobby. But they have moved in. Now I look to see what's around them. Alliance, Sentinels, Team Liquid in their north, Ninjas in Pajama still there as well. And it's right. I called them the winners of match number 2 here. They actually got second, but they had 15 kills, and that's a win in my eyes.
Dude, he had 41 bullets in the reserve, by the way, after clutching that. That was so beautiful. He said, thou should not pass.
They hit him with the Gandalf?
He had to. He had to, living up to the name, man. Got to see how they're going to be able to do here as Sentinels not going to be able to give up this ground just yet. They're just going to be able to put in some extra poke pressure from afar, boost up those Evo shields. And then you even take a look at the way that Dinos are going to come out of Lotus, where they have that ring console, VKG doing something very similar here. Or within the vicinity of Galleria, where they are going to side quest to get that ring console and survey beacon themselves, and VK Gaming playing a little split will get that information once they see that the survey beacon has been scanned too.
Yeah, we got the pylon in the back pocket, and we are just moments away from determining where that next circle is going to pull. It does center up over City Hall, and we're about to find that here from VKG's POV. Reject, RRQ, Elite Esports, your true winners of match number 2, by the way, already setting themselves up for a nice end game.
Let me have to add that. It is true with the way that Elite's very quick on the rotate, right? And the way that they're positioned right in between a lot of the cluster of teams that have made their rotate, while Team Liquid now are going to be able to get the survey beacon, take their time over by result, or they could take that jump tower as well before moving up. NIP being one of the teams waiting for them on the edge of the zone. You can see Pirates also just making sure that their backs are cleared as they wrap behind Reject.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on TL and Pirates, like you mentioned. That is actually really smooth. I'm curious if they're going to like kind of stand there and see, hey, does Kenotrope, do they rotate in up here as well as Zipline Mafia? Team Vision, though, after that fight, that Loader clutches, we are going to be late towards this next circle, but that's okay, because we can drop in Neon. We can grab any sorts of information there. We can carve over to Blossom, get even more, and then go straight in.
Just know that Zach wants to give a big old hug over to Loader at the end of this game, no matter what. TLNP, though. Sidon sending off with the Hemlock thus far, just looking down at a lot of the action here. They're neighboring the Evil Harvester right to their left, trying to deny that from other teams here. While other teams like KNC also move up. We're highlighting Aurora earlier before, too. And they've called in the evac tower while Kenotrope are trying to neighbor that behind them over to the choke that exits out of Energy Bank. So Aurora will be able to get ahead, and waiting for them on the other side of the edge of zone, it will be Team Vision. So they have to be careful, because Kenotrope could easily pinch Aurora if they do not get into that next choke.
Well, he upgrades the mag there on his energy weapon, and honestly, I'm not too worried about their rotations, knowing that they do have the Valk in play for them. You talked about Aurora. We're still gatekeeping the southern side, watching the back. You can see it effect there on Mad Maggie, just making sure if you decide to full send this, I've got the Maggie ball for that next engagement. Nice.
Upgrade chosen. Talk about getting that perk level up. are looking down the choke too. I'm glad that they were able to get here very quickly, because now on the other side of this rotate where the Evil Harvester was at that we saw, closer to Dinos, will be that pile up of Pirates versus Dinos. Aurora are trying to harass Team Vision.
Like, do you really want to harass Team Vision? There goes the portal. They get their sights set onto Carter, immediately dive back. They're like, we've already gave up our element of surprise here. They know where our position is. And he's like, I have a 30-30. Could we go the more mid-range, or do we let the R9 rip?
And let me tell you, the fact that Lure just comes out from getting a clean team fight win for the rest of Vision. He's ready to collect even more victims, but you have to be careful, because waiting on the outskirts of this zone is Zipline Mafia, and Vision have noted this already, so that's why they're not trying to fully send it. Even though Aurora is holding that southern choke, Team Vision have to come up with a decision, and they do not want to get pinched with Zipline Mafia on the horizon, as Team Liquid do lose out on Panic originally. I'm gonna be careful with that name, by the way, to his feet. They try to fully send it. It's a little scary here, as Zero goes all the way up on the elevator chute, and Alliance are looking to get involved.
Yeah, I'm portaling out of there. Someone unleashed the Maggie Ball inside my building, and it's just yeeting around, knocking me aside. Sykes joins them. Panic hopefully shortly behind, so we can stick this reset.
Wow. Actually going to be able to TP out of there and get the reset that you were mentioning, while Pirates do get eliminated. 18 squads left, round 2, closing in fully in the next 5 seconds, while Dino hold onto the high ground. BK Gaming taking another TP themselves, going to be able to teleport over to the south side, sharing that building together with Dinos. Hearing that with Aurora still trying to harass Team Vision, by the way, but they do have some time if you're Team Vision with the fighting happening on the west side of the zone between GK as well as Zipline.
They got the Rufus building anchored down, fenced off on the zip line for now. And Dinos had one good clean fight in the last game and got a 10th place. And I was like, we're just going to have to keep stringing that momentum together. And know that they've already done it here thus far. Vision fresh off a reset, taking some angles, but burning alive. Maggie Ball in hand, though, to be able to provide support to Loader and Carter as they start getting more forward.
Playing neighbor at the very least to Aurora, because finding the zone pulling towards the outskirts of the choke of where Aurora is holding, the action that they're hearing is the big pile-up reject, also kind of showing face. BK Gaming still versus Dino's Volcano Trope are trying to stay alive. Neither of these teams have given up that space, and I did see Saker go down earlier in the feed. Team Nemesis couldn't get that full reset because he did get dirty beforehand, but a lot of these teams are playing on the outskirts of the zone. Sentinels, Dog Red, as well as NIP, E36 taking to the sky. The hero Rez here, and the Kraber in the hand of Legacy. All right. Damn. That would be a little cheeky right there, as he's finding more of these individual players flying above.
He was trying to lead the shot, and I was hoping it would have connected, especially if you're going to have an infinite ammo Kraber in your hands. And all of the time to use it. You're just outside of where that next circle is pulling towards. And for the teams that are out towards your west, if you just grab a knock here and there, that really puts a thorn in the side of their rotations. Oh, no way.
Oh my god.
If I just hide here and crouch long enough, no one will ever see me except on the other side of the Kraber at the hands
Gua mana
of
ngeliat tuh
Legacy.
orang begitu tuh. Kagak gua ngeliat, kagak ada gua ngeliat orang kayak gitu tuh.
On the outside of the zone, because now SAUL are going to be able to focus on NIP versus Sentinels, and Dog Red will get involved in that fight too, while Team Liquid have set down their portal, and with the TP down at their feet, hearing this big pile of NIP now, are kind of stuck between these two teams. Playing off the high ground is the beneficial position to be in, but the beamage coming in, the side-by-side as the zone closes in.
And Sentinels are kind of still in the dead center of the chaos that is occurring down on the low ground. They're just basically getting the fulls for them, as you see Dog Red is going to fall here. Monsoon needs to get back healthy and will do just that. But the fight is not over. They set their sights back on Ninjas in Pajamas, and Vayne and Kirev are doing enough to get that attention away so Cole can get back to fighting form.
Getting pinged from the distance, though. Skiriv looking behind just in case, and it's going to be Team Liquid who's creeping about. Setting them up on the high ground originally, now splitting their attention, but Zero's taking a huge chunk of that damage as Panic tries to clear the bus side. Zero dropping down He's got the big med kit, but he's resorting to the slow
Zona
heals
ke
for now.
atas
We get
itu,
a little
anjir.
zoom in too from the side by side of our players. Sentinels with their comps. NIP now curve looking behind him with some safety while Zipline Mafia in some trouble. Can they be able to get this res is the question with E36 playing right below them.
Zipline Mafia Sensei. All right, I see that fun little logo.
Iya, emang iya.
Excuse, back up on the feet. The res comes through.
Wih, nice
We
banget,
making sure that we keep the
anjir.
damage flowing. Alliance falls in
RRQ.
17th place. Team Liquid to join
Let's
them.
go.
The fact that we also saw the turnaround from Cole to look at Zero and Sykes. Team Liquid get eliminated. The action has not stopped. On top of this bridge where we originally saw Panic try to set up on the bus side, Zipline Mafia now looking ahead while E36 take TP to engage onto Elite. Once the zone closes in, though, it's going to be a bloodbath for the teams stuck on the outside. Sentinels, S8UL, E36. They're sending their units out so that way they can TP in like Sentinels is doing here off the Wraith.
Oh my God.
Right in front of another team.
Sharky right behind
TP-nya
him.
gimana,
Almost takes him
Cok?
down. Lets him go with just 5 HP. He survives.
Oh, ngeres dalam,
And the
Cok.
damage isn't done as Monsoon
Digas,
drops a
anjir.
riot drill. Maggie ball in the back pocket. We're just trying to find a way into Elite. Or at least keep them inside.
The fact that Zipline Mafia get even more KP, by the way. Vision eventually get eliminated, and I saw that Kraber in the feed. Legacy has not stopped. That's what happens when you get the infinite.
Nggak
ammo.
jadi.
You just
Reset dong,
that
anjir,
Kraber
Elite.
sing. Zipline now move in. Momentum in their side here as they
Nggak
get
bisa
the
sih,
bus
nggak
for
bisa
free.
juga.
Pinging
Terlalu
ahead too,
rame.
they gotta keep moving forward. Sentinels are looking at Elite, and this is the opportunity for Zipline to try to coexist on the other side of the building, that away from Team Nemesis, and to 3P that fight.
We're about to be into the top 10, and
Ayo.
Zipline Mafia is one of 4 or 5 teams in the north. And Weak just needs 2 seconds to go. We don't get it. Zipline Mafia fall.
Hold on, though. The way that this fight has not stopped.
Zipline Mafia.
Sentinels primed and ready and looking different. S8UL, though, having the threatening Kraber and looking down in the fight that is Sentinels and Elite. Dino, with 10 squads left, have been able to obtain 4 KP. They have the safety of these buildings, but it's not safe into that next zone in the next 40 seconds, because they will have to start moving up, where you see that one member of Aurora still hanging up for dear life if they could get this res.
That's what you're hoping for. If you're Hiarka, you want to pull out the Hail Mary and get the teammate back in, but Dinos do not let that happen. Sentinels still finding their path. They get ahead of the other teams in the north and find their path into the next circle.
They go,
The second time they do this.
Wiping out
Elite,
Nemesis. They're back
Elite.
to the lobby as Elite are cleaning up heads. 5 total KP, while Sentinels, I'm loving the way that they're moving right here. They try to re-engage onto Elite, but Monsoon's left
my
one
God.
shot. The missile, the
Elite.
drill's just doing too much.
Reset
Monster is
tadi ya.
dancing around the portal as he does back before he's
Elite
waited
dikasih
on the other
reset
side of that
tadi,
portal.
Cok.
Could only live for so long as they take him out at the hands of Dino, and Sentinels get eliminated.
Do we get a full reset here? Because we know teams are looking to put pressure on that. But for now, they're staying alive in the
VKG.
north. VK Gaming. We turn our attention towards the south, and it's going to
VKG.
get messy over here as Casa last alive, taking damage from all over the place,
Bingung.
and the Dinos are resetting.
Dude, Legacy is crazy. Dinos has been farming 7 KP total. Elite was 7 as well.
Ah,
You're
kena.
gonna get Sharky,
Enggak,
though.
anjir.
Getting some of the extra pressure, gets a beamage here as well. Dino now dropping down from the high ground, trying to reposition on top of Legacy, who once again has been able to claim names in the feed with the Kraber.
Wah,
No
es
trade-off here as VKG get involved.
GG,
Dinos
Dino.
eventually get eliminated as S8UL try to get the reset.
Now the next challenger approaches, a fully healthy
Ya!
VK. Find Sharky, take the
Penyakit
portal,
E,
chase
penyakit
him down,
alter,
drop
Cok.
a Maggie ball in his face. The investment that we're
Baknya kagak
making
hilang-hilang,
from
anjir.
Legacy.
Bak-bak itu.
Wait a minute, off the Watson fence too? I mean, anything to try to get rid of this player who is hiding for dear life until the wingman shots are more than enough. 3 squads left, S8UL.
Nggak masuk,
they get
masuk.
eliminated.
Nice.
GK now
Nice,
get to
nice.
clear this entire
Flash hit,
southeastern time
nice,
zone
nice,
while
nice,
Retake
nice.
and
That's
RQ
good,
are
that's
facing
good.
up against each other. This is going to be a free win for GK.
Apakah?
It
Wah.
is. We've got the high ground. So long as
Wah.
we don't scam, we convert
Ini mah
this. But when
udah
you easy
GK,
flash in
Cok.
the equation,
GK
tanking
udah
the Watson
100%.
fences just ahead of Reject. Yuri's the
GK
child on the
100%.
pylon. 5 more HP. and
Wah,
there
nice
it
banget,
is.
nice banget.
GK
Nice
Esports
banget.
convert
Bertempur sampai buyah. Nice. RK stack 2, cok.
We knew it was gonna
Nice,
happen.
nice,
They
nice, nice,
timed
nice.
it so well to
Nice,
take that
nice,
W
nice,
with
nice,
7
nice, nice,
KP
nice, nice,
in
nice.
their pocket. Say hasta la vista to Mad
Nice,
as well
dapat stack
as
2
a most
anjir.
big legend in that lobby. But game number 3, our final game on E District to get those points that they needed here, Tiff.
I mean, still good
Easy
performance
class,
from Reject,
hit
7
clutch.
kills. Team RRQ walks away with 7 kills
Runner up
as
tapi
well.
oke,
It's
oke,
been a
oke.
very slay
KP-nya berapa tadi? Gua nggak ngeliat lagi.
here for C versus D, because all the way down to
Lumayan,
6th place,
lumayan,
who's
lumayan.
Elite Esports, your second match winner of the
Lumayan,
day,
lumayan,
got
lumayan,
7
lumayan,
kills
Cok.
in this
Lumayan,
lobby
lumayan.
to turn maybe of an earlier exit than you would have liked into a
Stack
decent game.
2, game
Very
4.
KP heavy too, in the way that you could really break down how some of these games start rather with a lull. Reset's not providing themselves, as GK did get the 7 KP, but they're not the only ones, right? Team RRQ getting 7, as well as Reject. Seeing the back and forth too with the Kraber shots, but not going to be able to deal with finishing blow on some of these not players as the resets were coming out. But SAUL still got that 4th place position.
It definitely did. WGR Neo, 20th place in the lobby, 2nd place in the prior game, and they honestly, I was curious what that momentum was going to do. You said it right, 15 kills in that second game. I thought they were going to put down another heater, but we had 5 teams in this lobby drop 7 kills. 5. That's 35 kills.
Enggak,
That's the
anjir.
majority, over half of our lobby right there.
2 game lagi. Ini game 4. 3 game.
So tight together. While we take a look at some of these
3 game baru gue
highlights as well.
tidur.
You mentioned Dino before, VKG also trying to split their attention. This is during the time where Sentinels do get eliminated in the feed, but it's going to be with 7 squads left.
3 game
while
nanti.
we're fragging out with the Kraber in hand too. For RC was also able to try to clear up this bottom ground side, and with a lot of the teams trying to contest from the outskirts of the zone, we were expecting this as we take a look at this wonderful pop-off.
Strapping flame.
Confirmed he doesn't play with sunglasses. I just wanted to clarify that, guys.
I also want to clarify the fact buff right here comes in hand with the way that their overall series is looking like. I mean, with RRQ sitting with 31 total points. It's been a great 3 games on E District. I want to hear from more on the interview floor that we got with Sentinels.
Listen guys, we wouldn't be doing the ALGS fans any justice without talking to our current reigning champions. I got Monsoon here joining me from Sentinels. My friend, we got to cast your mind back a little bit, right? We had a very different meta at Champs, but congratulations, obviously, competing out there and winning it. But to now, we've got this brand new meta. You've had Split 1 Pro League to go through, you've had regional finals to adapt to it. How is it for you guys in terms of play style? Do you feel like it suits you guys?
Yeah, it's kind of difficult. It's half and half, thankfully, because of the legend bans. So we're mostly zone-oriented team, so we like to rotate fast, play central POIs. But the first 3 games on all the maps are just super go-go and aggressive with Crypto and Seer. So it's been a little bit of a learning shock, because obviously I would just like to play zone all 6 games. But we can't, so just trying to have better team cohesion and fighting power so that we can, win when we need.
We're 3 games deep right now. E District is done. How did they go for you? Obviously, started out strong with a 2nd place finish, but then it's kind of tapered off. What were the issues that you're running into?
Oh man, the main issue was just zone pulls there, because game 2, we were in the 2 little buildings on the low ground where the zone actually ended on, and same thing for game 3. We were actually in those low ground, that north shop, and then we just over-rotated just a little bit, so fighting it on edge on these games with aggressive team comps is a little bit difficult, but yeah, it could have gone better for us, but we ended up putting 22 points up, so hopefully we have a stronger storm point.
Nature of BR, you're at the mercy of the zone, unfortunately, aren't you? Now, finally, I just want to give you, I want you to provide us with a little bit of insight into your team, Blinkster, Farn, what's it like, playing alongside them? What are they bringing to the table? How do you guys complement each other? And coming into EWC, what are you supremely confident about?
Yeah, I mean, our zone calls and the way we play as a team are the best things about us, Blinkster is just like a young, fresh mind who's super mechanically gifted. He's really good at the game, so he kind of provides this new view of how to play aggressive in zone in the new metas, And Fun's my best buddy. We lived together before, we hung out all the time. So us two bringing that experience of the 6-7 years of Apex Legends competitive, really kind of stabilizes the team from, Blinkster's go, and then we're like, okay, let's play together, so, yeah.
Monsoon, we're not super familiar with each other, but this might have been the smoothest and most genuinely fun interview I think I've ever done. I'm going to give you a spud for that. Oh, and then it just turned into the worst interview of my life. Okay, we're going to throw in a very quick ad break before we come back to some more ALGS Split 1 playoffs action.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
So not only is Monsoon the world champion, the reigning world champion, but he also got to kiss Barney's hand. Okay, all right. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. We'll have to end up finding out. But so far,
what the hell, Barney? You just got kissed by a champion.
And then he said, "Worst interview ever." I don't think he actually meant
words.
it.
Sorry, I just needed to let that out.
I don't think he actually meant it. And we actually didn't even get a chance to talk about this groups. Group C and Group D coming up earlier on. But honestly, from some of these performances, I'm looking at Team Liquid. Team Liquid has been putting up some good numbers as well. Is there anybody that's kind of pointing out to you, Snipedown?
I mean, honestly, Panic. It was one of the recommendations I had. Sykes actually stayed at my house for one day after the last LAN, and I was talking to him because they were going through a little things with Funk on the roster and trying to figure out what the best decision might be. And I was promoting Panic. I said Panic is one of those players that's been an absolute stud since he started coming into the league, and he's not really an up-and-comer anymore. He's definitely someone who has cemented his spot as one of the best fraggers in the league. I think he's a perfect fit for that roster. Just a little more character versatility out of him, and I think that team has a really strong point, and we've seen how Zero has bounced back after, teaming with Hal and it kind of being a little bit of a up and down since then, kind of weak, missed the last LAN. A lot of things went wrong. Now it seems like a lot of things are going right at the right moment heading into this EWC.
How about you, Grace? Any teams that have been kind of standing out for you?
I mean, the thing is that game number one, outside of Aurora winning it, I definitely felt that Liquid was taking over the game in general. Like in the beginning, I was like, okay, they're actually gonna drop 30 kills at this point because they were just steamrolling after everyone. And it really goes to show that we saw, the scrims before this tournament started. We heard him pop off after he won, I think, back-to-back scrim games, and it's literally just, that's it. Everybody can go home. We're just winning this whole thing. And that form, like you're talking about, that he used to have, that, that passion, that's
a little cockiness.
Yeah, a little cockiness, but you need to be confident in yourself to actually pull this off, and that was such a good thing to see. So if he can keep pulling that forward, that's even better. But overall, the stage has been great.
Yeah, I mean, for Team Liquid right now, after 3 matches, 20 points, that's exactly, honestly, besides being towards the top, that's exactly where you want to be. And for you, Lace, I mean, for some of the squads, I know you want to talk about SAUL.
I do, I really do. Look, I pulled a couple of stats. They are so consistent in placing top 10. It is absolutely insane. 75% of the time they place above that top 10. What they do struggle with is like getting more into that sort of top 5 bracket to get those extra things, but they are exceptional zone callers. So look, it's very tight on that leaderboard here. They still have a little bit more to go, but look, this team is showing up, and I feel like they're just getting started.
I mean, even then, just look at number 2. This is one to me that also, like, at LAN, there's only so many teams you can talk about. Elite Esports is one of those teams. I think everybody in EMEA knows how good they are, but I don't think the world quite knows that just yet.
Tell the world,
but this right now, number 2 currently going 3 games in. They're showing off for the moment, and everybody loves a good kind of moment.
Yeah, and I mean, if we saw anything from Group A and Group B, is you don't want to start slow, but if you do start slow, there might be a chance that you end up winning back-to-back matches like Seto was able to do earlier on. One squad that I didn't really see there towards the top was NIP, Snipedown.
Yeah, NIP is actually one of my teams to watch. They ended up with a 3rd place at the last EWC, so they're here to try and defend their title. They're also one of the most dominant North American teams and the most consistent teams that we've seen in quite a while, truthfully. They were the #1 damage differential, most kills in the league and Pro League. And honestly, heading into Stormpoint, that is one of their best maps, if not their top map as a team. So it's going to be a big bounce back heading into this next series for them. I truthfully, I love this roster. I love the way they function. I love how they communicate as a team. Bane can IGL it to his best with this roster because he has a former IGL in Kurev, and he has an amazing team that he doesn't have to micromanage. He knows that all their spots are watched, and he can focus strictly on where his team needs to be. And I'm looking for a big bounce back, and I expect that happening in the second half of the series.
I mean, I think Mon said it the best as well. It's like, this lobby, everybody's just playing absolutely aggressive the first 2 games with Zero and Crypto specifically. And maybe it just takes that to adapt that really, And needing to adapt to that moment, everybody's hyping up in the whole arena, and they need to do it right now because every team that hasn't made it so far needs their strength from that community, you know. But overall, I think they can bounce back.
Look, I actually want to talk RRQ. Is that why we saw a little bit of a celebration there? Because
strafing play.
Yes, because like everyone's probably wondering, oh, but they didn't win that match. They basically
they're first.
Yeah, we're celebrating for what reason? It's because Easy Flash is back with strafing. I don't know if you guys do
Easy
that, but
Flash.
like brothers, they kind of fight and break up and then make up and then come back and they pull numbers like that.
Well, let's hope nobody ends up breaking out. But I know this is one fight that you guys wanted to watch, Snipe.
Yeah, I was absolutely losing my mind watching this. Loader, the shots that he had here were just unbelievable. The knockdown shields, the communication that had to have happened to go into that. And then a lot of times when enemies are an altar, you know, the altar has an advantage because they can just pop up, you know, pop in and out of the fight. Loader used that to his advantage. The opponent, the altar, decided to use a Q to try and get behind him, hiding behind the knockdown shields. Not only did he decide to take the altar Q, he took it back in one clip the guy for the 1v3. So that was probably the most impressive clip of the tournament we've seen so far.
Okay, well, hey, I'm gonna be looking at those impressive plays, and I know when that happened, you kind of jumped off the couch, you're like, oh my god, I can't believe that just happened.
Oh, that was so sick.
Any plays actually that stand out to you guys besides that one? If you don't have one, then that's completely fine.
Oh, yeah, yes. Okay, let me talk about this. Listen, I don't want to throw shade on SAUL, but dying to zone, and there's one thing if you're like, you're already 1 HP, I think that he went down in top 4, top 5, and it ended top 3 because of that. He dies to zone because he just eats so many ticks. That's way too many ticks, you know. And, you know, it can happen. It's kind of like it happens in other sports as well, where we started going but yeah, no, you can't have that happen. But if anywhere, it's in group stages. So you just got to wake up. But overall, they're still on the upper end of the leaderboard.
A team that ended up in 3rd place, actually, in that match. They could have maybe ended up contending for the win as well if that wouldn't have happened, Lace.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, everyone's got a little bit of contention for everything, but, you know, I'm going to go back to, like, that leaderboard. It's still room to improve for absolutely everybody. Yeah. Why is it it's the same as the first lobby as well. It's literally that close for it to change at any point, at any moment. And I feel like we're so used to seeing someone just absolutely in the lead, you know, Falcons, always in the lead, but this is really tight. So even though, you know, you were saying before, you can have one mistake.
Yeah, one day.
I reckon they might even be able to have 2. It's that tight, this leaderboard.
All right, well, hey, we're looking at all 4 of the groups right now for the overall ranking so far. Gaming Gladiators, I mean, they already played their 6 matches, so definitely they're going to be there towards the top. But one team that I know when we end up switching the page here that I didn't really get a chance to see much of is the reigning champions at EWC, VK Gaming. They were really kind of non-existent, at least from what I was able to see in this past 3 matches.
I mean, I think once again, it's a little bit too early in the tournament to tell for sure, but if they go down crashing and burning, you even heard it in the interview as well. They said after we won, we got a little bit complacent and happy about the fact that we won. And now they said, yeah, but we still want to go back to defend our title. But is that enough? You know, everybody needs that passion and motivation to actually keep pushing. And if you don't have that, you're going to get caught lacking.
That's the big one, right? We see it happen in a lot of esports, honestly. They end up winning and they're like, okay, I have achieved what I wanted to do, but you need to continue to have that drive. What can they do to make sure that that drive is still there, Snipe?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, just remember the feeling of what that tournament win was for not just themselves, but for the region in general. Literally put the entire region back on the map when a lot of people were counting them out. And they're one of the few teams. I mean, 2 of the top 3 teams from the last EWC are still full rosters from what they were before. So it's kind of rare to see a team that had some struggles after a win be able to bounce back and come compete. And I think, you know, that motivation of trying to defend that title and be the only team in Apex history to have 2 EWC trophies would be legendary.
Okay, well, you're seeing it right now on your screen. The first 3 games at E-District are done. Now Storm Point is coming up. I'm going to put you guys on the hot spot. Graceful, I'm going to go with you first. Which team do you think is going to perform really well here in Storm Point?
Aurora, and this is because when we saw them play as well in Pro League earlier on, I still remember we even had an interview. I think he hit endgame 6 for 6, And if it's any map where you can consistently hit endgame, it's Stormpoint. And E-District that we already passed. But Stormpoint is the second best to that of staying consistently in endgame.
And then for you, Snipe, quick, just tell me a team.
It's going to be NIP strictly because of the damage output they have.
Okay.
There's a lot of open space, and I think that'll help them out a lot.
All right, Lace?
Look, Stormpoint's just a different type of beast, isn't it? You know, you watch E-District and people prioritize, like even S8UL, they basically have prioritized E-District, but didn't perform that well. But I do worry about sort of Stormpoint for them. But look, it's a different beast. But I'm going to have to back up Aurora.
Aurora. Okay, we got Aurora, NIP. You know what? Onset, Dan, let me know who you guys got. NIP, Aurora, are you guys going to switch it up maybe on us?
Let's have a little discussion. Let's think about it as we head into the back end of this series. 3 games to go. Dan, I'm going to throw this one over to you, my friend. We're heading into Stormpoint. Who are your gorgeous eyes looking at?
Firstly, apparently we're on first-name basis already, me and Seven. Like, he's only been here a hot minute. He thinks, no, I'm joking, I've known Seven for years. Who do I think, you know, they made good points, right? The fact that S8UL prioritized E-District, now you're going to a Stormpoint, you'd think maybe they're going to struggle. But maybe they prioritize E-District because they know they're good at Stormpoint. They know they're going to be better on a map that they played a little bit more, and it fits their comp a little bit better. Or if you think about what Monsoon was staying on the main stage earlier, after the first 3 games, it feels like the game kind of slows down a little bit. Once you get rid of the Crypto, get rid of the Seer, now we get rid of the Maggie, and we go into game 4, where in our last set, we saw a bunch of Valkyrie, and then Valkyrie was got banned.
Yeah, you're seeing a lot more defensive compositions now that like you say, the aggressive legends have been removed from the pool for the time being. You're seeing a lot of Newcastle, a lot of Gibraltar coming into the compositions of these teams, and we're going to have to see if they can be effective in a lobby which is so close when it comes to points after the first 3 games. We're going to have to see as we head into the back 3 between groups C and D if Stormpoint can separate the group.
And a lot of teams do rely on Valkyrie. Valkyrie is definitely a bit of a crutch for a lot of these rosters, and this is going to be such a vital and important game here in this series. If you do not put points on the board with Valkyrie potentially getting banned here, that puts you into such a tough situation going into games 5 and 6.
The good news for GK is they were the team who took the victory in that last game that we did see on E-District. A very simple win for them in the final moments, just controlling that high ground and being able to just clean up the final pieces that fell their way. And with 23 points on the board, I think it just shows, even with a win, Dan, how close this lobby currently is. A win for GK, only 23 points on the board for them as we're heading down towards Team Liquid at Barometer as we see where that zone's going to be pulling.
So interestingly, looking at the pick rate for these legends, I was saying, you know, we saw Valkyrie banned at this stage in the previous set. It's actually Gibraltar who has an 80% pick rate going into this lobby. That changes things significantly going into these next matches. If you think previously we got Gibraltar all the way through until match 6. So that means those teams who I was talking about there rely on Valkyrie a little bit, especially some of the APAC North teams. They're going to have Valkyrie in this next match.
Just looking at Team Liquid as well, good news for them is they have Ring Console, so they're going to know exactly where this zone is going, so they're going to have the pick of the buildings to play here at Barometer. Looking over at TLM Pirates as well, they're making their way from Echo HQ. Cenote and Zipline Mafia, they also have a console, so they'll be able to head in pretty quickly in towards where that zone's going to be. Sentinels, we heard from Mon saying they like to play the center POIs, well, they're playing exactly that here from Jurassic. They should have good prior to this zone as well.
Yeah, according to Monsoon, we should see a few more points being scored by Sentinels, to be completely honest, as now they should be able to play their more zone-focused style and push themselves through perhaps a little bit higher on those leaderboards.
As always, a little bit of an extermination crew starting off here as the Spiders will meet their demise as Elite Esports, who are currently up in 2nd place after a win a little bit earlier on. Continuing the good form that we've seen from some of the EMEA squads so far in the group stages, but that's certainly something that we've said before things turn a little bit more sour towards the end of the tournament. Speaking of the Pirates, here they are on your screen right now. Charge rifle in the hands of Nate up on the high ground. Interesting to see a Pathfinder pick, actually. Pretty early on in this set here. The only team I can see in the lobby currently running it.
Yeah, and they are in last, so take that from what you can. But it's interesting, again, it's the discussion of, you know, trying to pick something that is not going to be banned. That being said, the Gibraltar is going to be taken away from them. As now we check in with VKG, our previous winners from EWC, and actually both of our previous winners, in theory, Alliance and VKG, both struggling a little bit in this lobby. But we did see in the previous set, Stormpoint completely changed things and the route and the path for a lot of these teams.
Interesting to see the uptick in Mastiff uses as well when the Gibraltar comes into play. Of course, you've got that new hop-up on it as well, so if you get a knock, you're going to get a little bit of your health back, and you're going to be able to re-engage in those fights. And when you're dancing around a bubble on Gibraltar, it's the perfect hop-up to use to get the most damage out while staying healthy yourself. TL are going to play the high ground here. You can see
last game.
This is where they've chosen to play from. This almost guarantees them
really
the top 10 spot should the zone start to pull their way down to the southern side of Barometer like it looks like it will. But they're going to have to do it with white armor, and I think the fact that there was no Evo near them has also influenced this choice down. Playing up on the high ground, being able to pepper damage out, it guarantees them being able to get blue without really taking any risks and really putting themselves at a disadvantage.
It's whether anyone's brave enough to try and take that position away from them as well. That's where you've got to be mindful of, and why. Like you say, you have to be building up those shields so you can retreat back and take those fights. Speaking of fights happening, Team Vision and Elite at the moment posturing up against each other. It does look like this is going to happen as well. Good shot from Zach.
Yeah, kind of going to have his shields ripped away. Zach will get the finish though. That's kind of down. That should be the control of the fight completely going the way of Vision. It will be the elimination of Elite Esports as the first team out of the lobby here, but they've got to be careful because SAUL are still looking at this, but the fact they stayed so healthy during that fight, Vision, means they will be able to reset here. Everybody should be safe. Everybody should be sound.
It is funny how sharks in the water, people are there like, oh, was there any knocks? Can we get anything out of this?
Sniff.
Just having a look, but no, not even a whiff of a knock. So Team Vision very successfully winning that engagement. As again, we just check back in with Liquid. No one contesting them on height at the moment, but they are still slowly building, and they do have fallback options as well. If things do go south, you can always retreat into the center of this building. But at the moment, it's just about a lot of damage output, really, and making yourself big. It's actually, Blinkster had gone down, but it looks like Sentinels are not going to be in trouble. There's not going to be an attempt to push.
Sentinels just playing the bottom of the building. Team Liquid above them on the height. Sentinels, again, prioritizing that quick rotation. You can not only tell that by the positioning and the fact that they're in one of the pro positions, but the fact they're still on white armor as well. They really haven't had a chance to path to any Evo to output too much damage. The difference between their position and the one from Team Liquid is line of sight. Team Liquid have so many teams who are going to be rotating in they can pick away at. It's going to be difficult to get that damage up for Sentinels down on the low ground until a little bit later in the game. But if they get sniffed out on white armor towards the end of the game, they're going to be taken down very comfortably.
So I'm going to say something quite controversial, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people that disagree with me. Prepare yourself, sit down.
Zona tengah kah?
I still don't think Alliance have really performed since the change of Effect into Aku. And when it first happened, I questioned it a little bit. I said, can Aku live up to what Effect was able to lay down? And I still haven't seen it. And I hope I do see it for Alliance fans' sake and for Aku's sake. But it's been a quiet start to them. We'll have to see whether they can ramp things up as they go in.
Where is Huge? It's a good question. And one that I'll leave to someone else to answer. RRQ are going to be in first place at the moment. And they're right at the southern tip of Barometer. So if the zone does pull down to the south, they're in one of the only buildings that will be safe. We'll have to see on the zone close if it's going to be safe for that next zone. And if it is, the first place team are in a fantastic position, potentially for this endgame.
Does pull down a little bit further south, not quite where RRQ are setting up. So they will have to move and adjust ever so slightly, especially moving towards the eastern side. Reject down on that far southern tip, they'll be okay. Even VK getting on the northern building, they're going to be absolutely fine for now. But you'd imagine it would continue to pull south from this point. That being said, I have seen crazier things happen. There's still about 8 teams outside of this circle, so expect a few more fights on the edge here of these teams that are looking for some points here or there.
Yeah, teams also looking to get up to purple as well, not just because of the Valkyrie purple perk to get to the skies quicker when they do have to Valkyrie a little bit later in the game, but also the importance of the triple bombardment on the purple perk of Gibraltar. So devastating in those fights towards the end game where you really can just zone out not just one, but 2 or 3 different teams to try and stay alive. Speaking of purple, Alliance, they've got there. Unlucky. Hackis and Aku are going to have all their perks picked. They're going to be ready to fight here as they work their way in towards zone. A long way to go for them, though.
Well, I do want to follow up as well. I do still think Alliance one of the best teams in the world. I just think it speaks volumes about how good Effect was. And really, as an individual, what he adds. And I mentioned it earlier, when you have that player who can just turn around and destroy a team in a 1v3, Effect was that kind of guy for them. And Unlucky has done very well at filling those boots himself, but also Aku stepping up to that plate as he grows as a player too.
here's Dinos on your screen, and they've got a long way to go. You can see they're at pylon at the moment. Team Vision are trying to hold them out. That's going to be one member of Team Vision up on that high ground, just watching their wrap. It's going to be Lota who's going to be able to do so pretty comfortably as well on Axel. He's going to be able to throw down that nitro gate should he need to, just to scarper back to the closest of his teammates should Dinos decide to push. And it looks like Dinos might be actually walking up on him. So Lota's going to be very, very careful here that he doesn't get 3-2-1'd, all three guns firing onto him, and he finds himself, unfortunately, falling down.
Vision made me laugh, by the way. I was chatting to Zach Mazer, and it's almost like he's their stepdad. Like, he's just that he kind of looks after them. He's like, man, I've got these great kids that come in, they just play some video games, they're incredible, they listen. And Zach has grown as an IGL as well. It's just so funny to hear the kind of relationship that they have, the dynamic on that team.
He left out some of that conversation, and this is for not only your benefit, but Team Vision as well. Private. Let's leave it like that. Well, Neo on your screen right now. They're in zone pretty comfortably right now. They got the Watson in the composition as well, so they're not going to be moving for quite some time. Just interested to see where the zone actually pulls after this one. That's the big one. I think it might be going down towards the likes of Rejects. Also Liquid, a good zone read here, but here comes Team Alliance. Falling from the skies. Hackis goes down, and that's the Gibraltar down as well. But Unlucky will be able to drag his teammate and his IGL back to his feet. They will be safe here.
You've got to be ready as a Newcastle. You have to be instantly on that res. Otherwise, you just give that option for someone to pick them off. You know, a charge rifle or a longbow, and then suddenly you're looking at hoping to go for a deathbox res. But Alliance will survive, and it's just, at the moment, it's just knocks from distance, everyone just having a little bit of a poke off. No one at any real threat. As a lot of these teams on the edge at the moment just looking to hold out. Now, Mythic Bin has spawned on the north, and Enter Force 36 and Zipline Mafia are kind of posturing up against each other as well. Maybe going to contest each other for this one.
They might have a poke off around the Mythic Bin that's spawning. I like that term. I'm going to use that a lot more.
Are you making fun of me?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I'm offended you had to ask that question. Well, Zipline Mafia, who went on a historic run, by the way, winning the EMEA Regional Finals to qualify, going into EMEA Regional Finals to qualify for Split 1 playoffs here at EWC, they basically had to win the thing, and they went and did exactly that in match point. So a fantastic story up to now, but when you get to the dance, you want to make the most of it, and Zipline Mafia have certainly got some work to do, but with how close the lobby is, one big game here for any team could really solidify your place in those leaderboards. Look at where the zone's going, though. It is pulling out towards Dogred on that building. Liquid will be safe up on that high ground, I think, for a little bit longer, and we'll be able to actually look to play that roof a little bit later in the game, too, should they wish to.
Hell of a call from Team Vision as well, to be able to play on that southeastern side. That's a typical Zach Mazer position, it feels. They gamble on them. When they are late, they like to go for something that's a little bit off and could be different, and if it does pull, it's a big advantage to them. Is SAUL actually going to drop in a similar position?
Interesting zone, kind of comparable to what we actually saw earlier when we went down to Dev Coast to see the zone where, you know, playable spots there are, but they're broken. It was helped out by the fact that it was a game number 4, that the fact that the Gibraltar, the Newcastle was still available. A very similar situation here with the zone that we see. Not a lot of natural cover, but a lot of utility in the Legend compositions, which is going to help these teams survive towards the end game. If this is a game 5, game 6, even a game 1 or 2, you're probably seeing the lobby down to 7 or 8 teams as the zone goes into that final ring. But in this, you could see a lot more just due to the utility that is available for teams as RRQ make their move a little bit closer to the zone here.
More knocks in the kill feed, but still just from distance, but this one is not. This has been a fight that's been extended for quite some time, as now Dinos have lost one.
Zach loses his shields, but stays on his feet. J Future has to take a second here to play behind the knockdown. His teammate DJ Killer's going to hold that door. There's Watson fences around as well. You've got to be so careful where you step. You don't want to get stunned and find yourself in a position where you're so vulnerable to a 1v1. It looks like Vision have managed to get the res as well. It's a 2v3. Although now it becomes a 3v3 again, as Dinos will get the full reset.
Yeah, both teams back off, both teams get the res, as now Zipline Mafia have just arrived to the party. That puts a lot of pressure on the team on the outside here. So Dinos have to be careful, because remember, Vision were inside. They have protection from this.
Dinos have managed to climb all the way up to the high ground.
Gua anjir udah nggak bisa ngapa-ngapain ini.
Coming their way. That's going to force the bub. DJ Killer's trying his best to get his claws onto the top of that egg just to climb up to join his two teammates, but with the bubble being burnt, that makes it a little bit more difficult for them to survive if they take this fight. Anyway, looks like it's going to be happening right now, and it's going to be Dinos who get that first initial damage.
Initial damage, you do follow up. Yes, you do. You've got to get rid of the fences, though, and you will, and it's going to be 2 going in their favor, and it looks like Vision are falling apart here. Can you escape, maybe? No, you cannot. Vision eliminated in 19th. Now, will we see Zipline Mafia re-engage? It looks like no. They are happy to be trolls under the bridge right now. By the way, all the meanwhile, Alliance have been able to get kind of north of Dinos, holding this eastern side, because they were able to just fly in for free, walk in for free, it feels like.
Yeah, Alliance just Valkyrie over the entirety of the lobby, played that spider choke. And now we'll have a pretty good walk into where this zone is going to be going. Remember, they are on Baby Comp as well, so they have Newcastle and Gibraltar available to help them hold down that spot, increase their survivability chances as that endgame starts to take place. Everyone else who's on the western side of this zone has to go to each other. That's where the lobby will start to cut itself down. As Zipline Mafia, as we see on our screen, still hold that bridge position.
Yeah, a lot of the teams on the east have a chance to pick up some big points. As now VKG down to just 1, but the res is happening, and they have been able to find a trade of their own. They're kind of backed into a room at the moment of EKG, and they only have 23 seconds to try and win out this fight and actually plan where they're going to move. It's always frustrating when you're this close to ring closing in. Someone engages with you, and it just takes away that opportunity to plan and talk about where you're going to go.
I mean, so many teams are still outside of this zone, and it's starting to close in 10 seconds time. The problem is, nobody knows where to go. 2 teams who don't know where to go right now are staring straight into each other's eyes. That's going to be Alliance. The Q lasts a little bit longer for them. They get that initial damage, and it's down to J Future on the Gibraltar to try and clutch it. Alliance will go down. Looks like Dinos will survive.
Yeah, that was Zipline Mafia from under the bridge. Is now Enter Force 36. They see their opportunity, and they will enter as a full 3 here. Dino, sadly, they will be able to toss them left behind Remnants, but E36 will pick up this position as now Team Nemesis decide this could be a chance for them.
Everyone dropping from the skies from the Valkyries, just looking to find somewhere to play. Jizzler's going to be able to get the castle wall down, and changes to that Massive to try and ward off the pressure coming in from Nemesis. Team Liquid still inside a zone though, still up on that high ground, and still able to take advantage of so many teams who are going to be falling into the open. Neo will be eliminated from the lobby next. 15 spots remaining.
Chaos banget anjing ada
Taking a little
Gibi
bit
ya.
of ring damage, they have to move to the other side. Remember, Sentinels are below them as
Wah,
well.
kacau anjir ada
Now
Gibi,
have
Cok.
the castle wall out. Reject have been taken down. Pirates are eliminated as well. It's 13 squads as Nemesis are under pressure.
Sacred with a triple take.
Oh my god.
He makes it very interesting, but he can't clutch up. As E36 will just about survive. Ninjas in pajamas, another dud game for them. They will fall out earlier than they would have wanted to, but with the bubble down, E36 will be safe and will be able to reset here.
All the meanwhile, Zipline Mafia have played this perfectly. Not only were they helping out on damage and forcing those teams on the east to fight, but now they have taken center zone here. Their main worry is going to be Enter Force 36 right now. If they do take that engagement, they could be in a game-winning spot.
Lu udah nyampe situ anjir.
But not before he falls down himself. It's KNC putting the pressure on. The Falcon from Noxy says, I'm out of here, boys. I'm going to try and get us a few placement points. Hover in the skies and see if I can find somewhere to land. It's KNC who will come out this one strongest, and a Kraber in the hands of Chappie.
I mean, smart play. You can definitely pick up 1 or 2 placement points depending on how you play this one going up into the sky. As there you go. There's your extra placement point just from Falcon up, because Aurora just got eliminated.
Aurora gone. As RRQ now look to get involved in some of these fights. SAUL only got 1 player on his feet. It's Jesco on the Gibby. He falls to his knees and he falls back into the lobby screen, and RRQ take the zipline back down as they have to going. Everybody is being forced towards his zone, and there's barely anywhere to play.
Gelo.
So well together at the moment. Very difficult to try and compete with people that in sync, because Sentinels finally are going to have to move out. Blinks has gone down, and sadly, there's just too many teams looking at them.
This is really, really rough. So many teams
Banyak banget sih anjing yang ngeliatin Sentinel nih.
Possibly recognizing that it's going to win this game, so they're trying to maximize those points through kills and taking the teams out around.
Wih, dimajuin anjing. Wah, gelo. RQ World Cup ya. Gelo. RQ World Cup ya.
Center of this zone is RQ still somehow
alive
on this southern side and
wah, ngaco.
One remains on Sentinels, by the way. It's going to be behind our
banyak banget nih KP-nya nih.
You peek.
Banyak nih KP RQ.
Almost manages to take the skull off of 1 player. They're gonna have to survive for now. Another fight going down.
Udah perang lagi tuh.
His east is gonna be involved in.
Oh my god. One. Nice banget RRQ.
KNC who are starting to pick up KP after KP from this high ground position. And Team Liquid might be next. Zipline Mafia now being contested themselves as we queue on the Gibraltar.
Oh my god.
And has to try
One. This one. No.
He's down into 1v1.
Pricing 1v2. 1v1. Nice banget anjir.
Slams him home. Zipline Mafia out. Team Liquid. Now after dropping here, they can get very aggressive.
What
here.
the
It's a 2 versus 2.
fuck
It's
is
a 3
this
versus 1.
match?
It's a 2 versus 1. It's a 1 versus 1. And Zero barely has any KP. Sight is trying to stick the
Wah
knob.
GG sih anjir RRQ
Seems
cok.
to move up on this as well as KNC takes to the sky just to try and survive and buy a little bit more time. Panic has found a little ledge to play and gets into the top 3 because of it.
Well, RRQ are watching.
Wah reset RRQ anjing.
Patience at this point. Enter Force 36 is still alive, and then one remaining solo that's going to prove to be a thorn in the side of their chances of winning this game.
Easy Flash has got himself 5 kills in this game.
Nggak dilihat loh anjir itu.
Potential point tally for RRQ here. Panic still hasn't been spotted, by the way, and if he isn't spotted, there's a real chance he could win this one. If this 3v3 goes down and Panic does not get spotted, then all of a sudden Liquid have a chance.
If anyone can do it, it's Panic. We know how good he is in these engagements. RRQ taking a lot of damage. Need to hand over you.
Oh my god. Oh my god. RRQ. This time. It's time. Alright, man.
Strafing flame. Jumping around. He gets chunked by the massive.
Wah ada panik cok. Wah ada panik anjir. Masih ada panik cok. Yah. Anjir.
The sneakiest of Valkyries finds a spot to play, and the young man comes up clutch for Liquid.
Oke lah. Banyak poin. Udah guys. Gue udah ngantuk.